Girls across the school lose their minds over the handsome transfer student. As Yui Jin enters and receives an introduction, every girl's pulse races. The room feels hotter, and the girls grow sexually aroused. The boys react differently, simmering with plain, unmistakable jealousy. The teacher directs Yu toward an empty seat. Jae-hung, resembling a discount cartoon henchman, practically glows green with envy. He signals his lanky buddy, inviting him into a quick prank. Their scheme is simple: extend one foot as Yu passes. One fall would publicly humiliate the handsome newcomer before everyone. To them, this childish setup seems absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately for them, Yu notices the trap immediately. He halts directly in front of Jae-hung's waiting foot. Jae-hung believed his timing was flawless, yet nothing happened. He only fixes him with a freezing stare. Irritated, Jae-hung demands, "Who do you think you're staring at?" Nobody can possibly tell what Yu thinks during that silence. He remains motionless, quietly studying Jae-hung without offering any answer. The teacher interrupts, asking why Yu suddenly stopped. He responds with a polite smile and apology. Then he calmly continues toward his assigned seat. Jae-hung smugly concludes that Yu became frightened. His lanky buddy agrees, deciding the newcomer lacks courage. Neither boy knows Yu recalled Major Kang's earlier warning. Major Kang told him, back in Korea, avoid getting into fights. Major Kang understands Yu's instinctive talent for strategy. Every action is carefully measured, a trait Major Kang honestly feared. Yu finally sits beside a student named Young-chan. Young-chan greets him, then quietly warns him about Jae-hung's group. Those bullies control this school, so you should avoid them. Several classes pass, leaving Yu with an unfamiliar feeling. Around him are ordinary boys living an ordinary school day. One student casually discusses the webtoon he loves most. Everything feels calm, safe, and surprisingly comfortable. Nothing within his memories ever resembles this gentle normality. Those memories hold endless rain, desperate running, and constant mortal danger. Years of brutal training hardened him through relentless suffering. Closing his eyes still brings those merciless days rushing back. Opening them reveals this wonderful peace waiting around him. Another classroom offers Yu Da-yoon no such quiet comfort. She feels happy because her brother returned after 10 missing years. Blonde bully Kim Hee-jin approaches, abruptly tearing Yu Da-yoon from those thoughts. "Hey Da-yoon, give me your gym clothes for today's class." Yu Da-yoon has them, but surrendering them leaves her without any. Kim Hee-jin answers with a cruel, derisive laugh. Her next action instantly captures every classmate's attention. Kim Hee-jin slaps Yu Da-yoon loudly across the face. Yu Da-yoon apparently has no right to question orders or disobey. This humiliation forms part of her everyday school life. Her classmates remain silent, offering absolutely no protection. Yu Da-yoon lacks the courage to resist alone. After school, Yu Da-yoon spots her brother waiting outside. He has come to her school specifically for her. Briefly startled, she asks whether he has been waiting. He says yes, hoping they can walk home together. He adds that she may go ahead without him if busy. Yu Da-yoon scans around nervously, then denies having other plans. Still, her uneasiness about walking beside him remains painfully obvious. He says they should walk home if she is free. Eventually, Yu Da-yoon agrees to accompany him. They soon walk side by side, both visibly uncomfortable. He breaks the tension by asking whether she feels awkward. Surprised by his question, Yu Da-yoon quickly denies feeling awkward. He reassures her, admitting he feels rather awkward himself. His honesty helps Yu Da-yoon relax a little. He was just 9, he explains, when that accident took place. Because of that, he barely remembers his family, including Yu Da-yoon. He notes she was only 7 and likely remembers little too. Yu Da-yoon stays silent because his assessment is accurate. Familiar voices suddenly reach Yu Da-yoon from around the corner. She freezes instantly upon recognizing them. Looking over, Yu Da-yoon sees the smirking bully from her earlier class. The smirking bully is friends with Kim Hee-jin, who slapped Yu Da-yoon. The smirking bully immediately notices Yu Da-yoon and shouts at her. Yu Da-yoon panics, sweating helplessly and unsure how to respond. One boy beside the smirking bully asks who Yu Da-yoon is. The smirking bully says Kim Hee-jin hates Yu Da-yoon. Spotting Yu beside her, the smirking bully starts mocking them. She sneers and asks whether Yu is Yu Da-yoon's boyfriend. Then the smirking bully starts to say something else. She finishes with a nasty jab. Amazed girls like Yu Da-yoon can get dates. Yu Da-yoon turns painfully shy and hurriedly explains Yu is her brother. Kim Hee-jin looks genuinely surprised, having never known Yu Da-yoon had a brother. After hearing those insults, Yu asks whether Kim Hee-jin is her friend. Yu Da-yoon quietly agrees, explaining they belong to the same homeroom. Kim Hee-jin interrupts, sneering at Yu Da-yoon, and denies they were ever friends. Yu Da-yoon starts trembling, while Kim Hee-jin continues running her mouth. Yu answers Kim Hee-jin with a stare cold enough to stop anyone. The heavyset boy beside Kim Heejin immediately takes offense at Yu's glare. Growing angry, the heavyset boy warns Yu to stop or get beaten. He keeps staring, making the heavyset boy even more furious. Kim Heejin eagerly encourages the heavyset boy to start fighting Yu. Finally losing his temper, the heavyset boy marches directly toward Yu. Yu swiftly moves Yu Dayun behind himself and confronts the heavyset boy. The heavyset boy asks whether Yu is showing off for his sister. He instantly notices every vulnerable point the clueless boy leaves exposed. Even more absurdly, the heavyset boy carries no weapon whatsoever. He privately judges him foolish for approaching with such careless opening. Then Major Kang's warning against fighting returns to Yu's mind. With a sigh, Yu looks away and attempts to leave peacefully. The heavyset boy refuses, seizing his collar and raising his hand. Yu Dayun suddenly slips between them, preventing the threatened slap. Bowing deeply, Yu Dayun explains Yu lived overseas and misunderstands Korean custom. Kim Heejin laughs at Yu Dayun's pleading while the frightened girl keeps shaking. The heavyset boy shouts that his former home means nothing to him. Watching his terrified sister tremble finally pushes Yu past his restraint. He grabs the heavyset boy's wrist and twists it with ease. Although Yu barely applies pressure, the heavyset boy cries out painfully. He drops his bag, then calmly removes his school jacket. He tells Yu Dayun to wait and gently covers her face with it. He promises his sister everything will finish within a single minute. The enraged heavyset boy suddenly rushes at Yu from behind. He turns effortlessly and cracks an open palm across his face. That single blow launches the heavyset boy backward, blood spraying from his mouth. He crashes down limply, hitting the ground like a discarded bundle. Kim Heejin and the other boy look ready to lose control from fear. Yu lets out a sigh. The promise he made Major Kang is broken. Still, Yu figures the heavyset boy practically demanded that punishment. The other boy becomes afraid even to breathe anywhere near Yu. Out in the countryside, soldiers push themselves through relentless training drills. Major Kang stands nearby, carefully supervising their exhausting exercises. Another soldier approaches and reminds Major Kang about Yu's first school day. The reminder immediately fills Major Kang with concern for Yu. Major Kang spent 6 months teaching him how ordinary people should live. Yet years as a mercenary might prevent Yu from adjusting normally. Despite those fears, Major Kang feels proud of Yu's progress. He sincerely hopes his lessons will help Yu manage school life. Back with the bullies, those lessons clearly have not restrained Yu. He handles his attackers as though they barely deserve consideration. Everyone stares at the heavyset boy lying unconscious on the ground. His eyes have rolled backward, leaving only an unsettling, vacant expression. Kim Heejin and the other boys shake as Yu approaches them. In one explosive motion, Yu drives a brutal punch into the other boy's stomach. The impact sends him airborne before he slams hard against the ground. Kim Heejin's mouth falls open as confidence drains from her face. She cannot process the overwhelming strength Yu has just displayed. When Yu faces her, his merciless stare makes Kim Heejin tremble. Yu Dayun removes the jacket, her hands still quivering with fear. She discovers both boys unconscious after barely a minute has passed. He notices that his younger sister is now watching everything. He gives Kim Heejin one final threatening look, then turns away. Facing Yu Dayun, Yu apologizes for abruptly covering her face. His sincere apology only leaves Yu Dayun feeling even more awkward. Trying to help, Yu suggests buying snacks from her favorite plate. Yu Dayun mumbles that she is fine and they need not go. He accepts her answer and suggests they simply head home. The siblings quickly return to their warm and easygoing family dynamic. Kim Heejin remains frozen nearby, utterly shaken by Yu's transformation. Seconds earlier, he seemed terrifying, yet now he acts incredibly gentle with Yu Dayun. As they depart, Yu Dayun gives Kim Heejin one small farewell wave. Kim Heejin stays behind, too frightened to respond or move. During their walk home, Yu Dayun asks whether Yu defeated both boys. Yu answers yes, deepening Yu Dayun's curiosity about his hidden strength. To her, he hardly carries himself like someone trained for combat. She explains that staring openly in Korea seems rude and invites trouble. He agrees, noting eye contact can be dangerous with certain people. He adds that the same warning applies where he came from. Puzzled, Yu Dayun asks why he still watched those troublemakers so intensely. He says her fear was obvious, so he wanted to protect her. His straightforward reply catches Yu Dayun off guard, and she lowers her gaze. A warm blush spreads across her face as surprise replaces suspicion. Their walk continues under a silence made painfully awkward by his honesty. Clearly, Yu Dayun must adjust to having such a watchful older brother. At home, Grandpa fusses nervously and urges Yu to eat some fruit. He refuses to rest, insisting that he should wash the dishes. Unsure how to respond, Grandpa finally lets Yu handle everything. While washing, Yu hears Grandpa anxiously ask whether dinner tasted acceptable. Grandpa admits his cooking skills leave plenty of room for improvement. Keeping things easy, Yu tells Grandpa there is no reason to worry. He says every meal has tasted wonderful, and he enjoyed all of them. Relief softens Grandpa's face, revealing just how happy the praise makes him. Grandpa asks whether Yu Dayun enjoyed dinner too, and she quietly nods. Changing subjects, Grandpa asks Yu about his first school day. He eagerly wonders whether anything interesting or exciting happened there. He pauses, and a trace of nervousness enters his expression. Remembering the day's chaos, Yu Daeun also begins feeling uneasy. After that hesitation, Yu simply says his day went well. Grandpa immediately brightens, his face glowing with happiness and deep relief. Long after everyone goes to bed, Yu remains awake and thoughtful. His thoughts return to Grandpa's joyful reaction upon finally seeing him again. Time beside Grandpa and Yu Daeun has begun thawing Yu's guarded heart. Those gentler memories soon give way to the plane crash. Inside the falling aircraft, terrified passengers panic as oxygen masks descend. Amid the confusion, Yu's parents concentrate only on securing his map. Their sole concern is making certain their son can keep breathing. The memory remains terrifying, especially when the aircraft begins plunging downward. Yu jolts from bed, gasping as the nightmare releases him. His heart hammers until he understands that he was only dreaming. Looking toward the clock, Yu discovers morning has already arrived. While sitting quietly, he notices strange sounds coming from the living room. Yu investigates and finds Yu Daeun preparing breakfast by herself. He asks where Grandpa went, surprised not to find him home. Yu Daeun explains that Grandpa departed unusually early for work. Grandpa took leave specifically to welcome Yu back home. With those vacation days finished, Grandpa now has to resume working. Yu Daeun changes into her uniform and prepares to leave. She points out breakfast on the table and firmly reminds him to eat. After Yu Daeun leaves, Yu silently studies the generous spread she prepared. At school, blonde-haired Kim Hee-jin stands beside the jittery chicken discussing Yu. Kim Hee-jin has discovered that the new transfer student is Yu Daeun's brother. The jittery chicken nervously confirms the information, unable to hide her unease. Memories of Yu's encounter with her friends immediately frighten her again. She recalls him dropping two of them with a single punch. Kim Hee-jin asks why she looks terrified, but the jittery chicken freezes. Fear locks the jittery chicken's voice away, leaving her unable to answer. For simplicity, this trembling bully remains the jittery chicken from now onward. Kim Hee-jin keeps pressing the jittery chicken for details about the confrontation. Regaining control, the jittery chicken suggests they stop tormenting Yu Daeun. His deadly glare remains burned into her thoughts, impossible to forget. Despite her fear, the jittery chicken reassures herself about their school status. Kim Hee-jin and her brother dominate the school, with nobody daring opposition. Later, Yu Daeun receives another brutal smack across her head, just as usual. Turning around, she finds Kim Hee-jin and the jittery chicken waiting together. Yu Daeun demands to know what they want from her this time. Kim Hee-jin gives only one command, ordering Yu Daeun to follow them. When Yu Daeun asks where, Kim Hee-jin's cocky composure turns angry. She orders Yu Daeun to quit pretending she is tough and obey. Kim Hee-jin warns that resistance will only leave Yu Daeun injured. She adds that having Yu as a brother changes absolutely nothing. At the school recycling area, Kim Hee-jin viciously beats Yu Daeun. After several kicks, Kim Hee-jin orders the battered Yu Daeun to stay down. Struggling for breath, Yu Daeun asks why they are attacking her. Kim Hee-jin finally reveals that this beating concerns Yu. She orders Yu Daeun to warn him against swaggering around so arrogantly. Kim Hee-jin declares they bear no responsibility for whatever happens next to Yu. Kim Hee-jin adds that Yu is heading into serious trouble. Confused, Yu Daeun asks whether they are targeting her brother next. Kim Hee-jin confirms it and mentions the two boys Yu battered. Those boys are Gisu's friends, linking both siblings to the insult. After crossing them, Yu and Yu Daeun cannot escape payback. Kim Hee-jin compares their mistake to kicking a dangerous hornet's nest. The warning drains every trace of color from Yu Daeun's face. She screams at both bullies, demanding their plans for Yu. Kim Hee-jin answers her defiance with a brutal slap across the face. A vivid handprint remains, yet Yu Daeun barely notices the sting. Fear for Yu hurts far worse than her swelling cheek. Gritting her teeth, Yu Daeun steadies herself and suddenly runs away. Kim Hee-jin and the second bully remain behind as she escapes. Inside class 3-2, tension has silenced even the usual classroom bully. Everyone watches nervously as Gisu enters with his assembled crew. His arrival signals that Yu's conflict is nearing an explosion. He simply remains seated, showing no visible concern. The two boys beaten yesterday walk in ahead of their boss. Gisu, the school's most feared bully, follows directly behind them. As if perfectly timed, Yu Daeun suddenly bursts through the doorway. She arrives breathless, bruised, and wearing a filthy uniform. He shoots upright, staring wide-eyed at his battered sister. Her injured face and ruined uniform leave him visibly stunned. Gisu mocks Yu Daeun for being so worried about Yu. He contrasts her concern with Kim Hee-jin's constant demands and nagging. Kim Hee-jin approaches, telling Gisu she will pity him after his beating. Yu stays frozen, horrified by every bruise on Yu Daeun. The answer waits as events rewind to that morning's classroom arrival. Terrified Youngchan endures two boys using his head as their target. Jaehyung celebrates a direct hit and boasts proudly to Hyukchin. Annoyed, Hyukchin orders a nearby student to surrender his eraser. The timid student obeys and Hyukchin snatches the eraser away. Hyukchin winds up, hurls hard, and strikes Youngchan's head. He performs a quick victory dance over his perfect throw. Jaehyung dismisses the shot as nothing more than beginner's luck. Their argument becomes a contest over who can score better headshots. Jaehyung chooses another attempt and whips his arm wildly backward. He launches the eraser straight toward the frightened Youngchan. Yu unexpectedly steps between them, taking the hit in his side. Both bullies bristle at the interruption as the eraser hits the floor. Without reacting, Yu sits beside the terrified Youngchan. Jaehyung grows irritated, feeling Yu has become a nuisance. Hyukchin proposes teaching Yu a lesson for interfering. Jaehyung eagerly agrees with Hyukchin's plan to confront him. Yu sets down his bag and checks whether Youngchan is okay. Youngchan quietly claims he is fine, despite his bloodless expression. Avoiding the bully's eyes, Youngchan leans closer toward Yu. He asks Yu to spend time together after school. Yu declines because he must walk home with Yu Daeyoon. Curious, Youngchan asks whether Yu Daeyoon transferred alongside him. He explains that his sister already attended this school. When Youngchan requests her name, Yu identifies her as Yu Daeyoon. The answer visibly shocks Youngchan, and Yu catches his reaction. Yu asks whether Youngchan knows his sister. Youngchan initially hesitates, then admits Yu Daeyoon is suffering at school. In middle school, her intelligence and beauty made her extremely popular. Many boys admired Yu Daeyoon, which stirred Kim Hee-jin's jealousy. That jealousy eventually drove Kim Hee-jin to begin bullying Yu Daeyoon. He asks whether anybody ever tried stopping the abuse. Youngchan explains that Kim Hee-jin's brother, Gisu, is a notorious troublemaker. Worse, Yu Daeyoon shares the same homeroom with Kim Hee-jin. Her torment is so severe, classmates marvel that she still attends. Yu concludes Kim Hee-jin targeted Yu Daeyoon over a boy's affection. Youngchan sadly corrects him, calling that motive merely an excuse. Kim Hee-jin had simply been searching for someone to torment. Yu's thoughts return to a conversation several days earlier. Grandpa had hoped Yu would settle comfortably into his new school. He then asked Yu Daeyoon whether school was treating her well. Young Yu Daeyoon assures Grandpa everything at school is wonderful. She conceals the bullying she endures there every single day. Grandpa praises Yu Daeyoon for being such an excellent student. Her teachers, he adds, always speak highly of her. Back in class, Yu understands that Yu Daeyoon was pretending. She hid her suffering solely to keep Grandpa from worrying. A rowdy student suddenly kicks open the classroom door. Gisu and his entire crew stroll casually into class 3-2. Hyukchin immediately demands to know what they want in his classroom. Gisu, one of the school's most powerful figures, says he has business. Seeing Gisu leaves Hyukchin startled and uncertain how to respond. Hyukchin may handle ordinary troublemakers, but he is minor league here. He knows challenging Gisu would be far beyond him. Gisu's lackeys identify Yu Ijin among the watching students. Spotting him, Gisu berates them for losing to such a skinny nobody. Gisu orders his men aside and beckons Yu with one finger. He commands Yu to come forward immediately. He rises from his seat without any hesitation. Jaehyung and Hyukchin exchange baffled looks over what Yu did. Both assume offending Gisu means Yu is finished. Unfazed, Yu asks whether Gisu is truly the leader. Gisu smirks, amused Yu only now understands who rules school. He calls one lackey useless for merely standing around. Gisu sharply orders the frightened lackey to take action. The lead lackey slowly approaches Yu despite his obvious terror. Yu Daeyoon bursts through the doorway, breathless, interrupting the impending fight. Her arrival returns his attention to his battered younger sister. Tears stream down Yu Daeyoon's face as she apologizes for involving him. Kim Hee-jin scoffs at her crying and calls her melodramatic. Yu gently insists that Yu Daeyoon has done nothing wrong. His restraint suddenly breaks while Yu Daeyoon tries to continue. He slaps the lead lackey unconscious with one crushing blow. Bullies who witnessed Yu fighting earlier begin trembling immediately. With one attacker down, Yu turns toward Yu Daeyoon. He says these thugs should be apologizing instead of her. The charging lackey rushes Yu with his fist cocked. He casually brushes the incoming arm away. An opening appears at the charging lackey's exposed throat. He strikes it with a swift, vicious knife hand chop. Choking and coughing, the charging lackey crumples onto the floor. Shaking violently, the final lackey still attempts a desperate punch. Yu answers with a savage, lightning-fast strike to his rib. The final lackey crashes down beside his defeated companion. Gisu's swagger finally falters while Yu dismantles his crew effortlessly. The classroom's lesser bullies stare blankly with widened eyes. Even Kim Hee-jin and a cocky classmate panic and lose their composure. After dropping both attackers, Yu fixes his gaze on Gisu. He says Yu Daeyoon has suffered because of Gisu's thug. He coldly promises he will never overlook that suffering. Gisu finally responds with a smirk, admitting Yu is no pushover. Still smirking, Gisu launches a blistering kick toward Yu's head. Yu blocks it effortlessly, leaving Gisu utterly stunned. Gisu never expected Yu's reactions to be so quick. He immediately attacks again with a kick from his opposite leg. He stops the second kick just as easily. Gripping Gisu's leg, Yu violently drags him within punching range. Yu's fist smashes squarely into Gisu's face. Blood sprays outward as Gisu tumbles limply across the floor. Bleeding from his nose and mouth, Gisu looks upward in horror. Yu towers above him with the presence of death itself. Without hesitation, Yu drives a kick directly into Gisu's face. Another burst of blood flies from the devastating impact. Gisu lies beaten and humiliated, his earlier arrogance entirely gone. The entire classroom falls silent, every student frozen in shock. They cannot believe Yu crushed such a major figure so easily. Jaehyung and Hyukjin gape, unable to process Gisu's effortless defeat. The girls look equally shaken, especially the blonde classmate. Stunned, the blonde classmate wonders whether Yu is truly that strong. Yu begins walking directly toward Kim Heejin. Terrified, Kim Heejin expects the same slap and merciless beating. Yu Dayun rushes between them and begs Yu to stop. Yu reminds her that Kim Heejin's group tormented her repeatedly. He also knows they targeted Yu Dayun again yesterday. Yu Dayun's expression collapses when she learns he knows the truth. Unable to answer, Yu Dayun lowers her gaze in silence. Then Yu Dayun understands that Yu is doing everything for her. Despite her pain, Yu Dayun forces a smile for her brother. Yu Dayun insists she is fine and asks Yu to stop. He considers her request, then agrees to escort her to class. As they depart, shocked whispers ripple through the entire room. Everyone marvels that one student just crushed Gisu, the school's dominant fighter. Jaehyung and Hyukjin admit Yu's ferocity exceeds anything they expected. Both feel deeply relieved they never challenged him to a real fight. Kim Heejin trembles nearby, trapped between fear and crushing embarrassment. Their defeat leaves Kim Heejin too humiliated to compose herself. On the way, Yu Dayun marvels at Yu's fighting ability. Her amazement quickly fades, and she begins apologizing once more. Puzzled, Yu asks what she could possibly be sorry about. Yu Dayun says her troubles dragged him into needless conflict. She blames herself for the fights he faced yesterday and today. He answers with a gentle smile, refusing her apology. Family members protect one another, so she has done nothing wrong. He recalls that his former home demanded ruthless self-preservation from everyone. People ignored others' suffering whenever their own safety remained secure. Yet even those selfish survivors treated their families differently. A battlefield erupts in memory, choked by smoke and violent explosions. Gunfire cracks everywhere while bombs thunder through the surrounding chaos. A younger Yu stands amid the devastation and spots an enemy soldier. The enemy soldier shields his little daughter with his own body. An armed man keeps a gun trained directly upon the pair. Despite the carnage, the enemy soldier's sacrifice deeply affects Yu. The sight makes him question what family means and why it matters so much. In the present, Yu Dae-yoon notes that he scarcely remembers her. She asks why he works so hard to protect someone barely remembered. He admits his memories are sparse but considers that irrelevant. Whatever he remembers, Yu Dayun remains his family. She falls silent while his words gradually settle within her. A blush rises and Yu Dayun hurriedly says she is fine. She tells Yu to return to his own classroom. Already at her classroom, Yu Dayun waves briefly and slips inside. He watches her disappear with a faint smile. Back in class, constant discussion about Yu makes him uncomfortable. Jaehyung and Hyukjin raise approving thumbs toward him. They ask what kind of combat training he received overseas. He demolished those amateurs so easily that they cannot contain themselves. Their praise keeps mounting as Yu slumps, visibly overwhelmed, into his chair. Young-chan also calls his performance amazing, drawing a small smile from him. Elsewhere, Gisu's defeated group remains tense after their humiliating loss. Still furious, Gisu insists something about Yu feels different. He says Yu fights nothing like an ordinary low-level thug. Kim Heejin urges Gisu to quit sulking, dismissing the defeat as luck. She claims surprise gave Yu victory and suggests attacking him later. The other bullies stay silent, now understanding his terrifying strength. None of them wants another confrontation with such a dangerous opponent. Kim Heejin argues he is only one man, not an unbeatable army. She refuses to accept their entire group losing to some unknown student. Gisu finally orders Kim Heejin to shut her mouth. If fighting seems easy, he says she should challenge Yu herself. Kim Heejin bristles and refuses to absorb Gisu's wounded pride. She mocks him for getting thoroughly crushed by a random nobody. Rage consumes Gisu as her insult strikes precisely where it hurts. Kim Heejin's words sting because she and Gisu know they are true. With frustrated tears forming, Kim Heejin shoots Gisu one final glare. She turns quietly, then slams the door behind her. Kim Heejin storms along the hallway as a wiry follower catches up. Her anger still blazing, Kim Heejin resents several bullies losing to one boy. She flings Yoo Daeyeon's classroom door open and charges inside. Spotting Yoo Daeyoon seated there, Kim Heejin asks whether she feels fortunate now. Having a brother, she sneers, must make school suddenly feel effortless. Kim Heejin says Yoo Daeyeon can simply summon him whenever trouble appears. Yoo Daeyoon offers no response, further inflaming Kim Heejin's temper. Kim Heejin assumes protection has made Yoo Daeyeon coldly dismissive. Gritting her teeth, she vows that brotherly protection changes nothing. Kim Heejin will not let Yoo Daeyoon escape consequences so easily. Evening darkness settles as students begin making their way home. Among the crowd, Yoo Daeyeon walks with a visibly downcast expression. Lost in thought, she begins revisiting a memory from earlier. In that memory, Yoo protects Yoo Daeyoon and defeats those thugs. She also remembers Yoo declaring that they are family. This leaves Yoo Daeyoon wondering whether school bullying can finally end. Her thoughts darken as she recalls her miserable time under Kim Heejin. Kim Heejin constantly ordered Yoo Daeyoon around like a trained pet. Whenever Yoo Daeyeon resisted, Kim Heejin answered by slapping her. Yoo suddenly appears behind Yoo Daeyoon and asks what is wrong. Startled badly, Yoo Daeyoon spins around to face him. He explains that several calls of her name went unanswered. Yoo Daeyoon apologizes quickly, saying she simply failed to hear him. She then asks whether Yoo has been waiting again. He nods because he still cannot find the way home. The siblings walk together and discuss buying groceries along the way. Grandpa always returns late and ravenously hungry, making supplies necessary. Behind them, Kim Heejin watches Yoo Daeyoon smiling beside Yoo. The sight fills Kim Heejin with barely contained fury. She waits for a chance to erase Yoo Daeyeon's cheerful expression. Inside a nearby store, Yoo Daeyeon struggles to choose their groceries. Other customers keep glancing toward the siblings as they shop. Every girl nearby seems especially captivated by Yoo. Yoo Daeyeon cannot ignore all the attention women are giving him. She knew Yoo was popular at school, but he shines everywhere. Curiosity eventually makes Yoo Daeyoon ask about his years abroad. She asks whether Yoo ever had a girlfriend there. The question catches Yoo utterly unprepared and visibly confused. He looks almost unfamiliar with the very idea of girlfriend. Noticing his confusion, Yoo Daeyoon clarifies that she means someone he dated. He simply answers that he has never had one. Yoo Daeyeon suggests reconsidering because girls naturally flock around him. After a brief silence, Yoo says he was always too busy. Yoo Daeyoon understands, considering how much relocation demanded from Yoo. Yoo then asks whether Yoo Daeyoon has ever dated anyone. Caught by surprise, Yoo Daeyoon hurriedly says she never had a boyfriend. When Yoo asks why, Yoo Daeyoon claims she was busy too. Back home, Grandpa presents Yoo with a new Samsung Galaxy phone. He looks slightly disappointed because he had wanted an iPhone. Grandpa immediately argues that iPhones suffer from terrible battery life. He insists Samsung is better and notes everyone else owns iPhone. Grandpa jokingly suggests the Galaxy will make Yoo stand apart. Yoo Daeyoon reacts excitedly because she has always wanted a Galaxy. One glance tells Yoo Daeyoon that Grandpa bought the newest model. Yoo begins exploring the device while Grandpa explains its setup. Grandpa already saved his own number and Yoo Daeyoon's number inside. Yoo Daeyoon is surprised Grandpa handled that task without her assistance. She usually helps Grandpa whenever technology gives him trouble. Grandpa admits that the salesperson actually entered both numbers for him. Smiling, Grandpa says young people supposedly enjoy unboxing devices themselves. He hopes Yoo forgives him for opening it to save contact. Yoo assures Grandpa that he does not mind at all. Grandpa then apologizes because the store only had one Galaxy remaining. That shortage prevented Grandpa from buying another phone for Yoo Daeyoon. Yoo Daeyoon warmly tells Grandpa that it is no problem. The family shares a wonderful dinner filled with relaxed conversation. Later that night, Yoo continues experimenting with his Galaxy. The more he uses it, the more Samsung begins impressing him. He even considers that Galaxy phones might surpass iPhone. Major Kang is working at his computer when his phone rings. He calls to share his new phone and change number. That announcement leaves Major Kang more than a little surprised. Standing behind him, a junior officer asks about his previous phone. The junior officer thought Major Kang had already given Yoo one. Major Kang confirms it, then his face rapidly burns crimson. He had provided Yoo with their most expensive available iPhone. Naturally, Yoo replacing it so quickly infuriates Major Kang. The next morning, Yoo emerges freshly showered and spots Yoo Daeyoon. Already dressed in uniform, Yoo Daeyoon is rushing toward the door. He asks why she is leaving home so early. Yoo Da-yoon claims she is late, then immediately races outside. She calls back that dinner is ready and needs no preparation. He only has to place the used dishes inside the sink. While sprinting down the street, Yoo Da-yoon checks her phone. Relief washes over her when she sees she will arrive on time. Preparing soup for Grandpa had delayed Yoo Da-yoon that morning. Still, Grandpa's happy smile while eating made the delay worthwhile. Yoo Da-yoon feels grateful she could do something kind for Grandpa. That happiness vanishes when someone brutally kicks her in the ribs. The blow knocks Yoo Da-yoon hard onto the pavement. 3 girls wearing hoodies now stand over the fallen Yoo Da-yoon. Their masks conceal their identities as they loom over Yoo Da-yoon. The ringleader scolds Yoo Da-yoon for not watching where she walked. She claims Yoo Da-yoon nearly caused her to break an ankle. The accusation is obviously nothing more than bait for violence. Still, all 3 demand an apology for Yoo Da-yoon's supposed offense. Terrified, Yoo Da-yoon quickly nods and says she is truly sorry. Unsatisfied, the ringleader slaps her and demands a whimpering, dog-like apology. The ponytailed girl suggests visiting karaoke to release their pent-up frustration. The 3rd girl agrees they should unwind and enjoy themselves. Crouching closer, the ponytailed girl meets Yoo Da-yoon's frightened gaze. Smirking, she invites Yoo Da-yoon along and promises tremendous fun. That familiar voice instantly tells Yoo Da-yoon the girl is Kim Hee-jin. Yoo Da-yoon knows Kim Hee-jin has come solely to torment her. Soon the group arrives at a particularly seedy karaoke establishment. The manager notices the suspicious girls and immediately senses trouble. Later, the nervous manager approaches their private room with growing dread. He mutters that youngsters have grown frighteningly wild these days. Their room produced constant screams, leaving him worried about the damage. Opening the door, he discovers Yoo Da-yoon beaten and sprawled across the floor. Despite her injuries, Yoo Da-yoon remains conscious and slowly pushes herself upright. Her trembling hands struggle to gather her scattered belongings. Baffled by everything, the manager tries calling an ambulance. Yoo Da-yoon refuses his help and staggers through the doorway. At school, the teacher takes attendance and notices Yoo Da-yoon missing. Her classmates confirm her absence, leaving everyone confused by the situation. Yoo Da-yoon never skipped school, making her disappearance especially unusual. From her seat, Kim Hee-jin watches with a satisfied smirk. The 3rd girl leans closer and nervously asks whether Yoo Da-yoon is okay. Kim Hee-jin tells her to stop panicking over the situation. She insists Yoo Da-yoon's absence has absolutely nothing to do with them. The 3rd girl nervously agrees, pretending their innocence is genuine. When classes end, Yoo waits outside for his sister as usual. He searches the departing crowd but sees no sign of Yoo Da-yoon. The crowd gradually disappears, yet his sister still never arrives. After waiting longer, Yoo finally pulls out his phone. Thinking she possibly returned home alone, he repeatedly calls her. Already home, Yoo Da-yoon ignores every ring coming from Yoo. Eventually, Yoo stops waiting and heads back home himself. Yoo Da-yoon's sneakers beside the entrance immediately catch his attention. He removes his bag, approaches her room, and gently knocks. Yoo softly asks whether Yoo Da-yoon is inside. Yoo Da-yoon quickly responds, filling her brother with immense relief. He asks what happened and mentions all his unanswered calls. Yoo Da-yoon apologizes, claiming she must have fallen asleep. Her strangely tense voice immediately makes Yoo suspicious. He asks whether he can enter her room briefly. Yoo Da-yoon quickly claims she is already resting because she feels sick. Worried, Yoo asks whether her condition might be serious. She calls it a slight fever and promises rest will cure it. He tells her to call if she needs anything. He turns away, planning to purchase medicine for her illness. Bloodstains across Yoo Da-yoon's sneakers suddenly freeze him beside the door. Blood on her footwear makes it clear something terrible happened. Snatching the first aid kit, he hurries into her room. Yoo Da-yoon flinches while he carefully bandages her battered face. Even then, Yoo still lacks the full story. Yoo Da-yoon claims she tumbled downstairs while avoiding a bicycle. He counters that her wounds look far too severe for that. He asks whether she truly refuses to visit a doctor. After briefly hesitating, Yoo Da-yoon firmly insists she is fine. A hospital examination would expose that no staircase caused those bruises. Yoo Da-yoon's memories return to an earlier meeting inside the principal's office. There, she tells the principal that Kim Hee-jin brutally attacked her. Kim Hee-jin flatly denies the accusation without any hesitation. With police involved, Yoo Da-yoon repeatedly identifies Kim Hee-jin as her attacker. Although a mask and hat concealed her, Yoo Da-yoon recognized her voice. She remains 100% certain, citing Kim Hee-jin's history of bullying her. Wearing a smug smile, Kim Hee-jin questions how Yoo Da-yoon can accuse her. After all, Yoo Da-yoon never actually saw the culprit's face. The principal then asks whether Yoo Da-yoon saw that person's face. Daein admits the attacker's face stayed covered, yet identifies Hee-jin without hesitation. Hee-jin's mother erupts, accusing Daein of involving police over a fabricated charge. She claims Daein is treating her innocent daughter like a criminal. The principal tries calming her, but the furious woman refuses to listen. Daein's certainty visibly weakens when nobody accepts what she knows happened. Even the officers begin looking doubtful as the accusation loses momentum. Hee-jin's mother orders Daein to apologize to her daughter immediately. Daein refuses, insisting Hee-jin truly attacked her despite the pressure. The arrogant mother grows angrier and demands to contact Dayun's parent. She orders Dayun to bring both parents to school without delay. Those words shatter Dayun, leaving tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Heejin simply laughs and walks away, escaping every consequence for hurting Daeun. Back in the present, Daeun feels imprisoned inside that same nightmare. Speaking without proof seems pointless, especially when Grandpa's fragile heart worries her. Yu notices Daeun's tension and gently checks her forehead. He asks whether Daeun is genuinely feeling alright. Daeun answers weakly that she is fine despite her injury. He says her bones seem intact, but the bruises look severe. He warns that the soreness will probably last several days. Daeun nods, surprised that Yu Ijin handles first aid so skillfully. The carefully arranged bandages show how precisely he treated every injury. Daeun's expression darkens as her thoughts return to Grandpa. She fears the ordeal will upset him, since his heart remains weak. Yu looks surprised when Daeun explains Grandpa takes heart medication. He promises to keep everything hidden and tells Daeun to rest. As Yu turns away, Daeun quietly calls his name. She thanks him with a tender smile, and he warmly returns it. The instant Yu disappears, Daeun's smile fades away. She questions whether hiding certain details from him was actually wise. Daeun doubts two teenagers can accomplish much against the entire situation. Still, Yu is far from an ordinary teenager. He may already have a strong suspicion about who injured Daeun. A crowded club shakes with loud music and restless movement. Gisu drinks among his crew, visibly furious after their recent failure. The gang insults Yu, wondering how one student ruined everything. The planning thug says they lost by underestimating Yu. He believes careful preparation will let them bring Yu down. Another thug insists they cannot simply allow Yu to escape. A third thug claims Yu would lose against them together. Gisu knows defeating Yu will demand more than empty confidence. Still enraged by his humiliating defeat, Gisu refuses to forgive it. He smashes his glass down, then reluctantly accepts the gang's argument. Gisu says one-on-one fights never represent their preferred method. Instead, they will overwhelm Yu through superior numbers. The thugs respond with enormous, vicious smiles at that prospect. They believe their scheme is perfect, but Yu awaits their downfall. Gisu's phone rings while the gang continues plotting their revenge. The caller ID shows a mocking nickname, identifying Heejin on the other end. Heejin immediately demands to know why Gisu is relaxing at the club. Gisu tells her to speak quickly or lose the call. Heejin insists Gisu owes her a serious favor. Gisu cannot understand what debt she is talking about. Heejin brings up Dane getting attacked earlier that day. She warns that letting the siblings escape will destroy their school authority. Gisu sounds proud and tells Heejin she handled things well. He reveals their group is already preparing retaliation against Yu. A newcomer enters the club, drawing every bully's attention. The gang turns and finds Yu walking straight toward them. His calm arrival makes it obvious he came to settle matters. Gisu burns with rage at seeing Yu enter his territory. He continues toward their table, his expression calm and unreadable. Gesu smirks, pleased their revenge no longer requires hunting Yu. He has no intention of discussing anything with them. Without hesitation, Yu seizes one lackey by the face. He drives the lackey's head against the table's sharp edge. A second lackey charges, expecting to overwhelm Yu immediately. His fist flashes forward and crushes the attacker's rib. Gisu and his crew grit their teeth at the brutal display. Every remaining lackey rushes Yu together from different directions. Despite their numbers, Yu remains perfectly calm and focused. As one closes in, Yu drops him with an effortless kick. He then catches a violet-haired thug and lifts him easily. He hammers the violet-haired thug onto the table with crushing force. Panic floods the violet-haired thug's face, but Yu continues. He flings him against the wall like discarded luggage. A heavy-set thug receives his next punch directly across his face. Another thug snatches a glass bottle and swings toward Yu. He casually knocks the bottle from the thug's grasp. His follow-up strike splits the thug's mouth and sprays blood. One bully attempts to blindside Yu from behind. He ducks beneath the attack and catches the bully's hand. He twists the captured wrist until pain buckles the bully. A vicious slap then whips the bully's face sideways. He shoves him aside and grabs another lackey's face. He smashes the lackey's face directly into his raised knee. A nauseating crack announces the destruction of the lackey's nose. With every thug unconscious, Gisu stands frozen and speechless. His stunned mind cannot process how quickly his crew fell. Heejin remains on the phone and hears the entire violent commotion. Confused by the noise, Heejin repeatedly asks Gisu what happened. Yu turns toward Gisu with an icy, threatening stare. The coldness in Yu's eyes sends fear through Gisu. Yu asks whether Gisu needs his previous warning repeated. He reminds Gisu that Yu Dae-yoon was supposed to remain untouched. Gisu reels at how drastically the situation has reversed. His planned ambush has ended with his entire crew demolished. Within mere seconds, Yu has dismantled them like a professional. Yu demands to know what Yu Dae-yoon ever did to Gisu. Feigning ignorance, Gisu pretends he cannot understand the accusation. Under that performance, his hand secretly reaches toward a glass. Gisu suddenly hurls the glass at at you with tremendous speed. One relaxed step carries Yu safely away from its path. The glass misses him and explodes into fragments against the wall. While Yu remains unbothered, Gisu grabs a nearby bottle. Gisu swings wildly, but Yu smoothly retreats from its reach. When Gisu attacks again, Yu knocks the bottle away. He counters immediately, scattering the bottle's drink across the room. Desperate now, Gisu abandons weapons and throws a punch. Yu answers with another savage strike across Gisu's face. Blood pours from Gisu's nose as he staggers backward. Gisu gasps painfully while struggling to remain on his feet. He stays composed, showing neither exhaustion nor concern. He asks what pleasure Gisu finds in tormenting a defenseless girl. For one final gamble, Gisu grabs yet another bottle. He smashes it and thrusts the jagged end toward his chest. Yu never flinches as the makeshift weapon approaches. A crushing slap strikes Gisu's hand and dislodges the broken bottle. Yu grabs Gisu's throat and begins squeezing relentlessly. Unable to breathe, Gisu's feet scrape desperately across the floor. Yu forcefully drives Gisu down against the ground. Gisu twists and thrashes, desperately fighting the unbreakable hold. Still, Yu keeps one firm hand pressed against Gisu's throat. The pressure makes their new power difference painfully obvious. Leaning closer, Yu asks what punishment Gisu deserves. After the beating, Gisu can barely remain conscious or respond. Yu issues one final warning and calls this Gisu's last mercy. Gisu must avoid Yu Dayun and keep Heejin under control. Even one rumor about them harassing Yu Dayun will bring Yu back. Next time, Yu promises to finish what he started. To emphasize everything, Yu tightens his grip around Gisu's throat. Gisu approaches unconsciousness as the remaining air leaves his lungs. Now frantic, Gisu squirms helplessly and apologizes again and again. Yu finally releases him and rises without another word. Gisu remains sprawled across the floor, coughing and gulping for air. Yu walks away while Gisu struggles to recover behind him. Inside the club, staff members exchange frightened and bewildered looks. None of them can understand the destruction they just witnessed. Outside, Heejin walks along the street beside her round-faced friend. A sudden feeling of dread begins creeping over Heejin. Her growing dread tells Heejin that Gisu may be in serious trouble. At the club, approaching footsteps suddenly echo from the stairwell. Yu appears, calmly walking away from everything he has left behind. The sight leaves Heejin stunned and uncertain how to react. She shouts for Yu to stop and face her. Without evidence linking her to today's attack, Heejin tries acting fearless. He never pauses or even acknowledges her desperate command. His cold indifference sends a fresh wave of panic through Heejin. She retreats nervously, catches her footing wrong, and crashes onto her backside. While Heejin rubs her aching shoulder, Yu's phone begins ringing. A quick glance reveals that Grandpa is calling him. He answers, speaks briefly, then turns toward home without explaining anything. Everyone watches him leave, unable to guess what occupies his thought. Inside the club room, Heejin discovers absolute destruction awaiting her. Gisu and every member of his crew lie battered around the room. She immediately berates Gisu for losing to Yu yet again. Too exhausted to argue, Gisu abruptly tells Heejin to avoid Yu Dayan. Heejin misses the warning's seriousness and demands an explanation from him. Gisu finally loses patience, grinding his teeth as his anger erupts. He screams that Heejin must leave Yu's sister alone. Still refusing to retreat, Heejin asks why Yu frightens him. That challenge pushes Gisu beyond the last scraps of his restraint. His expression twists with fury as he issues one final warning. Gisu threatens to hurt Heejin himself unless she backs away from Yu Daeun. Casual threats between these siblings reveal a deeply twisted family dynamic. Shaken by Gisu's vicious warning, Heejin breaks down and starts crying. Yu later meets Grandpa and joins him on a park bench. Grandpa first apologizes for pulling Yu away from his friend. Yu assures Grandpa that leaving early caused him no trouble. Looking troubled, Grandpa mentions Yu Dayun's injuries and Yu's treatment. He confirms that he was the person who tended her wound. Grandpa explains that Yu Dayun is badly hurt yet refuses hospital treatment. He recalls how difficult raising Yu Dayun alone had always been. Grandpa admits he never understood how to properly raise a young girl. Constant work consumed him because keeping food available remained his priority. Despite his shortcomings, Yu Dayun matured wonderfully through her own strength. Grandpa feels grateful, but that gratitude also deepens his painful regret. In hindsight, Yu Dayun gave Grandpa far more than he provided her. A devastating plane crash once stripped Grandpa of everything he treasured. Afterward, Yu Daeun became the only reason Grandpa continued living. Seeing her suffer now causes Grandpa more pain than he can bear. Her refusal to explain the cause makes his helplessness even worse. Grandpa wonders whether Yu Daeun considers him too old to understand. He recalls hearing that growing children naturally become distant from their parents. Opening up to an elderly grandfather must feel even harder for her. Yu interrupts, firmly insisting that Grandpa is worrying far too much. Grandpa's deep love for Yu Dayun is obvious to anyone watching. Yu feels certain that Yu Dayun loves Grandpa just as deeply. He urges Grandpa to stop worrying and trust their bond. Yu also promises to protect Yu Dayan while they attend school. Those words finally ease the sorrow weighing across Grandpa's face. Grandpa feels genuinely thankful that Yu Dayun has Yu beside her. At a medical examination center, bandages cover Gisu's numerous injuries. Kim In-bae stands nearby, harshly scolding his disappointing son. Kim In-bae bluntly declares that Gisu earned every injury he received. In his view, foolish choices naturally produce equally painful consequences. Their mother angrily turns on Kim In-bae for speaking so coldly. She cannot believe he lectures Gisu while their son remains hospitalized. Instead, their mother demands that Kim In-bae confront the violent attacker. She adds that the same attacker supposedly injured Heejin's arm. The entire situation becomes uglier because Heejin falsely blamed Yu. Heejin actually hurt her shoulder after tripping entirely by herself. Rather than accept responsibility, she dishonestly pins everything on Yu. Kim In-bae eventually reins in his anger and releases a heavy sigh. Their mother gently tells Gisu to concentrate on resting and recovering. While leaving, she vows to punish whoever put Gisu in this condition. Once they depart, Gisu confronts Heejin for informing their parent. He explains that her confession has only made his situation worse. Now others may think Jisoo complained to his parents after losing. That humiliating possibility makes him feel like a helpless, whining child. Heejin asks how anyone could conceal Gisu's hospitalization and her own condition. Heejin points out that her arm is broken as well. Angered, Gisu demands whether Yu caused her injury. She recalls tripping and falling, yet deliberately keeps that detail hidden. Instead, Heejin squarely blames Yu for her broken arm. Her shameless lie shifts responsibility away from her own clumsiness. Heejin rises quickly and tells Gisu to remain there recovering. She vows to show them exactly whom they have provoked. Left sitting, Gisu doubts whether challenging Yu again is wise. Their mother reveals that she has already contacted Cha Dus. Kim In-bae questions her interference and says the school should respond. She counters that Saturday has arrived and waiting accomplishes nothing. Raising her voice, she argues the school will never deliver proper justice. What happened to their children deserves more than administrative punishment. At best, she expects a suspension or possibly an expulsion. Kim In-bae insists she had no right to involve Cha Du-sik personally. She replies that she already knows Cha Du-sik quite well. Cha Du-sik has handled Kim In-bae's unsavory affairs for years. Listening secretly, Heejin feels smug about her mother's decision. She knows Cha Du-sik is the frightening gangster serving her father. Heejin expects him to silence those troublemakers once and for all. Inside a shabby hideout, Cha Du-sik anxiously flicks his lighter. A bald enforcer and second enforcer pass nearby, both visibly disappointed. They complain their boss assigned them a dispute involving teenagers. Neither enforcer wants the task, and Cha Du-sik dislikes it equally. Still, work remains work, even amid such childish trouble. Earlier, a luxurious Mercedes speeds along the roadway. Inside, Cha Du-sik answers a call from the sibling's mother. She says a teenager fractured Heejin's hand and beat Gisu badly. Their mother insists Cha Du-sik must personally resolve the matter. Back in the hideout, Cha Du-sik exhales a cloud of cigarette smoke. He fumes over being dragged into such ridiculous nonsense. At home, Yu sits thoughtfully before his computer. His confrontation with Gisu lingers heavily in his mind. Yu wonders whether Gisu's side will truly leave matters alone. A sudden ring from the doorbell interrupts his thoughts. He hears Grandpa arguing with unexpected visitors outside. The people waiting on their doorstep specifically request Yu. The bald enforcer claims they only want a brief conversation. Concerned by the late hour, Grandpa questions their urgent business. Yu leaves his room after hearing the exchange. He tells Grandpa that he will return after hearing them out. Grandpa remains reluctant, while Dayan protests Yu's decision. Wearing a pleasant smile, Yu says he knows the visitor. He promises it is merely a quick conversation requiring no concern. Yu then departs, leaving his worried grandpa behind. The enforcers escort Yu toward an abandoned construction site. During the trip, he wonders whom they intend to introduce. Upon arriving, the enforcers report that they brought the requested person. Cha Du-sik stays silent while steadily smoking his cigarette. The bald enforcer says Yu understood everything remarkably quickly. He caused no trouble and followed them without resistance. Surprised and pleased, Cha Du-sik decides to finish things quickly. He snaps his fingers, prompting both enforcers to seize iron bat. The bald enforcer orders his partner to restrain his arm. He declares that he will personally administer the beating. Sighing, Cha Du-sik prepares to message the sibling's mother. He intends to tell her that the assignment is finished. Cha Du-sik scrolls through his phone while searching for her number. The enforcers ask why Yu targeted the Kim family's children. Hearing that question, Yu connects this attack to Gisu. Annoyed, Cha Du-sik stops scrolling and reconsiders contacting their mother. He decides against calling her while Yu remains present. Then Cha Du-sik studies Yu with growing curiosity. His blank, unshaken expression catches his interest. Both enforcers suddenly rush forward with their weapons ready. Yu intercepts the bald enforcer's swinging hand with startling speed. He yanks the man inward and drives his shoulder into his face. Dusik stares wide-eyed at the flawlessly executed counterattack. Bat raised, the second enforcer swings forcefully at you. He ducks and the weapon whistles harmlessly overhead. The second enforcer immediately launches another powerful swing. Instead of retreating, Yu surges directly toward the incoming bat. Dusik cannot understand Yu's fearless advance. Moving like lightning, Yu traps the baseball bat beneath his arm. With the bat pinned, Yu drives a savage fist beneath the second enforcer's chin. He immediately hammers a crushing follow-up blow into the second enforcer's chest. Gripping his neck fiercely, Yu hurls him onto the bricks below. Dusik stares in disbelief, astonished by Yu's daring technique. The bald enforcer grabs Yu from behind and threatens death. He rams his shoulder into the bald enforcer's rib. A second shoulder strike smashes his face and drops him hard. Watching closely, Dusik recognizes Yu's exceptional combat ability. He is clearly no ordinary high school student. At last, Dusik decides to handle Yu personally. He strolls forward, scratches his head, and laughs under his breath. Dusik never expected to fight teenagers at his age. Yu studies Dusik and identifies every vulnerable point. Despite his underworld status, Dusik appears surprisingly weak to Yu. Dusik launches a heavy fist, but Yu slips aside. A rapid barrage follows, and Yu evades every punch effortlessly. Their exchange continues until Yu darts sideways again. Another punch shoots straight toward him, forcing an immediate block. Its sheer force sends Yu skidding several steps backward. Dusik sneers, impressed that Yu stopped that strike too. He checks the wrist that absorbed the powerful impact. Aching pain shoots through his hand, making his fingers flinch. Yu understands Dusik anticipated his movement with precise timing. Now genuinely intrigued, Dusik asks who Yu truly is. He casually answers that he is merely a high school student. Dusik refuses to believe such an ordinary explanation. Inwardly, he suspects Yu possesses extensive training and fighting experience. He settles into his stance, ready for another exchange. Grinning, Dusik welcomes more sparring and clenches his fist. He throws another blow, which Yu swiftly deflects. Yu counters with a punch, but Dusik sidesteps easily. Dusik attacks again, only for Yu to seize his hand. Yu swings toward Dusik's stomach during the opening. Dusik reacts quickly, redirecting the strike into his own face. The facial hit infuriates Dusik, who immediately swings again. Yuijin parries once more while meeting Dusik's furious gaze. His brutal counter slams squarely into Dusik's face. Several punishing punches follow, finally knocking Dusik onto the ground. Defeat by a teenager leaves Dusik deeply humiliated. Oddly, Dusik depends upon fists instead of firearm. Once beaten, Dusik grins at Yu's unwavering composure. The entire fight has failed to rattle Yu whatsoever. Dusik cannot place him, yet one conclusion becomes certain. Kim In-bae's family has unquestionably targeted the wrong person. Inside National Assembly member Kim In-bae's building, two guards watch an office. Within that office, Kim In-bae sits beside the congressman's wife. The congressman's wife asks why Dusik has not responded. Her impatience mounts with every second that passes. She orders Kim In-bae to call Dusik immediately. Kim In-bae tells her simply to remain patient. Dusik will call after finishing his business with Yu. Nearby, Kim Hee-jin releases a weary sigh from her seat. Just then, the telephone begins beeping inside the tense office. The congressman's wife quickly demands that Kim In-bae activate the speaker. She insists upon hearing the news directly for herself. Kim In-bae opens by apologizing to Dusik over the unreasonable favor. He explains that his wife pushed Dusik into fulfilling it. The congressman's wife loudly interrupts and argues against that description. Their children were attacked, so she considers the request entirely justified. To everyone's surprise, Dusik says the apology should come from him. Confused, Kim In-bae immediately asks Dusik to explain himself. Dusik says their children appear to have provoked the wrong person. He then admits Yu defeated him as well. The admission badly shakes Kim In-bae. To his knowledge, Dusik is the business's finest enforcer. Losing to a high school student seems impossible to Kim In-bae. Suddenly, the office door rattles as someone forces it from outside. Kim In-bae and the congressman's wife stare anxiously toward the entrance. When the door creaks open, fallen guards cover the floor outside. The sight leaves Kim In-bae and his wife deeply alarmed. Even Kim Hee-jin springs from her chair as Yu enters. He strolls calmly into the office under their frightened stare. Behind him, the door slams shut, separating them from the unconscious guard. Still connected by phone, Dusik understands Yu has reached their office. Dusik then leans back from the telephone. Dusik releases a defeated sigh, still unable to accept one student beat him. Now he anxiously considers how to manage the disaster unfolding inside. Kim Hee-jin shoots upright as Kim In-bae's wife starts shouting at Yu. She demands whether Yu is the student who attacked her children. Across the room, Kim In-bae demands to know how Yu entered. Irritation twists Kim In-bae's wife's face when her husband's response stays restrained. Kim In-bae repeats the question forcefully, asking how Yu bypassed security. He merely shrugs and says he walked past past the guards outside. Kim and Bae cannot understand how you defeated Cha Doo-sik and every guard. Even more troubling, Kim and Bae wonders how you located their residence. Kim and Bae's wife erupts again, ordering you to drop his insolent attitude. She grabs the emergency hotline, reporting attacks against her children and an office intrusion. Kim Hee-jin secretly feels proud watching her mother's aggressive response. She believes police intervention will defeat you despite his formidable fighting ability. Kim In-bae's wife threatens police and prosecutors, claiming Yu does not know his opponent. He calmly says he knows enough about them already. He identifies Kim In-bae as a second-term congressman currently campaigning for office. Kim In-bae's wife scoffs, asking why Yu attacked their children anyway. Kim Hee-jin wears a smug expression, convinced Yu has finally been cornered. She quietly tells Yu that everything is over for him. An operator answers, and Kim In-bae's wife demands officers come immediately. Her voice stops when Yu plays an unexpected recording through the room. The video captures karaoke footage, showing Kim Hee-jin and her followers attacking Yu Dae-yeon. Kim Hee-jin's eyes widen, leaving her unable to answer the undeniable evidence. Kim In-bae says nothing, crushed by what the recording exposes. Yu Dae-yeon's pleas for forgiveness echo as the girls continue beating her. Kim In-bae's wife stares open-mouthed, then abruptly ends the hotline call. She says she will contact the authorities again later. Kim Hee-jin shouts at Yu, demanding to know how he obtained those files. Yu stays silent, and the story cuts outside the Kim residence. Inside a room, Yu quietly searches through the house. He opens a laptop and transfers its data onto a flash drive. Back in the office, Kim In-bae clenches his teeth at his children's disgrace. Kim Hee-jin quickly reassures him, insisting she had a valid reason. Kim In-bae angrily orders Kim Hee-jin to stop talking. Yu reveals he also possesses records connected to Gisu. He explains that the siblings preserve recordings of their own exploits. Dozens show them assaulting classmates and stealing money and valuables from victims. Another recording shows Yu Dae-yeon attacked by several girls inside karaoke. Kim Hee-jin trembles as each exposed truth strikes her. Kim In-bae's wife jumps in, accusing Yu of empty intimidation. She insists Yu cannot escape consequences for threatening their family. He reminds her that he never created this situation. He says their gangster ambush was far more threatening than his evidence. He adds that he recorded that attack as well. Kim In-bae covers his face, disappointed, and asks why Yu retaliated. He specifically asks whether Yu Dae-yeon's assault started everything. He says parents may defend their children at any cost, as her brother Yu will likewise do anything protecting Yu Dae-yeon. Kim In-bae understands and offers to pay treatment and a substantial settlement. He calmly says neither payment nor treatment coverage is necessary. Puzzled, Kim In-bae asks what Yu is actually requesting. He then asks whether Yu wants his children to apologize to Yu Dae-yeon. Kim Hee-jin grits her teeth, preferring death to apologizing. Yu says an apology cannot erase Yu Dae-yeon's fear and suffering. He insists that if they genuinely want to compensate him, Yu Dae-yeon must never encounter Gisu or Kim Hee-jin again. The demand visibly rattles Kim Hee-jin. Kim In-bae promptly agrees to transfer both children or send them abroad. Kim Hee-jin and her mother answer with piercing screams of protest. Their outrage ends when Kim In-bae forcefully silences them. Refocusing on Yu, Kim In-bae asks whether that arrangement satisfies him. He demands their removal from school starting tomorrow. Kim In-bae promises to notify the school immediately. With the matter settled, Kim Hee-jin begins crying against her will. As Yu turns away, Kim In-bae hurriedly stops him. Since he accepted the conditions, Kim In-bae requests deletion of every video. Yu answers by fixing Kim In-bae with a murderous stare. Its deadly intensity feels utterly unnatural for any high school student. He coldly makes clear that he is no fool. He walks out and slams the office door with a thunderous bang. Outside the building, Yu finally heads home. Grandpa rushes to open the door and anxiously checks on him. Yu Dae-yeon stands farther inside, crying from worry. Their concern startles Yu, though he quickly smiles. He reassures them that nobody managed to harm him. As Yu enters, Grandpa warns that those people seem dangerous. He replies that they only visited for a conversation. Yu Dae-yeon admits something about those visitors felt deeply unsettling. She adds that both she and Grandpa were terribly worried. He tells her to focus solely on recovering. He hints that she will never descend those school stairs again. He quietly assures her that he already handled everything. Yu Dae-yeon cannot understand yet, but the meaning will soon become clear. The next morning, Yu and Yu Dae-yeon arrive at school. Inside, they separate and head toward their respective classrooms. Entering her classroom, Yu Dae-yeon avoids meeting Kim Hee-jin's eyes. Her steps suddenly falter upon hearing nearby students discussing Kim Hee-jin. They claim Kim Hee-jin will no longer attend their school. Curious whispers rapidly spread throughout the entire classroom. One girl explains that Kim Hee-jin and Gisu will study abroad. The unexpected news strikes Yu Dae-yeon with overwhelming force. Her greatest source of fear is finally leaving school. His promise about handling those stares echoes through her thoughts. Yoo Dae-yoon understands that he knew about Kim Hee-jin's transfer beforehand. Desperate for answers, she rushes from the classroom to find him. Yoo turns when Yoo Dae-yoon finally calls his name, yet when she tries speaking, no words manage to emerge. He simply smiles and tells her he will see her later. Tears begin gathering in Yoo Dae-yoon's eyes as he leaves. She softly returns the farewell, then breaks down under surging emotion. Inside an apartment, a sharp-tongued blonde questions her gathered friend. She asks whether Kim Hee-jin is truly moving overseas. Another girl confirms the rumor and admits it initially shocked her. Nobody understands the sudden departure because Kim Hee-jin never mentioned moving. The sharp-tongued blonde turns toward a withdrawn girl sitting silently nearby. Lost in anxious thoughts, the withdrawn girl initially gives no response. Another friend jolts her back and asks why she remains silent. The question shakes the withdrawn girl to her core. Pressing directly, the sharp-tongued blonde repeats her question about Kim Hee-jin. She assumes their shared classroom might give the withdrawn girl more information. Nervously, the withdrawn girl confirms that Kim Hee-jin is moving overseas. Their teacher formally announced the departure to class earlier that day. The sharp-tongued blonde asks whether she contacted Kim Hee-jin directly. The withdrawn girl admits calling, but Kim Hee-jin never answered. Hearing that, the gathered girls finally accept the rumor as credible. Still uneasy, the withdrawn girl checks her phone while biting her nail. Kim Hee-jin's last message said her mother would handle Yoo. Ever since, the withdrawn girl has been quietly panicking. She fears Kim Hee-jin's sudden move somehow involves Yoo. Kim Hee-jin abruptly enters the apartment, looking absolutely furious. Her unexpected arrival leaves every girl staring in shock. Kim Hee-jin drops onto the sofa and grumbles about barely escaping home. The girls immediately ask whether she is truly moving overseas. Frustrated, Kim Hee-jin clutches her head and says everything happened suddenly. She assures them that she will return after 1 semester. Earlier, Kim In-bae ordered her to spend a semester studying abroad. He promised to have everything sorted by her return. Kim Hee-jin privately hopes the recordings disappear before she returns. She also fears seeing those humiliating videos released to the public. Keeping that concern hidden, Kim Hee-jin listens as her friends tease her. They joke that she will probably enjoy her overseas vacation. Kim Hee-jin responds with an irritated sneer at their carefree attitude. The bob-haired girl asks why she is leaving so suddenly. She also wonders whether Gi-soo will travel overseas with Kim Hee-jin. Kim Hee-jin calls it a family issue and refuses further explanation. The red-haired girl then asks about Yoo Dae-yoon and Gi-soo's confrontation. She specifically wants to know whether Gi-soo defeated Yoo. Kim Hee-jin shuts down the questions, claiming Gi-soo probably handled everything. In truth, admitting Gi-soo's crushing defeat would deeply humiliate Kim Hee-jin. Thoughts of Yoo Dae-yoon celebrating her departure worsen Kim Hee-jin's anger. That resentment inspires one final scheme against Yoo Dae-yoon. Kim Hee-jin asks her friends to help carry out her plan. Her friends question whether another attack is truly worth attempting. The timid girl recoils in alarm and voices her reluctance. Kim Hee-jin argues Yoo Dae-yoon will become unbearable without constant harassment. She intends to punish Yoo Dae-yoon before leaving Korea. Revenge, Kim Hee-jin insists, must come before her departure. The timid girl sweats nervously as the cruel scheme unfolds. Growing smug, Kim Hee-jin mentions Grandpa working somewhere as a security guard. She plans to persuade her mother to have Grandpa dismissed. Kim Hee-jin believes unemployment will teach Yoo Dae-yoon to fear her family. Targeting an innocent girl's guardian makes Kim Hee-jin's scheme especially vile. Kim Hee-jin suddenly pales upon noticing a masked, hooded figure nearby. His appearance immediately convinces her that the stranger is Yoo. He calmly asks how she could possibly identify him. After all, his mask prevents anyone from seeing his face. He claims he merely came to check everyone's enjoyment. He sounds pleased that every participant from the karaoke recording gathered. Trembling badly, the bob-haired girl asks what recording he means. He reminds them they filmed his sister being viciously beaten. Kim Hee-jin turns ashen, suspecting Yoo waited there specifically for her. The timid girl visibly shakes and sweats, anticipating what follows. The remaining 2 girls sit frozen, unable to utter anything. Yoo begins closing the door and asks why nobody sings. He thought people who enjoyed loud music also enjoyed screaming. He slams the door, concealing whatever punishment comes next. At the hospital, the Kim family gathers around an irritated Kim In-bae. Kim In-bae demands to know where Kim Hee-jin has gone. Gi-soo explains that Kim Hee-jin left to bid her friends farewell. Kim In-bae angrily asks why she disobeyed orders to remain there. She was supposed to stay until the family resolved everything. A man rushes inside, activates the television, and alerts Kim In-bae. The broadcast reveals Yoo has already released Kim Hee-jin's recordings. Those videos spread rapidly, turning the scandal into a national spectacle. Every Kim family member falls silent while watching the report. The reporter says dozens of violent recordings are circulating online. Many additional assaults likely occurred without ever being captured. Civic organizations and politicians now demand special legislation punishing those responsible. Gisu begins losing his composure as the revelations continue. Public outrage intensifies because the perpetrators are Kim In-bae's children. Kim In-bae's political future now appears to be in grave danger. His wife's reckless pressure helped drive the family toward this disaster. After threatening grandpa's livelihood, Kim Hee-jin receives fitting consequence. Cha Do-sik confronts Yoo and demands an explanation for his action. Yoo proceeded despite previously reaching an agreement with the Kim family. His thoughts returned to learning about their extensive political influence. He had doubted the arrangement would ever conclude without interference. Because of that danger, he acted as he believed necessary. He openly admits he failed to honor their agreement. Cha Do-sik asks whether the Kim family will simply release him. He confidently says their attention is probably focused elsewhere now. Judging by the unfolding crisis, you may be exactly right. A reporter unveils fresh evidence tying Kim In-bae to 3 major crimes. The allegations cover money laundering, bribery, and manipulation of an election. Even Kim In-bae's own party demands that authorities investigate him rigorously. Everyone around him severs connections, fearing serious damage to the party. Hearing the report, Kim In-bae collapses onto his bed, utterly limp. Back with Cha Do-sik, suspicion settles over his tense expression. He suspects Yoo has also uncovered records from his past. Cha Do-sik refuses to face legal ruin like the Kim family. Pressing for answers, he asks who Yoo truly is. He simply describes himself as an ordinary teenager. Cha Do-sik smirks because nothing about Yoo seems remotely ordinary. Inside class, several girls blush nervously whenever they look toward Yoo. Their whispers reveal a shared struggle to gather courage and approach him. Yet shyness keeps every girl rooted firmly in place. Lost in thought, Yoo suddenly hears his phone ring. Yoo Dae-yoon says she can walk home alone today. She encourages Yoo to rest and spend time with friends. He finds hanging out puzzling and wonders how people do it. Young-chan suddenly appears beside him and offers a cheerful greeting. Taking a seat, Young-chan asks whether Yoo has plans today. Yoo's silence reminds Young-chan of his usual walk with Yoo Dae-yoon. Assuming Yoo is occupied after school, Young-chan starts backing off. To Young-chan's surprise, Yoo says he happens to be free. Young-chan brightens instantly, and they arrange an outing after school. His excitement vanishes when an unwelcome voice interrupts their planning. Jae-hung and Hyuk-sin step forward from elsewhere in the classroom. Both claim they heard Yoo forced Gisu to move overseas. Young-chan stares in shock, while nearby classmates react just as strongly. They explain Gisu and Kim Hee-jin had already planned an overseas move, yet the information leak leaves them stranded amid their family's growing crisis. Yoo corrects them, insisting their version is mistaken. Jae-hung dismisses his modesty because everyone knows about Gisu's hideout. Days earlier, Yoo supposedly crushed Gisu and his crew there. Hyuk-shin confirms Yoo defeated every opponent without any assistance. Rumors now claim Gisu feels too humiliated to return to school. Hyuk-jin eagerly wonders how viciously Yoo beat Gisu to drive him abroad. Young-chan finally accepts Yoo's fighting ability as genuine skill. That earlier performance clearly involved far more than simple luck. Relieved that Gisu is gone, Hyuk-shin proposes celebrating with a party. He invites Yoo to join them after school that day. Jae-hung agrees, noting their class has spent several days together already, yet they still have not properly spent any time together. He offers to guide Yoo around the surrounding neighborhood. He bluntly declines because he already has plans. Confused by the refusal, Jae-hung and Hyuk-jin ask what he arranged. Smiling pleasantly, Yoo says he will spend time with Young-chan. Jae-hung approaches Young-chan wearing a deeply unsettling grin. Leaning close, Jae-hung announces that he will join their outing. Hyuk-jin crowds the frightened Young-chan and declares the same intention. They pressure Young-chan until he reluctantly agrees to include them. Walking away, Jae-hung and Hyuk-jin say they will meet everyone later. Yoo immediately asks whether Young-chan genuinely wants them coming. Pale and stammering, Young-chan forces out an affirmative answer. The teacher enters class accompanied by 2 newly transferred students. Ko Suk-ju appears fairly plain, while Shin Yuna commands everyone's attention. Her exceptional beauty and striking black hair instantly distinguish her. Young-chan's eyes brighten the instant Shin Yuna enters his view. Yoo promptly asks whether Young-chan recognizes the newcomer. Young-chan explains that virtually everyone already knows Shin Yuna. Her grandfather owns SW Corporation, the largest company in Korea. The student beside her is Ko Suk-ju. Young-chan continues. Rumors say Ko Suk-ju has accompanied Shin Yuna since childhood. People regard him as both her associate and personal bodyguard. The teacher skips introductions because the class already recognizes both students. She says they spent the previous 2 years studying in America. Starting today, Shin Yuna and Ko Suk-ju officially join this class. Jae-hung and Hyuk-jin look decidedly unhappy about these unexpected arrivals. Hee-jin alone had already destroyed their prospects of controlling class. With both newcomers present, even bullying anyone now feels nearly unthinkable. Youngchan had wondered why 2 additional desks appeared inside the classroom. The transfer student's arrival finally reveals whom those desks were prepared for. You cannot help thinking Shin Yuna looks even lovelier than remembered. Her beauty draws unwavering stares from students throughout the classroom. Walking just behind Shin Yuna, Kosukju moves toward his seat. Kosukju notices Yu, and their gazes briefly meet. Shin Yuna also steals a glance while passing Yu. Once seated, Kosukju quietly shares a concern with Shin Yuna. He never appeared in the evaluation report delivered 1 week earlier. Kosukju wants to verify the unexplained omission. Intrigued, Shin Yuna studies Yu with open curiosity. He catches her looking and turns toward her. Yu finds Shin Yuna smiling warmly back at him. Yet Yu simply averts his gaze without returning the smile. The cold response visibly irritates Shin Yuna. Youngchan resumes their conversation by asking where Yu wants to go. He answers that he is fine going anywhere. Youngchan immediately suggests visiting the nearby gaming room. That phrase stirs old memories inside Yu. His friends explain that the nearby place recently upgraded its computer. Years earlier, Major Kang addresses assembled soldiers in an authoritative voice. Today's lesson begins another section of their practical life training. Major Kang says every Korean teenager must understand the gaming room. Yu has never heard of such a place. Major Kang explains that customers pay to use personal computers there. Both students and adults regularly visit these gaming rooms. Curious, Yu asks what people actually do inside. Some customers browse online or watch X-rated videos, Major Kang explains. Most visitors, though, spend their time playing computer games. Among typical high schoolers, over 90% play some computer game. Major Kang then presents several games that teenagers commonly enjoy. He introduces Legends of League first, followed by Battle Royale. In class, Yu sees a chance to use Major Kang's intelligence. Youngchan adds that they can eat ramen while gaming. Afterward, they might also visit a coin karaoke booth. That suggestion awakens another practical life lesson from Yu's military days. Major Kang explains that high schoolers frequently visit coin-operated karaoke booths. These compact establishments let customers sing by inserting only a few coins. Major Kang advises Yu to prepare several songs beforehand. He might need them if friends invite him someday. Major Kang promises to send popular songs suitable for Yu's age. He starts recalling songs and carefully considering possible choices. Nearby, Youngchan nervously wonders why Yu suddenly looks so serious. The dismissal bell rings, sending the students home for the day. Outside, Shin Yuna appears again with Kosukju beside her. Their private discussion now centers entirely upon Yu. They learn Yu transferred here only several days ago. He is 18 years old and Yu Dayun's older brother. Shin Yuna is startled because she never knew Yu Dayun had a brother. She believed Grandpa was Yu Dayun's only remaining family. Kosukju agrees that the information contradicts everything they knew. Yu Dayun has lived with Grandpa since losing her immediate family. Her parents and older brother supposedly died together in a plane crash. Shin Yuna asks how Yu Dayun can still have a brother. Kosukju admits the answer sounds nearly impossible to believe. Apparently, Yu Dayun's dead brother suddenly returned to life. His return happened shortly before Yu transferred into their school. Kosukju suggests investigating Yu's mysterious past more thoroughly. Late that evening, Yu walks alone through the streets. His phone repeatedly chimes with new messages from his friends. Their excited messages show how much they enjoyed the gaming center. Earlier, Yu joined Hyukjin, Jaehyung, and Youngchan around the computers. Everyone marvels at Youngchan carrying their entire team through the game. Jaehyung asks about Youngchan's rank, guessing Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Youngchan timidly admits reaching Challenger rank. From then onward, everyone treats Youngchan with newfound admiration. Walking home, Yu finds their abrupt change in attitude rather strange. The group chat still buzzes over Youngchan's astonishing rank. While Yu checks his phone, Yu Dayun arrives beside him. Yu quickly asks what brings Yu Dayun outside so late. Yu Dayun explains that their home ran out of garbage bags. She bought replacements and picked up several snacks as well. Yu offers to carry the bags for Yu Dayun. His considerate sister insists she can manage them herself. Yu Dayun then asks whether Yu was meeting his friends. He confirms that they spent the evening together. Warm relief fills Yu Dayun upon hearing he has made friends. She is grateful nobody avoids him because of the earlier fight. When Yu Dayun asks where they went, Yu answers bluntly. He tells her they spent their time at the gaming room. The ordinary answer is clearly not what Yu Dayun expected. After his long overseas absence, she imagined his interests had changed. Yu then grows curious about Yu Dayun in return. He asks how school has been treating her lately. Yu Dayun pauses, then says school has not felt this enjoyable in years. She asks whether Yu also found something to eat. He nods and describes their lively visit to the gaming room. Every imaginable kind of snack was available for them there. He then asks what Yu Dayun plans to do next. She is waiting for Grandpa so they can share dinner together. He asks whether he can eat with them too. His request puzzles Yoo Da-yoon because he supposedly ate already. He awkwardly confesses that he still feels slightly hungry. In truth, Yoo simply wants more time with his family. Back home, an impressive assortment of delicious dishes covers the table. Yoo Da-yoon and Grandpa happily enjoy their meal together. Grandpa somehow provides this daily variety despite working only in security. Exactly how their household affords everything remains rather mysterious. Amid the cheerful dinner, Yoo remembers his years as a mercenary. After briefly drifting backward, he dismisses the memories and smiles again. His phone suddenly rings, with Major Kang calling from the other end. Major Kang reminds Yoo to call him bro, not by rank. Major Kang asks how Yoo has been doing lately. He answers that everything has been going well. Questions about school life leave Yoo awkwardly silent. Growing nervous, Major Kang hurriedly asks whether Yoo killed somebody. He immediately denies it, though he admits encountering minor trouble. He explains that the entire situation was resolved very quickly. Major Kang releases a relieved sigh after hearing that answer. He assures him everything is settled and requires no concern. Relieved, Major Kang reminds Yoo that support is always available. Yoo promises Major Kang that he will always remember those words. The following school day finds Youngchan, Jaehyung, and Hyukjin together in class. Yoo is noticeably absent, leaving Youngchan uncomfortable beside the former bully. Jaehyung begins asking the others some unexpectedly strange question. He wonders who would win between Yoo and Ko Suk-ju. Hyukjin admits Yoo is skilled but favors Ko Suk-ju. Ko Suk-ju has practiced combat since childhood, unlike the seemingly amateur Yoo. Jaehyung agrees, describing Ko Suk-ju as an incredibly fearsome fighter. Youngchan asks whether Ko Suk-ju really defeated 20 men alone. Hyukjin quickly corrects him, insisting the actual number was 30. That staggering number leaves Youngchan stunned and briefly forgetting to breathe. Jaehyung explains that street thugs once harassed Shin Yuna. Ko Suk-ju responded by taking down every last attacker. Only 10 arrived initially, but more thugs kept joining the fight. Even after 30 appeared, Ko Suk-ju continued fighting without slowing down. Ko Suk-ju walked away untouched, leaving 30 unconscious bodies scattered across the street. Youngchan then raises another rumor involving Shin Yuna's kidnapping. He heard Ko Suk-ju personally capture the people who abducted her. According to Youngchan, every person responsible was a retired soldier. Hyukjin readily confirms that this kidnapping story is probably true too. He insists Yoo cannot compete with someone on Ko Suk-ju's level. Teenagers casually flattening gangs make Korea's expensive security agencies seem hilariously unnecessary. Inside the corridor, Yoo abruptly encounters Ko Suk-ju face to face. Ko Suk-ju immediately demands to know what Yoo is doing there. Confused, Yoo says he cannot understand what Ko Suk-ju means. Ko Suk-ju becomes more direct and questions Yoo's false identity. He heard Yoo influenced Gisu and Kim Hee-jin moving away. Yoo confirms his conflict with Gisu, but denies causing their departure. Ko Suk-ju reveals that he contacted Yoo's supposed overseas school. That school has no record or knowledge of Yoo. The confrontation intensifies, yet his response remains unheard. Elsewhere at school, Shin Yuna approaches Yoo Da-yoon for a conversation. The two girls spend some time catching up with each other. Yoo Da-yoon admits she never knew Shin Yuna had returned to Korea. Shin Yuna says she only began attending school the previous day. She also happens to belong to her brother's homeroom class. That surprising detail instantly captures Yoo Da-yoon's attention. Shin Yuna recalls that Yoo Da-yoon never mentioned having a brother. Yoo Da-yoon explains everyone believed her brother died alongside their parent. The crash happened 10 years earlier, but Yoo actually survived. His family discovered that survival only about 6 months ago. A memory shows Yoo Da-yoon arriving home during that painful period. She finds Grandpa standing motionless while gripping the telephone receiver. Tears stream down Grandpa's face as Yoo Da-yoon watches in alarm. The caller finally reveals the staggering truth. Yoo is alive. This revelation stuns Yoo Da-yoon and confirms her brother's survival. In the present, Shin Yuna asks why nobody knew for all those years. If Yoo survived, she wonders, why did he never contact them? Yoo Da-yoon explains that the crash erased Yoo's memory. Only recently did fragments return, after someone helped the family locate him. That same person also helped Yoo reconnect with his family. Shin Yuna remains visibly skeptical and struggles to accept the explanation. Yoo Da-yoon says Yoo faintly remembers Grandpa and a younger sister. Once her questioning ends, Shin Yuna smiles pleasantly and mentions Grandpa's likely delight. Yoo Da-yoon confirms that Grandpa was overjoyed after receiving the call. Grandpa wept for hours, then took leave from work for cooking classes. He wanted to improve his Korean cooking for his return. Grandpa feared figured Yu rarely ate Korean food while growing up. Shin Yuna remarks that Grandpa must deeply love his grandchildren. Smiling, Yu Dayun agrees that Grandpa certainly loves them. Shin Yuna's expression turns serious as she asks another question. She asks whether Yu Dayun is absolutely certain Yu is her brother. Though surprised, Yu Dayun firmly confirms that Yu is her brother. The family even conducted a DNA test to remove any doubt. Yu Dayun then asks why Shin Yuna seems so interested in Yu. Caught off guard, Shin Yuna cannot immediately form an answer. Shin Yuna hurriedly asks whether Yu currently has a girlfriend. Yu demands to know what the hell Ko Suk-ju means. Ko Suk-ju repeats his question about why this particular school mattered. He asks why Yu forged records merely to attend it. Yu asks whether Ko Suk-ju is accusing him of falsifying them. Ko Suk-ju confirms the accusation, citing what his investigation uncovered. According to that research, Yu never lived in the claimed city. The overseas school Yu supposedly attended has no record of him. He calmly demands evidence supporting the claim of fabricated records. Without concrete proof, Ko Suk-ju briefly struggles to answer. Ko Suk-ju found the discrepancy by digging and questioning overseas school contacts. Yet despite that investigation, Ko Suk-ju possesses no tangible evidence. Yu's unwavering composure astonishes Ko Suk-ju throughout the confrontation. Yu finally asks why Ko Suk-ju investigated his background. Ko Suk-ju refuses to ignore anyone suspicious who might threaten Shin Yuna. A tense silence settles between them after Ko Suk-ju's explanation. He finally gives a simple answer: he came home. That vague response leaves Ko Suk-ju visibly baffled. Yu clarifies that Ko Suk-ju asked why he came here. His answer remains simple: he returned from overseas for his family. He leaves, ending the conversation on his own terms. Ko Suk-ju watches him depart with narrowed, doubtful eyes. Certain the records are forged, Ko Suk-ju expects Yu's identity to unravel soon. Inside class, Jae-hyung quietly games while Hyuk-jin idly scrolls through his phone. Yu notices that both Ko Suk-ju and Shin Yuna are absent. Their speed intrigues him, since both students transferred only yesterday. Somehow, they gathered extensive information about Yu within a single day. When the bell rings, Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin approach Young-chan. They invite Young-chan to play games and climb the competitive ranking. Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin also invite Yu to join them. Yu declines because today happens to be Grandpa's birthday. The others decide to hang out, and Young-chan eagerly agrees. Ko Suk-ju privately briefs Shin Yuna about everything his investigation uncovered. He remains convinced that Yu forged every one of his records. Ko Suk-ju even questions whether the family's DNA test was authentic. His investigation also uncovers Yu Daeyeon's brutal treatment at school. For 2 years, Gisu and Kim Hee-jin severely bullied Yu Daeyeon. Shin Yuna asks Ko Suk-ju exactly how terrible the abuse became. Ko Suk-ju says anyone would wonder how Yu Daeyeon endured so long. Footage of Yu Daeyeon's assaults was never widely circulated. Even so, Ko Suk-ju believes the violence was every bit as severe. Shin Yuna is stunned by how vicious children can be nowadays. Ko Suk-ju adds that Yu already knocked out Gisu's crew twice. Yu also rescued Yu Daeyeon from their relentless bullying. Shin Yuna chuckles, finding Yu's dramatic return strangely touching. Presumed dead for years, Yu reappeared and crushed Yu Daeyeon's tormentor. By contrast, Shin Yuna's own siblings only seem interested in removing her. Shin Yuna's curiosity intensifies as the scattered facts begin fitting together. Following that chain, Shin Yuna begins pointing out what those clues imply. Ko Suk-ju agrees that Yu's openness makes deliberate targeting unlikely. A clever attacker targeting Shin Yuna would have concealed his intention. Shin Yuna's thoughts accelerate, and she suspects another motive involving Yu Daeyeon's family. She specifically raises the insurance payout from the plane crash. Ko Suk-ju explains that Grandpa received it but never spent anything. The untouched payout has instead continued growing throughout all those years. Grandpa also returned the portion paid for Yu's supposed death. Since Yu survived, Grandpa refused to keep that particular share. Even so, a considerable sum remains, leaving money as a possible motive. Shin Yuna concludes Yu Daeyeon could face danger from her own brother. Inside a grocery store, the siblings shop as girls again notice Yu. As they browse, Yu Daeyeon inhales deeply and admits feeling hesitant. Her curiosity wins, and she asks about his post-crash life. Yu pauses silently, prompting Yu Daeyeon to apologize in a panic. She insists he can ignore the question if answering feels uncomfortable. Yu smiles instead, gently assuring Yu Daeyeon that he can answer. He says trauma left him unable to think clearly after the crash. Unable to speak the local language, Yu struggles merely to survive. He keeps himself constantly occupied, doing whatever survival requires. Yu Daeyeon grows quiet while absorbing the weight of his confession. Then she chuckles, asking whether busyness kept him from having a girlfriend. He nods and laughs, confirming he had no girlfriend then. Yu Daeyeon then shares her surprise that he shares Shin Yuna's homeroom. Shin Yuna herself had apparently mentioned that coincidence to Yu Daeyeon. Startled, Yu immediately asks whether Yu Daeyeon knows Shin Yuna. Yu Daeyeon says Shin Yuna treated her kindly before moving to the US. She missed Shin Yuna greatly, making today's reunion especially joyful. Grinning playfully, Yu Daeyeon adds that Shin Yuna asked about his girlfriend. He responds with a predictable awkward surprise such news invites. Back home, Grandpa's birthday celebration soon fills the household with excitement. Yu and Yu Dayun present Grandpa with their shared gift. Unwrapping it, Grandpa discovers a premium wallet and beams with delight. Touched, he worries their small allowances could not comfortably cover it. Grandpa suspects the siblings spent far more than they could afford. Yu Dayun warmly assures him they had plenty available for his present. She also emphasizes that the wallet was not particularly expensive. Grandpa's hands tremble with happiness as he carefully holds the wallet. Choked with emotion, Grandpa says Yu's safe return was his greatest gift. For Grandpa, nothing else they could ever give would surpass that. A ringing phone suddenly draws everyone's attention away from the celebration. Yu Dayun hurries into her room and answers the call. He quietly listens from outside, trying to overhear her conversation. He hears Yu Dayun say she will visit the convenience store briefly. Grandpa questions why Yu Dayun must leave home at such a late hour. Yu Dayun explains that Shin Yuna stopped by for a quick conversation. The explanation leaves Yu visibly suspicious that something feels wrong. Later, Yu searches his computer for everything about SW Corporation. Shin Yuna's family owns the company, deepening Yu's growing curiosity. He questions Shin Yuna's interest and the background check on a random transfer student. Yu reviews his earlier conversation with Ko Sukju while investigating. Grandpa's call from the living room abruptly interrupts Yu's thought. Entering the room, Yu hears Grandpa announce another brief outing. Yu asks whether Grandpa intends to follow Yu Dayun. Grandpa more or less confirms it, then claims he only needs fresh air. Smiling, Yu tells Grandpa to remain home while he checks instead. Grandpa stubbornly insists that he wants to go outside alone. Yu reminds Grandpa about his early job the following morning. Ultimately, Yu chooses to head outside by himself. At the convenience store, both girls chat freely about schoolwork and other subjects. Shin Yuna describes studying abroad and suggests Yu Dayun consider doing likewise. Yu Dayun admits she has never seriously considered studying overseas. When Shin Yuna asks why, Yu Dayun first points to the expense. Studying abroad would also keep Yu Dayun away for several years. That long absence would prevent her from spending time with Grandpa. Shin Yuna finds this reasoning somewhat unusual and asks for clarification. Yu Dayun explains that she cannot bear leaving Grandpa by himself. Grandpa's declining health makes Yu Dayun even more reluctant to leave. Still, Yu Dayun feels grateful that Yu remains constantly nearby. Yu's presence alone provides Yu Dayun with tremendous comfort. Shin Yuna struggles to reveal the true purpose behind her visit. Yu Dayun's deep trust makes the subject especially difficult to approach. Shin Yuna fears raising it carelessly could create serious trouble. Earlier, Ko Suk-ju shares his investigation results with Shin Yuna. Someone at the alleged overseas school confirms Yu Ijin never studied there. That contact checks his photograph and confirms he was never enrolled. The current resident at his false address provides equally firm evidence. That resident proves Yu never lived at the supposedly valid address. Ko Suk-ju continues investigating several additional leads connected to Yu. These discoveries convince Shin Yuna to meet Yu Dayun and discuss them. Ko Suk-ju cautions that the forged records prove only limited facts. Nothing yet establishes that Yu is not Yu Dayun's biological brother. Still, Shin Yuna worries because his missing decade rests on fabricated records. Yu Dayun now lives beside Yu, making those lies impossible to dismiss. Shin Yuna believes Yu Dayun deserves the truth about Yu's record. At minimum, Shin Yuna wants to explain everything uncovered so far. Back in the present, Shin Yuna still cannot introduce that central subject. Discussing it remains the main reason Shin Yuna arranged this visit. Yu Dayun says she is delighted they can finally chat again. As they speak, Yu approaches the two girls. Ko Suk-ju steps directly into Yu's path. Yu attempts to pass, but Ko Suk-ju orders him to remain. Ko Suk-ju suspects Yu fears they will expose everything to Yu Dayun. Acting quickly, Ko Suk-ju blocks him and requests privacy for their reunion. A speeding Volkswagen suddenly barrels straight toward the group. The vehicle crashes into Yu and Ko Suk-ju, hurling both aside. Both men strike the ground while the Volkswagen stops beside the girls. He tries rising despite an obviously severe injury around his head. Through unfocused eyes, Yu spots suspicious figures seizing both girls. The abductors drag Shin Yuna and Yu Dayun into the Volkswagen van. He immediately breaks into a desperate sprint after them. His effort fails because the kidnappers already have both girls inside. No runner can catch their departing vehicle, leaving both men helpless. Furious, Yu and Ko Suk-ju seize each other by the collar. Several heated accusations reveal that neither man arranged the kidnapping. Once convinced, Yu and Ko Suk-ju release each other. Ko Suk-ju immediately calls SW Corporation's security team from his phone. Ko Suk-ju urgently reports Shin Yuna's kidnapping and requests surveillance tracking. Ko Suk-ju orders them to locate Shin Yuna through security footage. Yu starts walking away while Ko Suk-ju questions his destination. Ko Suk-ju also asks whether Yu truly had no involvement. He replies that he has no time for pointless argument. Ko Suk-ju insists SW Corporation's security team will find the girls soon. Until then, you must stay so Ko Suk-ju can verify his identity. He declares that he is going to rescue his sister. Ko Suk-ju may follow along if he wishes to do so. Ko Suk-ju begins suspecting Yu might truly be uninvolved. Yu suddenly stops and rather awkwardly asks whether Ko Suk-ju drove. Seoul's lively entertainment district surrounds a pub filled with evening customers. Inside, Cha Do-sik relaxes while smoking a cigarette. An aide approaches and informs Cha Do-sik that someone has arrived. Cha Do-sik turns around and finds Yu standing there. At SW Corporation, regal-looking Shin Jia sits calmly in her chair. Shin Jia's flowing black hair strongly resembles Shin Yuna. An assistant suddenly barges into Shin Jia's room without warning. Annoyed by the intrusion, Shin Jia demands why he entered without permission. The assistant quickly reports that Shin Yuna has been kidnapped. Although surprised, Shin Jia appears strangely untroubled by the news. Instead, Shin Jia smiles faintly and concludes the rumors were true. What those rumors concern remains unclear, but events continue unfolding. Shin Jia asks whether her grandfather still intends to pursue the company. The assistant admits that he does not know. Shin Jia leans back, hoping her grandfather never abandons his pursuit. Shin Jia expects his persistence to eventually cause Shin Yuna's death. Shin Jia clearly anticipates that outcome with chilling enthusiasm. Back inside the pub, Yu meets with Cha Do-sik. Ko Suk-ju accompanies Yu to the meeting as well. Ko Suk-ju recognizes Cha Do-sik immediately from information stored in their database. He quietly wonders how Yu became acquainted with this underworld figure. Cha Do-sik opens the conversation by asking what Yu wants. He answers plainly that he needs information from him. Lighting another cigarette, Cha Do-sik scoffs at the request. He asks why he should ever help Yu after everything. Yu bluntly reveals that SW Corporation's granddaughter has been abducted. The revelation catches Cha Do-sik entirely off guard for a moment. Cha Do-sik quickly dismisses the matter as someone else's problem. His organization avoids such affairs because crossing SW Corporation carries enormous risks. Yu presses him for any useful lead he might possess. Cha Do-sik refuses, claiming he has no reason to share anything. Yu has already left Cha Do-sik dealing with serious difficulty. Then Yu reveals that the abductors also took his younger sister. Cha Do-sik understands that Yu Da-yoon's involvement changes the situation drastically. Targeting his sister means provoking someone lethally dangerous and relentless. Giving in, Cha Do-sik describes foreigners who spoke clumsy Korean. They had searched for warehouses that could not be traced. Their requests also included burner phones, vehicles, and several hired hands. Although their payment looked attractive, Cha Do-sik rejected the assignment. Trouble of that scale would leave stains nobody could easily erase. Cha Do-sik later heard that another crew accepted the same job. The only location he knows is that they operate somewhere in Incheon. Cha Do-sik insists that this is every detail currently available to him. Ko Suk-ju may have already identified the people responsible for everything. After offering brief thanks, Yu turns and begins walking away. Cha Do-sik suddenly tosses his phone toward Yu. He orders Yu to store his number in the device. He stares back, confused about why exchanging numbers matter. Growing irritated, Cha Do-sik explains that he will investigate the warehouse further. He needs his number to report whatever additional information surfaces. Yu finally begins entering his digits into Cha Do-sik's phone. He also asks whether the motorcycle outside belongs to Cha Do-sik. Cha Do-sik immediately understands what Yu intends to do with it. That obvious intention makes Cha Do-sik hesitate before giving any response. He ultimately takes possession of the large motorcycle anyway. He tells Ko Suk-ju to arrange his own transportation there. He makes clear that he will be riding the motorcycle. Ko Suk-ju questions whether Yu trusts such incomplete, suspicious information. He doubts chasing the kidnappers on that flimsy lead makes sense. He replies that he cannot afford to lose any time. Shin Yuna should remain unharmed until the abductors receive their desired payment. Nobody can predict what those same abductors might do to Yu Da-yoon. Ko Suk-ju accepts the hard logic behind Yu's urgent decision. Falling silent, he recognizes his remarkably fast and precise judgment. Ko Suk-ju says he already forwarded everything to his security team. He plans to follow Yu using his own car. Yu coldly tells Ko Suk-ju to do whatever he wants. He pulls on the helmet and twists the motorcycle's throttle. The engine roars as Yu races away through the street. Inside the kidnapper's hideout, Yu Da-yoon awakens with a pounding headache. As her awareness returns, Shin Yuna immediately offers Yu Da-yoon an apology. Shin Yuna believes Yu Da-yoon was dragged into danger because of her. Recent memories flood back into Yu Da-yoon's mind piece by piece. She recoils upon remembering that armed strangers kidnapped both of them. Shin Yuna sadly confirms that Yu Da-yoon's recollection is correct. She never expected this disaster so soon after returning to Korea. The kidnappers enter and Shin Yuna coolly demands an explanation. One kidnapper orders her to shut up and remain quiet. He promises that their ordeal will end soon enough. Shin Yuna deduces that they intend to pressure her grandfather through her. A henchman asks the kidnapper chief what should happen to Yu Da-yoon. Yu Da-yoon was taken solely because she happened to accompany accompany Shin Yuna. The kidnapper chief declares Yu Dayun worthless to their operation. He orders his henchmen to dispose of her without delay. Shin Yuna immediately insists that nobody will harm Yu Dayun. The kidnapper chief mocks her, asking how she could possibly intervene. Shin Yuna threatens to bite through her tongue and bleed to death. Her death would destroy their ability to bargain with her grandfather. The kidnapper chief laughs at her willingness to die for a near stranger. He tauntingly invites Shin Yuna to follow through with her threat. His careless challenge proves costly when Shin Yuna instantly bites down. Blood begins streaming from Shin Yuna's mouth as everyone watches. The kidnapper chief shouts in shock at her fearless act. Another henchman remains speechless, stunned by Shin Yuna's unyielding nerve. The kidnapper chief quickly rises and says her courage purchased some time. His henchmen ask what orders they should follow next. He postpones Yu Dayun's disposal until a later time. Then he orders them to gag Shin Yuna and silence her. The focus then returns to Yu and Ko Suk-ju. Yu and Ko Suk-ju arrive at the location Cha Du-sik identified. Ko Suk-ju trusts the lead because SW security traced the minivan here. As Yu advances, Ko Suk-ju urges him to await backup. He already transmitted their coordinates, and SW security should arrive soon. Yu counters that Yu Dayun has very little time remaining. With no room for debate, both men press deeper inside. Several armed lookouts patrol the surrounding area ahead of them. Yu suddenly vaults over one lookout and seizes his throat. He quietly chokes the struggling lookout until the man loses consciousness. He drags him into darkness beside several already defeated lookouts. Ko Suk-ju assists while marveling at Yu's silent takedown. Deeply impressed, Ko Suk-ju demands to know who Yu really is. Yu casually calls himself an ordinary student from Ko Suk-ju's school. Inside SW Corporation, the elderly chairman receives an urgent briefing. A black-suited executive reports the kidnappers' demands to the chairman. They demand that SW Corporation terminate its recently signed contract. Without compliance or an answer within 1 hour, they will kill Shin Yuna. The chairman immediately asks about SW Security's current deployment status. The executive says SW Security needs 50 minutes to reach Shin Yuna. Back at the hideout, two hired thugs discuss their mysterious client. They wonder why their employer arranged this particular kidnapping operation. One recalls their chief warning them never to question a signed order. A sudden blow cracks against one thug's head, dropping him instantly. The remaining thug turns painfully and finds Yu behind him. He has already knocked the second thug unconscious nearby. Once the area clears, Yu asks Ko Suk-ju for his count, including the lookout behind them. Ko Suk-ju reports 5 defeated enemies. He quickly calculates that together they have eliminated 14 men. Such numbers reveal their enemies possess considerable manpower and resources. Ko Suk-ju marvels that Yu handled 9 while he barely managed 5. Yu finally asks Ko Suk-ju, who might be directing everything. Ko Suk-ju sighs heavily and admits they have no definite answer. Similar attacks apparently surface against SW Corporation from time to time. Ko Suk-ju remembers another such incident during their time in America. He never expected another attack so quickly after returning to Korea. Regretfully, Ko Suk-ju believes he should have remained more vigilant. Yu concludes the true organizer must currently be guarding Shin Yuna. He decides they must continue farther into the enemy's hideout. First, Yu asks whether Ko Suk-ju can keep going. Puzzled by the question, Ko Suk-ju asks what Yu means. Yu mentions the serious injuries Ko Suk-ju suffered beneath the van. Ko Suk-ju dismisses them and points toward Yu's wounded leg instead. A distant guard suddenly shouts, demanding to know where everyone disappeared. Another guard jokes that every lookout possibly visited the restroom. His companion questions why they would all need it simultaneously. Advancing farther, the confused guards discover their comrades lying unconscious. Yu immediately drives a crushing knee into one guard's face. He then catches the thin-mustached guard firmly by one hand. A vicious kick buckles the thin-mustached guard's leg beneath him. He follows with a savage strike directly against his head. Both guards collapse unconscious, leaving the passage clear once again. Yu decides that he and Ko Suk-ju should separate. As they prepare to part, Ko Suk-ju suddenly calls after him. Yu turns, waiting to hear what Ko Suk-ju wants. Ko Suk-ju promises Yu a formal apology after they escape. The kidnapper chief hears the disturbance outside and alerts his remaining men. He orders his henchmen to investigate whatever is causing the commotion. Nearby, Shin Yuna and Yu Dayun remain bound with cloth-covered mouths. Walking downstairs, Yu encounters several henchmen blocking his path. The masked lieutenant recognizes Ko Suk-ju from photographs he previously studied. He confirms that the intruding student definitely cannot be Ko Suk-ju. Suspiciously, the masked lieutenant demands to know how Yu entered. He answers with silence while identifying them as the kidnapper. The masked lieutenant orders his henchmen to dispose of Yu. Elsewhere, Kosuk-ju cautiously searches the hideout's dim storage room. Inside, he discovers Shin Yuna and Yu Da-yoon tied together. No guards remain nearby, giving Kosuk-ju a clear opportunity. He assumes everyone has left the room to hunt Yu. Kosuk-ju slips closer and quickly removes Shin Yuna's cloth covering. Shin Yuna immediately asks whether SW security has finally arrived. Kosuk-ju answers that the security team is still approaching. Shocked, Shin Yuna asks how Kosuk-ju discovered their remote location. The kidnapper chief interrupts, sounding thoroughly pleased by what he hears. The kidnapper chief notes that SW security will not arrive anytime soon. Addressing Suk-ju, the chief identifies him as Ko-Suk-ju from SW Corporation. The chief adds that he has heard plenty about Suk-ju. According to the chief, Suk-ju constantly shadows Shin Yuna and ruins their plan. The chief admits he cannot explain how Suk-ju located their hideout. Still, Suk-ju's arrival alone without support was clearly a foolish decision. An enforcer suddenly lunges forward and attacks Ko-Suk-ju. Suk-ju slips aside and answers with a swift punch. Yet the enforcer evades that blow and immediately launches a counterattack. Suk-ju finds him tougher than the men outside and struggles to keep pace. Then Suk-ju clubs the enforcer brutally and drives a fist into his stomach. The enforcer folds over, clutching his stomach in agony. Suk-ju follows with a sweeping kick that seemingly ends the fight. Unexpectedly, the enforcer rises enough to swing back at Suk-ju. Suk-ju crushes his back with a vicious knee, making him collapse. The kidnapper chief says he knew Suk-ju had trained since childhood. Even so, the chief never expected Suk-ju to display such impressive skill. Shin Yuna and Yu Da-yoon stare at Suk-ju in stunned disbelief. The chief declares that this confrontation is not some prideful duel. At that signal, the enforcer draws a blade and repeatedly slashes Suk-ju. The attack carves several vicious wounds across Suk-ju's body. The chief grins beneath his mask, surprised Suk-ju came unarmed. That choice, the chief says, makes Suk-ju much easier to handle. The enforcer charges again, whipping his dagger wildly from side to side. Suk-ju dodges desperately, yet more deep and painful cuts reach him. Those injuries soon make every movement increasingly difficult for Suk-ju. The chief produces another dagger and playfully tosses it through the air. While juggling the weapon, the chief watches both captive girls with delight. Seeing this, Suk-ju instantly understands that Yu Da-yoon faces deadly danger. Yu Da-yoon trembles, terrified by everything she imagines might happen next. The chief abruptly hurls his dagger directly at Yu Da-yoon, intending to kill. Shin Yuna leaps between Yu Da-yoon and the incoming blade. As it closes in, Suk-ju shields both girls and takes it through his back. The chief scoffs, calling Suk-ju pitiful and worthy only of hollow praise. He orders his men to spare Shin Yuna but kill the other two. The men accept the command and begin advancing toward their targets. A sudden creak from the door makes everyone turn toward the entrance. Yu steps inside after leaving the guards outside, sprawled across the floor. Back at the club, Chadusik waits alongside his men. They update Chadusik, reporting that the cartel arranged the abduction. Chadusik is stunned by the cartel's absurdly reckless mistake. The cartel has entangled itself with both Yu and SW Corporation. Such a mistake was bound to backfire sooner or later. After all, the cartel never investigates its clients before accepting work. One man asks Chadusik why he chose to help Yu. The man notes that Yu previously forced them into serious trouble. Yu also exposed secrets Kim In-bae's family had buried for years. Chadusik releases a heavy sigh and says he had no choice. Chadusik calls himself an old man incapable of challenging someone like Ijin. They cannot simply seek revenge when Kim In-bae's family provoked Ijin first. Chadusik's men argue that they still have no obligation to help. Chadusik remains quiet for a moment, then chuckles softly to himself. He repeats that helping was unavoidable because Yu's sister was kidnapped. Inside the hideout, Yu stands calmly before the startled kidnapper. The kidnapper chief demands to know who Yu is. Shin Yuna looks stunned when she recognizes Yu. Yu Da-yoon is equally shocked and blurts out that Yu is her brother. The chief overhears her words and understands their sibling relationship. He erupts into laughter so intense that he nearly loses his breath. The chief finds it hilarious that his captive's young brother came rescuing her. To the chief, the entire unfolding situation seems wonderfully amusing. Yu turns toward Yu Da-yoon and asks whether she is unharmed. Yu Da-yoon is in tears once more, begging him to walk away. Shin Yuna aches with guilt because both siblings were dragged into her crisis. She shouts at the chief, offering full cooperation if everyone else goes free. The chief snaps back, demanding why he should grant Shin Yuna any favor. Shin Yuna falls silent, recognizing that she possesses no real bargaining power. Battered across the floor, Suk-ju watches Yu with growing admiration. Despite the danger surrounding them, Yu remains completely unfazed. The gang enforcer orders his men to bring Yu down. He insists they have waited long enough and must finish this. The gang enforcer advances, dagger raised for the killing blow. He redirects the strike, seizes his wrist, and drives inward. The dagger plunges into the gang enforcer's own chest. The mafia boss stares in disbelief at the sudden reversal. Ko Suk-ju also watches, stunned by Yu's frightening counterattack. Yu Da-yoon is overwhelmed by seeing her brother move with such skill. Yu immediately tells Yu Da-yoon to keep her eyes shut. Yu Da-yoon and Shin Yuna obey, squeezing their eyes tightly closed. He then cuts across the gang enforcer's body. Deep wounds open across him as blood sprays across the surroundings. The gang enforcer crumples, soaked in the blood pouring from his wound. Shin Yuna struggles to understand what she has just witnessed. The violence and speed leave her too overwhelmed to process. Ko Suk-ju watches with astonishment as Yu Ijin advances. He sees that Yu never swings his dagger randomly. Each precise cut has severed muscles and ligaments, disabling the enforcer. The mafia boss is equally amazed by his surgical technique. He remarks that Yu looks less like a brother than security. He keeps moving toward him without slowing down. The mafia boss quickly withdraws that comparison as Yu approaches. He says no ordinary child could wield a blade with that stare. The mafia boss dismisses the distinction since he still intends to kill Yu. He sweeps his dagger toward Yu with murderous force. He drops beneath it in an instant. The mafia boss continues slashing from side to side. He lunges again, but Yu catches the attack with one hand. He answers by swinging his own dagger at the mafia boss. The mafia boss retreats quickly, barely escaping the savage slash. Their blades collide in a vicious exchange of rapid attack. Every new strike carries more danger than the one before it. Then Yu's dagger slices through the mafia boss's hand. The injured hand hangs uselessly as pain and disbelief overtake him. The mafia boss demands to know his true identity. Yu offers no answer, his face impossible to read. He simply readies himself for whatever attack comes next. The mafia boss charges once more without giving himself time to hesitate. He catches his wrist and cuts through the opposite hand. Several more harsh slashes leave the mafia boss reeling. He finishes the sequence with a crushing punch to his face. The mafia boss stumbles backward, blood running from his nose. Furious and desperate, the mafia boss grabs a gun and aims. Yu throws his dagger before the trigger can be pulled. The blade buries itself in the mafia boss's shoulder. He winces sharply as the impact sends pain through him. He uses that opening to rush forward at incredible speed. His palm smashes beneath the mafia boss's chin. The blow launches him backward and sends him crashing down. The defeated mafia boss lies sprawled out, his authority and pride destroyed. Everyone else stands silently, unable to believe what Yu accomplished. Yu remains upright, and his presence makes Da-yoon and Suk-ju tremble. He approaches Yu Da-yoon and gently tells her to open her eyes. Yu Da-yoon looks up to find his battered face wearing a reassuring smile. He calmly tells her he came to bring her home. Yu Da-yoon is startled by the injuries covering her brother. She touches his wounds and anxiously asks whether he is alright. Yu smiles warmly, assuring Yu Da-yoon that he can endure. His steady manner and gentle reassurance finally overwhelm Yu Da-yoon's emotion. Yu Da-yoon begins sobbing uncontrollably in front of him. He tries to comfort her, aching at the sight of her distress. Shin Yuna watches the siblings with deep admiration for Yu's compassion. The following day, Yu sits inside SW Seoul Medical Center. He waits quietly in a corridor while passing nurses notice his handsome face. His phone vibrates with a message from Jae-hung. Jae-hung asks why Yu has not shown up at school. He replies that he has an errand to handle. His messages also show friends excitedly planning their hangout. They tease Yu for missing the gathering. He smiles at their messages, comforted by the connection. Even absent, he still feels included in their familiar conversation. He leans back and lets his eyes wander through the corridor. Across from him stands a room labeled Psychiatry Department. Later that night, police and officials arrive at the battle site. They gather every criminal still present and take them away. Doctors begin examining and caring for Yu Da-yoon. Shin Yuna approaches Yu and urges him to take Yu Da-yoon to hospital. She promises to cover the medical expenses herself. Yu looks confused, asking why when Yu Da-yoon appears unharmed. Shin Yuna explains that hidden injuries may exist despite her untouched appearance. The trauma from what happened could still have seriously affected Yu Da-yoon. Yuna stresses that Da-yoon needs a thorough medical examination, given the seriousness of everything. She recently learns that Gisu and Heejin have been tormenting Daein. Although their punishment brings relief, justice for the victims remains unfinished. Yuna adds that counseling could help Da-yoon recover from the traumatic ordeal. That is why they wait outside a psychiatrist's office instead of an emergency ward. Da-yoon leaves the consultation room, and Yuna asks Yu whether he has waited long. Yu assures Yuna that he arrived only a few minutes earlier. He asks what the doctor says about Da-yoon's condition. Yuna explains that nothing serious threatens Da-yoon, though weekly sessions will continue temporarily. Overall, Yuna says Daein is doing fine. He reports that his own injuries amount to only a few light bruises. Daeyeon exhales in relief after hearing that Yu is alright. Yu remembers Daeyeon's emotional state after the bullying and everything she endured. Daeyeon calls his name, and Yu smiles while asking what happened. She smiles back, admitting that her question suddenly slips from memory. Inside, Daeyeon hesitates because she still cannot bring herself to ask it. Earlier, the doctor checks Daeyeon's condition while soldiers talk nearby. The soldiers marvel that one child defeats most of the kidnappers alone. Their disbelief grows because the feat makes no sense to them. Daeyeon listens, stunned, and wonders how Yu learned to fight so effectively. She also wants to know about his life before returning to Korea. Still, Daeyeon cannot force herself to ask either question. In the corridor, Daeyeon and Yu encounter Yuna. Daeyeon brightens immediately when she sees Yuna approaching. Yuna quickly asks Daeyeon how her therapy session goes. Daeyeon says it goes well and mentions Yuna paying the treatment bill. She insists Yuna never needed to spend that money on her. Yuna dismisses the concern, saying the expense is insignificant. She reminds Daeyeon that Yuna is responsible for dragging her into this trouble. Yuna then offers Daeyeon a heartfelt apology. Daeyeon laughs it off, saying Yuna has already apologized enough. She adds that Yuna suffered as a victim herself. Behind Yuna, Yu notices Ko Suk-ju's enormous, intimidating bodyguard present. Ko Suk-ju fixes Yu with a fierce stare. He remains utterly unfazed by the threatening attention. Yuna turns toward Yu and asks whether he completes his checkup. He promptly confirms it while Daeyeon explains that she drags him there. Daeyeon says Yu only agrees after she threatens to skip her own hospital visit. Daeyeon asks about Ko Suk-ju and Yuna confirms he remains hospitalized. Eager to see him, Daeyeon suggests visiting before they leave. Daeyeon looks excited about the visit, while Yu's reaction stays difficult to read. They visit Ko Suk-ju, and Daeyeon thanks him for protecting her from the blade. Ko Suk-ju seems startled, stammering that his intervention is nothing important. Daeyeon asks whether Ko Suk-ju feels better now. He replies that his condition has improved considerably. Yu grows displeased while watching Daeyeon become comfortable around Ko Suk-ju. He stands silently nearby, visibly uncomfortable with the interaction. Yuna and Ko Suk-ju both notice Yu's troubled expression. Daeyeon wishes Ko Suk-ju a quick recovery, and the group prepares to leave. Yuna waves goodbye as Yu and Daeyeon exit through the main doors. After they depart, Ko Suk-ju wonders how a skinny-looking boy defeats so many opponents. He says the feat remains nearly impossible to believe. Yuna laughs, admitting that she is amazed as well. She wonders whether even a professional like Ko Suk-ju would find it surprising. Ko Suk-ju shrugs, saying Yu's ability involves more than defeating several men. Something far more serious appears to lie beneath his skill. Ko Suk-ju explains that Yu silently disables more than 10 guards. Accomplishing that without assistance would challenge even a trained professional. The most astonishing detail is that Yu kills none of them. Instead, he leaves every guard incapable of continuing the fight. The two men discovered inside the cargo container reveal even more. Their cuts show knife work far beyond ordinary combat training. Those victims are retired soldiers, making Yu's precision even harder to explain. The wounds and the men's condition confirm the seriousness of his ability. Ko Suk-ju concludes that Yu is an experienced, highly trained combat professional. Both Ko Suk-ju and Daeyeon are left utterly stunned by the assessment. Later, Daeyeon walks alongside Yu and quickly apologizes. She feels ashamed that she seems to require his help repeatedly. Yu tells Daeyeon that she has nothing to apologize for. Instead, Yu says he should be thanking Yu Daeyeon. His response startles Yu Daeyeon, but Yu calmly explains himself. For the first time, Yu understands what having family feels like. He placed another person's safety above his own without calculating anything. Yu never experienced such feelings before coming to Korea. Now he is finally beginning to understand the meaning of family. Elsewhere, short-haired Shinjia appears with a deeply troubled expression. The narrator again suspects Shinjia has some connection to Shin Yuna. Strangely, Shinjia seems distraught that Shin Yuna was rescued safely. A reporter informs Shinjia about a suspicious rumor circulating recently. Ko Suk-ju apparently played an important part during the successful rescue. Yet another accompanying student's achievements were supposedly far more remarkable. Shinjia asks how any student could possibly surpass Ko Suk-ju. The reporter reveals that even the chairman noticed this mysterious student. That exceptional student is, of course, none other than Yu. Shinjia reacts with shock and questions whether those rumors are true. Back home, Yu performs another punishing series of pull-ups. Images of everyone he fought that day flash through his mind. Yu Daeyeon interrupts his intense training by knocking outside the door. She announces that she has brought some fruit for everyone. Yu Daeyeon happily eats the fruit as Yu joins her. He immediately asks his younger sister how she is feeling. Yu Daeyeon complains that she has answered that question countless times. She firmly assures Yu that she is perfectly fine. After sitting down, Yu notices something troubling Yu Daeyeon. He asks what is bothering her, prompting an unexpected reassurance. Yu Daeyeon says watching his brutal fighting did not make her hate him. Nothing she witnessed has changed the way she sees Yu. After all, he used that violence entirely to rescue her. She also promises never to question Yu about his past. Growing somber, Yu Daeun mentions everything terrible that happened at school. She could never bring herself to tell Grandpa about those experiences. Until now, Yu Daeun simply was not ready to share them. Following the rescue, she feels relaxed enough to discuss anything openly. Her phone suddenly rings, and Shin Yuna is calling her. Yu Daeun answers and walks toward her room while continuing the conversation. Later, Shin Yuna sits across from Yu and offers him a seat. Once seated, Yu asks why Shin Yuna requested this meeting. Shin Yuna apologizes for placing Yu Daeun in such serious danger. Although she apologized earlier, Shin Yuna wanted to address him personally. Kosuk-ju will also apologize directly after recovering from his injury. Shin Yuna then thanks Yu for rescuing her as well. Yu bluntly says he only went there for Yu Daeun. Saving Shin Yuna was never the actual purpose behind his intervention. Shin Yuna shrugs because his actions still resulted in her rescue. After hearing her thanks, Yu asks whether anything else remains. Shin Yuna reveals that they will stop investigating Yu's background. She hopes he is not furious about their attempts to uncover it. With a sigh, Shin Yuna explains why she originally became suspicious. Every document connected to Yu appeared to have been forged. A recent kidnapping attempt in America made those irregularities especially alarming. Shin Yuna has faced dangerous situations since childhood because of her identity. Their investigation never uncovered the truth behind Yu's false record. Nevertheless, Shin Yuna promises they will pursue the matter no further. He rises, saying he will leave if their discussion is finished. Startled, Shin Yuna asks whether he can spare several more hours. Her grandfather wants to meet Yu and thank him personally. While departing, Yu says such gratitude is entirely unnecessary. He repeats that rescuing Shin Yuna was never his reason for going. Shin Yuna falls silent as Yu leaves and heads home. Late that night, Yu walks through dim and gloomy alley. A familiar figure lies ahead of him along the shadowy street. The wounded lackey is one of the men working for Cha Dusik. A brutal gunshot wound tears through the wounded lackey's abdomen. Yu quickly recognizes the wounded lackey despite his terrible condition. Barely alive, the wounded lackey immediately begins berating Yu. He blames Yu for placing Cha Dusik's entire organization in danger. Their organization was already struggling after Yu exposed the Kim family. Cha Dusik then helped Yu by revealing the rival cartel's location. That tip ignited a violent conflict between both criminal organizations. Now enemy forces are launching attacks throughout Cha Dusik's territory. Many of the wounded lackey's friends and fellow members are already dead. The rival cartel's leader personally arrives to confront Cha Dusik. Facing Cha Dusik, the cartel leader opens with a mocking challenge. He asks why Cha Dusik refuses to surrender while dignity remains. Otherwise, Cha Dusik will humiliate himself before all his remaining men. Cha Dusik fires back with an equally pointed insult of his own. He notes that most of his crew have already been sent elsewhere. Cha Dusik explains that he gave most of his crew the weekend off. Yet Kosuk-ju still arrives with an entire platoon of cartel soldiers. A coat-clad aide warns Cha Dusik against provoking the Kim family. The aide adds that Cha Dusik recently alerted Kosuk-ju and his men. Cha Dusik answers the warning with another vicious verbal jab. His words finally shatter Kosuk-ju's remaining self-control. Enraged, Kosuk-ju commands every cartel soldier to attack Cha Dusik. The mob surges forward, eager to tear Cha Dusik apart. Cha Dusik ducks smoothly as the first punch whistles overhead. His immediate counterstrike leaves the attacking soldiers staggering helplessly. A second soldier swings, but Cha Dusik crushes his exposed chin. Blood pools beneath the soldier as he collapses onto the floor. Kosuk-ju grinds his teeth while Cha Dusik keeps dropping opponent. Someone suddenly clubs Cha Dusik from behind with a wooden stick. Pain escapes his throat, yet Cha Dusik recovers almost instantly. His retaliatory punch sends the club wielder crashing down unconscious. Cha Dusik defeats several attackers, but their enormous numbers keep pressing. Even his exceptional fighting ability cannot overcome this entire force alone. Taking another stance, Cha Dusik surveys the countless bodies surrounding him. He resents Kosuk-ju exploiting the absence of his usual crew. Then Cha Dusik smirks while thinking about Yu. He wonders whether Yu has already rescued his younger sister. Outside the club, Yu arrives just as Cha Dusik thinks of him. The lead sentry orders Yu to leave the property immediately. He answers by kicking the lead sentry violently onto the ground. His audacity leaves the other two sentries staring without words. After dismounting his motorcycle, Yu faces their attempted assault. He catches the tall sentry's wrist without showing any strain. A crushing strike smashes the tall sentry's face and sprays blood outward. The wary sentry stiffens after witnessing his overwhelming strength. Yu drives a heavy kick straight into the wary sentry's stomach. With all three sentries defeated, Yu proceeds deeper inside. Advancing through the club, he discovers a gruesome trail of dead bodies. A group of arrogant hallway thugs orders Yu to leave. Unmoved by their threats, Yu continues walking directly toward them. One mouthy thug approaches while spewing pointless threats at Yu. A single blow silences him and sends him sprawling across the floor. The effortless takedown fills every remaining hallway thug with terror. Despite their fear, the hallway thugs recklessly rush Yu together. He dismantles their charge, dropping each thug with brutal precision. Inside the main room, Chadusik stands exhausted among defeated soldiers. Kosakju rages over Chadusik surviving alone for this long. The coat-clad aide privately feels relieved they caught Chadusik alone. Against Chadusik's full crew, their attack would have become a massacre. Another wave of cartel soldiers charges straight toward Chadusik. Chadusik swiftly knocks out the soldier leading their advance. Another attacker lands a devastating punch across Chadusik's battered face. Chadusik answers with an equally powerful strike to his attacker's face. By now, Chadusik remains upright through determination alone. Even Kosakju grudgingly praises Chadusik for being exceptionally difficult. Still, Kosakju declares that Chadusik has reached his limit. He urges Chadusik to surrender, promising worthwhile compensation in return. Chadusik spits a mouthful of blood and questions that offer. Wiping his face, Chadusik vows to finish what he started. Kosakju remains unimpressed by Chadusik's defiant display. Around them, the surrounding cartel soldiers visibly tremble at his declaration. Sudden screams and violent commotion erupt near the club's entrance. Confused, Kosakju demands to know why his men are shrieking. Everyone turns toward the entrance, but nobody appears there initially. Heavy footsteps soon break through the uneasy silence. Yu emerges, stunning every cartel soldier gathered inside. They cannot believe someone so young has entered their deadly confrontation. Chadusik looks equally shocked upon recognizing Yu. He immediately demands an explanation for his presence there. He casually says he only came to return the borrowed motorcycle. Surrounded by death, Chadusik cannot believe such an absurd answer. The coat-clad aide sneers after noticing Chadusik knows Yu. He promptly commands the cartel soldiers to eliminate Yu as well. A smug cartel soldier accepts and confidently approaches Yu. His patronizing stride resembles an adult preparing to lecture a toddler. Chadusik warns them that leaving Yu alone would be wiser. The coat-clad aide refuses, insisting that Chadusik's request is impossible. The coat-clad aide demands that Yu be released since he witnessed everything. He then corrects himself, saying they should pray Yu feels merciful. The aide insists their freedom depends on Yu, not their own demand. Unable to understand the aide's foolish rant, the first lackey soon receives clarity. He drops the first lackey with one devastating punch. A sharp kick follows, snapping another lackey's leg beneath him. He drives his forehead into a third lackey, sending him crashing down. A bat-wielding thug attacks from behind, but Yu catches his wrist. He violently rams the thug's face, leaving blood streaming across his features. The abandoned bat strikes the floor with a hard metallic clatter. Kosakju stares in stunned disbelief at Yu's overwhelming performance. Chadusik only smirks, blaming the lackeys for ignoring his earlier warning. Chadusik admits even his own strength would fail against Yu. Kosakju orders every remaining lackey to bring Yu down. The lackeys rush forward together. Confident numbers will finally overwhelm him. Heijin dismantles the attackers effortlessly, making each one look helpless. Kosakju loses patience and demands they stop losing to one child. His next order dies when Chadusik suddenly charges straight toward him. Kosakju senses the situation is about to become far more disastrous. Kosakju and his lackeys soon lie scattered across the floor. Chadusik slumps nearby, exhausted after the brutal confrontation. Yu walks toward Chadusik through the wreckage. Chadusik looks up and sees bodies spread around Yu like litter. He stands victorious, then casually heads toward the exit. He tells Chadusik that Chadusik has finally paid his dues. Chadusik remains stunned, unable to understand Yu's fixation on that nonsense. Chadusik asks whether Yu rescued his younger sister. Yu calmly confirms it, crediting Chadusik for making it possible. A hospital room later finds the junior lackey suddenly jolting awake. Across the room, he spots Chadusik patched up, but visibly battered. The junior lackey cannot believe his injured boss is already there. Chadusik immediately tells him to stop using that title inside hospital. Confused, the junior lackey asks how Chadusik ended up there. Chadusik casually says he got beaten and took a cab for treatment. The junior lackey asks what happened to Kosakju and the others. Chadusik shrugs and says he handled every one of them. The junior lackey calls the claim nonsense, drawing an irritated response. Chadusik asks why he would invent such an embarrassing story. The junior lackey suggests Chadusik is hiding defeat by Kosakju. Chadusik then asks whether the junior lackey met Yu yesterday. The junior lackey immediately confirms their encounter. He explains that enemy fighters ambushed him while he left the club. Badly injured, he found Yu and angrily shouted at him. He attacked Yu in fury, but one strike knocked him unconscious. The junior lackey remembers nothing after that initial blow. Cha Dusik concludes you must have carried him to the hospital. Cha Dusik describes being overwhelmed inside the club by the enemy's numbers. You arrived, erased every opponent within seconds, and declared Cha Dusik paid. Then you simply walked away without offering further explanation. The junior lackey praises the entire performance as astonishingly impressed. Cha Dusik agrees, acknowledging that Yu is genuinely remarkable. The junior lackey asks whether Cha Dusik knows Yu's true identity. Cha Dusik says Yu claims to be an ordinary teenager. With no proof otherwise, Cha Dusik decides they must accept that claim. At school, a football flies directly toward his face. Yu catches it effortlessly, shocking everyone gathered on the playground. The referee instantly calls a handball, leaving the surrounding students speechless. His annoyed friend reminds Yu that only goalkeepers may use their hands. He looks confused, then apologizes despite still missing the problem. The school bell rings and his friends call him over. They ask whether he can join them for gaming after classes. Today is the only day Young-chan has no lessons afterward. He tells them to start without him and promises to join later. He needs to walk Yu Dayun home before meeting them. His friends wonder whether Yu has resumed babysitting his sister. Yu explains that Yu Dayun has been feeling unwell lately. Yuxin promises to keep a place open for Yu. Yu Daeyeon prepares to leave her classroom, already planning dinner. She considers making kimchi stew because Yu enjoyed it previously. Still, Yu Daeyeon worries that the dish might be too spicy. She begins considering a gentler soybean paste stew instead. A sudden wave of excited chatter interrupts Yu Dayun's dinner planning. Girls crowd around the classroom window, openly swooning over Yu. Some call Yu handsome, while others dream of dating him. They eagerly ask Yu Dayun whether her brother has a girlfriend. Their intense enthusiasm catches Yu Dayun entirely off guard. After hesitating, she reluctantly says Yu mentioned dating nobody. The girls immediately rush back toward the window for another look. Yu Dayun smiles faintly, pleased by her brother's popularity. Outside school, she wonders why Yu remains without a girlfriend. She even questions whether he has any interest in girls. Nearby voices suddenly lead her straight to Yu and his friend. Startled by their presence, Yu Dayun quickly offers everyone a polite greeting. The shy boy blushes at her cuteness and silently waves back. His friends leave for the gaming room, expecting him later. Once they depart, Yu Dayun asks whether he is joining them. He confirms it, though he plans to visit home first. Yu Dayun immediately asks whether he is doing that for her. He explains that he merely forgot something important at home. She insists she can manage alone while daylight still remains. He repeats that he truly needs to retrieve the forgotten item. Yu Daeyeon says he should not inconvenience himself for her. She recalls similarly refusing Shin Yuna's offer of a security escort. More than anything, Yu Daeyeon simply wants an ordinary life. He quietly accepts her request and promises to respect it. Still, he suggests they occasionally continue walking home together. Yu Daeyeon pouts and complains that he worries far too much. He says concern is not his only reason. He genuinely enjoys the time they spend walking together. That honest answer finally convinces Yu Daeyeon to keep accompanying him. During their walk, Yu abruptly stops upon spotting Shin Jie. She is the same black-haired woman seen earlier. Her exact connection to Shin Yuna remains suspiciously unclear. Shin Jie greets Yu, but he offers no response. Yu Daeyeon also has no idea who Shin Jie is. Shin Jie pretends she has only just noticed Yu Daeyeon. She adopts exaggerated concern and mentions Shin Yuna's abduction ordeal. Thoroughly confused, Yu Daeyeon asks Shin Jie to identify herself. Shin Jie claims she is Shin Yuna's cousin. She says she came to thank Yu Daeyeon for helping Shin Yuna. Shin Jie offers to buy Yu Daeyeon dinner whenever she has time. He rejects the invitation without the slightest hesitation. He explains that Shin Yuna has already thanked him personally. Thus, Shin Jie has no reason to trouble herself further. His blunt refusal leaves Shin Jie visibly bewildered. She presses onward, mentioning a proposal that could benefit them both. Yu firmly refuses again, stating that he has no interest. He simply walks away, leaving Shin Jie burning with humiliation. Before following him, Yu Daeyeon politely bows and gives Shin Jie one final nod. Shin Jie remains behind, barely containing her furious resentment. Her guard asks whether he should forcibly bring Yu back. Despite her wounded pride and simmering fury, Shin Jie refuses. Inside the gaming room, everyone stays glued to their television screen. While the others remain absorbed, Young-chan answers an urgent call of nature. Walking down the hallway, he accidentally collides with a swaggering punk. The swaggering punk instantly threatens Young-chan and orders him to watch himself. Trembling badly, Young-chan stammers out a frightened apology. Unsatisfied, the swaggering punk raises his hand to slap Young-chan. Ye-hung suddenly intervenes and prevents the blow from landing. He approaches confidently, telling the swaggering punk to let it go. A minor shoulder collision hardly justifies creating such a scene. Jae-hung spits out his lollipop and fixes him with a lethal stare. He warns the swaggering punk not to mistake them for damn cowards. Jae-hung's glare immediately shakes the swaggering punk's confidence. Keeping eye contact, Jae-hung demands why the hell he keeps staring. Thoroughly intimidated, the swaggering punk retreats with his remaining pride. Jae-hyung snorts through his nose, clearly satisfied with himself. Young-chan remains stunned, silently processing the surprising rescue. Jae-hyung once bullied him, yet now he has defended him. Jae-hyung urges them onward before Hyuk-jin complains about their delay. They continue toward the restroom while Young-chan remains amazed by Jae-hyung. Upon their eventual return, Hyuk-jin opens his mouth with a question. Hyuk-jin asks why taking a dump kept them away so long. Jae-hyung explains that some idiot tried harassing Young-chan. That news grabs Hyuk-jin's attention, and he immediately asks who. Jae-hyung says the culprit wore a Kosukju tech uniform. Hyuk-jin turns toward Young-chan and checks whether he is hurt. Young-chan quietly says he is fine because nothing actually happened. Jae-hyung's timely interruption had stopped the trouble from escalating. Eager to move on, Jae-hyung suggests starting their game. A noisy crowd suddenly storms into the gaming room. The swaggering thug Jae-hyung encountered earlier leads the intruders. He has brought lackeys, seeking revenge for his earlier humiliation. Absorbed in his game, Hyuk-jin misses the figures behind his left shoulder. Hyuk-jin finally glances up and finds several lackeys looming overhead. The swaggering thug orders Hyuk-jin to come outside immediately. Hyuk-jin and Jae-hyung understand that this confrontation is turning serious. Beside them, Young-chan trembles while imagining what might happen next. Outside, Young-chan shakes harder, believing their predicament is entirely his fault. The swaggering thug boasts that Jae-hyung was merely empty noise. He claims defeating Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin will be effortless. Jae-hyung refuses to yield and ridicules the swaggering thug's cowardice. He notes how the thug retreated quietly, then returned with backup. Enraged by the insult, the swaggering thug launches a punch. Jae-hyung ducks swiftly and drives a vicious fist into his face. The blow sends the swaggering thug reeling backward in shock. Young-chan nearly panics, certain this entire disaster rests upon him. Jae-hyung tells his frightened friend there is no reason for guilt. These bastards caused everything, Jae-hyung says, so they owe the apology. Young-chan's heart softens as Jae-hyung delivers those words with striking confidence. Watching his friend act so fearlessly nearly overwhelms Young-chan. Hyuk-jin interrupts, observing Yu once said those exact words. Even Jae-hyung's delivery carries the same force Yu used. Hyuk-jin teases Jae-hyung for copying Yu so shamelessly. He jokes that his eyes now desperately need industrial strength cleansing. Jae-hyung blushes deeply, suddenly mortified by the accurate accusation. He admits Yu looked incredibly cool while saying it. The line stayed lodged in Jae-hyung's mind and slipped out naturally. Their playful bickering briefly makes the trio forget the surrounding gang. Distracted by each other, they barely acknowledge the waiting lackey. Fed up with being ignored, the lackeys rush them together. Jae-hyung plants his feet and braces against the charge. The first lackey reaches him, only to receive a crushing stomach kick. That kick knocks the lackey staggering several steps backward. Another lackey swings, but Jae-hyung answers with a savage strike. The second lackey crumples under Jae-hyung's punishing counterattack. Young-chan panics nearby, lacking fighting experience and any clear plan. Hyuk-jin enters full combat mode, dropping attackers across the battlefield. He orders Young-chan to remain behind them and simply watch. Jae-hyung agrees, reminding Young-chan that gaming expertise cannot help here. They assure him that this fight remains under their control. Their protection astonishes Young-chan, who cannot believe they fight for him. Even more surprising, they still insist he stays safely behind. Battered lackeys writhe and shake across the ground after their beating. Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin begin tiring, overwhelmed by the gang's number. Eventually, a heavy blow slams directly into Jae-hyung's stomach. Pain surges through him as the swaggering thug prepares another punch. Jae-hyung expects the incoming fist to smash straight into his face. Young-chan suddenly leaps onto the swaggering thug and clings desperately. They crash together, tangled like long-separated family, reunited far too forcefully. The swaggering thug tries shoving Young-chan away across the ground. Despite his terror, Young-chan refuses to release his desperate grip. Jae-hyung seizes the opening and whips his leg toward the swaggering thug. His devastating kick crashes against the swaggering thug's head. Never witnessing such brutality before, Young-chan trembles with watery eyes. Jae-hyung stands commandingly after delivering the decisive final kick. He looks down at the swaggering thug, clearly finished. Hyuk-jin cannot resist noting that Young-chan ultimately rescued Jae-hyung. Embarrassed and defensive, Jae-hyung insists victory was already within reach. Both friends turn and notice Young-chan hovering near tears. Jae-hyung immediately asks whether Young-chan suffered any injury. Young-chan quickly promises he is fine, then apologizes for causing trouble. Elsewhere, the focus finally returns to Yu. He reaches the game room, only to discover it deserted. He phones his friends, but nobody answers his call. A voice suddenly calls his name from behind him. Turning around, Yu finds his friends grinning over everything he missed. Jaehyung and Hyukjin boast about defeating Kosukju's tough-looking men. They enter the building and climb the stairs with Yu. Jaehyung explains that Kosukju's men are formidable, though still inferior. The gaming room reveals several unconscious men scattered across the floor. Jaehyung and Hyukjin stare in disbelief at the brutal aftermath. They urgently ask who managed to defeat every one of them. Yu calmly says he came searching, then got attacked for his uniform. His friends freeze after understanding that Yu defeated everybody alone. After their pointless arcade entertainment, the group leaves to find food. Jaehyung brings the same tasty meal Young-chan usually enjoyed. Then Jaehyung notices he forgot drinks and goes to buy some. Young-chan offers to accompany Jaehyung, but Jaehyung insists on going alone. The group starts eating while Hyukjin proudly celebrates their victory. Hyukjin laughs about bringing down Kosukju's men. Jaehyung agrees, saying those tough guys arrived proud and left beaten. Yu studies his tuna mayonnaise meal, unsure how to open it. He watches Jaehyung remove the wrapper's seal and free the snack. Copying Jaehyung's movements, Yu finally takes his first bite. While chewing, Yu asks who started the confrontation. Jaehyung says one of Kosukju's men harassed Young-chan outside. That harassment sparked the entire fight inside the game room. Yu checks whether Young-chan suffered any injuries during the incident. Young-chan says he is fine because Jaehyung arrived just in time. Jaehyung then advises Young-chan never to retreat from situations like that. Young-chan looks puzzled by the unexpected advice. Jaehyung explains that bullies must never see fear in your face. Showing readiness makes them hesitate instead of exploiting your weakness. Hyukjin agrees, insisting people must know you will not tolerate mistreatment. Otherwise, he says they will simply trample over you. Young-chan asks what happens if the bully hits him anyway. Jaehyung shrugs, saying frightened people can still get attacked. Young-chan worries that standing firm might make the beating worse. Jaehyung accepts that possibility but warns against becoming an easy target. Being treated as helpless, he says, is worse than losing one fight. Hyukjin adds that this approach works because troublemakers avoid difficult resistance. Bullies generally choose quiet victims who never object or speak up. Young-chan falls silent, likely connecting that pattern to his own mistreatment. He has always been targeted because he never defended himself. Yu keeps eating as the conversation continues around him. His thoughts drift toward a past filled with poor curry and stale bread. Back then, Yu had no choice but to swallow those meals. Powerful men were always nearby, stealing food from anyone weaker. One arrogant man eventually demanded Yu surrender his portion. He refused, fought back, and left a horrifying scene behind. That memory shows him the same strong versus weak pattern repeating across both lives. Young-chan finally gathers enough courage to speak his mind aloud. He says he dislikes both Jaehyung and Hyukjin. The two bullies choke on their food, stunned by Young-chan's declaration. Young-chan says he hates them for bullying classmates, including him. Jaehyung asks when they supposedly bullied anyone. He argues that they only teased people occasionally. Hyukjin also claims they never physically harmed classmates or forced dirty work. Compared with people like Gisu, Hyukjin says they seem nearly saintly. Young-chan refuses to back down from his accusation. Even rough joking, he says, still becomes violence against someone else. Jaehyung and Hyukjin stare, unsure how to process that judgment. Young-chan says violence remains violence, regardless of its size. He resents their cruelty and their total lack of remorse. Afterward, Young-chan explains he followed their advice and said everything honestly. The two bullies are shaken by how directly Young-chan condemns them. Hyukjin struggles for words and says no. Hyukjin admits nobody has ever confronted him with such a judgment. He never imagined others viewed their behavior that way, assuming harmless jokes. Jaehyung agrees, saying they seemed mild compared with crueler bullies. Still nervous, Young-chan describes their unexpected friendliness whenever they spent time together. He suspects neither boy understood that their behavior still counted as bullying. Guilt hits Jaehyung, who immediately offers Young-chan a sincere apology. Hyukjin also apologizes, unsure how to repair things but wanting to try. Yu keeps fiddling with his food, detached from their emotional exchange. While peeling his rice ball's outer layer, he drops it onto the floor. The ruined meal leaves Yu visibly crushed and deeply disappointed. Young-chan, Jaehyung, and Hyukjin stare silently, uncertain how they should respond. They finally shout when Yu retrieves the rice ball and tries eating it. In Central Seoul, activity surges inside SW Corporation's busy headquarters. Shin Ji-ae, who previously claimed kinship with Shin Yuna, sits at her desk. Shin Yuna suddenly storms into the room, visibly seething with anger. She sharply calls Shin Ji-ae's name, demanding her immediate attention. Shin Ji-ae looks up smiling, but Shin Yuna cuts her off. Her biting question asks whether Shin Ji-ae recently met Yu. Shin Ji-ae stays casual, noting Shin Yuna investigated Yu because she distrusted him. Frustrated, Shin Yuna admits investigating him, but recalls promising to stop. She also orders Shin Ji-ae to stop pestering Yu. Shin Ji-ae arches an eyebrow and warns Shin Yuna not to forget their world. The recent kidnapping, she argues, proves they cannot risk another oversight. His concealed background, she insists, remains a major concern. Shin Yuna insists you played no part in the recent trouble. Shin Jie counters that helping with a rescue does not establish trustworthiness. The SW manager adds that his identity seriously affects the school. An SW-affiliated school should never accept someone carrying falsified records. The SW manager firmly declares that they will not ignore this issue. Shin Yuna grits her teeth while Shin Jia smiles with quiet satisfaction. Shin Jia predicts they may receive some welcome news very soon. Curious despite herself, Shin Yuna asks what kind of news. The SW manager explains that restricted records force them to contact higher up. Those higher-ups use their network to seek further information about you. Shin Jie challenges Shin Yuna, asking whether his true identity interests her. Shin Yuna firmly says she does not care about Yu's identity. Yu saved her, and that fact alone satisfies Shin Yuna. A telephone suddenly rings, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Shin Jie's smirk widens as she suggests hearing the news together. She answers, and the caller announces that a report has arrived. Shin Yuna waits tensely while everyone listens for the answer. Shin Jie voices hope that the report reveals Yu Aijin's identity. Instead, the caller says higher-ups forbid further investigation by SW Corporation. Shin Jia turns visibly pale, while the nearby guards stare in shock. Her frustration erupts, and she demands why they would dismiss everything. The caller cites the enduring partnership between SW Corporation and the government. That partnership has led them to overlook the entire matter. Yu became estranged from his family after an unfortunate plane crash. The caller describes him as a young man who finally returned home. They emphasize that Yu should live freely without any further scrutiny. The next day, Shin Yuna enters school accompanied by Kosukju. Their arrival draws every eye after such a long absence. Young Chan, Jaehyung, and Hyukjin also watch their return with open curiosity. Shin Yuna suddenly fixes Young Chan, Jaehyung, and Hyukjin with a direct stare. Her intense attention immediately makes Young Chan feel uneasy. She approaches Young Chan and asks whether Yu is absent today. Young Chan scans the room, explaining that Yu was just there. Jaehyung says Yu was summoned to the office minutes earlier. Shin Yuna and Kosukju settle down at their seats. Kosukju then reveals that the chairman is currently visiting the school. Shin Yuna is startled that her grandfather, the chairman, came personally. She wonders why the chairman never informed her about his visit. Shin Yuna also suspects Yu may be meeting him upstairs. Inside the office, Yu finally faces Shin Yuna's grandfather, the chairman. The chairman is delighted to finally meet Yu face to face. He previously declined an invitation, so the chairman came personally. He explains that he wanted to thank Yu for saving Shin Yuna. He replies that such gratitude is unnecessary. He only intended to rescue Yu Dayun while Shin Yuna happened to be there. The chairman acknowledges his point but still wishes to thank him. He also apologizes for drawing Yu Dayun into the dangerous incident. Yu says that concern is settled because Shin Yuna already apologized. The chairman falls silent while Yu turns toward his classroom. Finally, the chairman asks Yu to become Shin Yuna's bodyguard. He refuses outright, calling the responsibility beyond an ordinary teenager. The chairman notes ordinary teenagers cannot defeat a unit of former Special Forces kidnappers. Yu counters that Shin Yuna already receives constant internal security. The chairman agrees, but those guards cannot accompany her through school. Their constant presence would also prevent Shin Yuna from living normally. Kosukju previously managed her protection, the chairman further explains. Yet the kidnapping proved Kosukju unsuitable for that responsibility. Consequently, the chairman is considering entrusting Shin Yuna's safety to Yu. He starts leaving again and says he cannot assist. After a quiet pause, the chairman mentions another reason for visiting. He also came to thank Yu for something 3 years earlier. Those words stop Yu cold, and he swiftly faces the chairman. The chairman says he has long wanted to express this gratitude. His efforts let him see his son before his death. He plainly remembers the event, but dismisses it as routine work. The chairman insists nobody else accepted that exceptionally dangerous assignment. His successful mission allowed the chairman to reunite with his son. During that reunion, his son frequently spoke about Yu. Worried, his son asked the chairman why Yu became a mercenary. The chairman searched for Yu afterward, but uncovered no leads. Fate has now brought them face to face, the chairman observes. Then he reveals that Shin Yuna is his son's daughter. He recalls that man mentioning a daughter near his age. Even with that connection, Yu refuses the bodyguard position. Still, he promises not to ignore any danger threatening Shin Yuna. The offer briefly surprises the chairman, who then smiles warmly. He answers that his promise is already more than sufficient. One final request remains, and the chairman asks Yu's opinion. Specifically, he wants an evaluation of SW's current security team. He asks what exactly the chairman means by that request. The chairman describes SW's security as an old and prestigious institution. Its members may have become overly confident in that proud legacy. They claim they could have contained Shin Yuna's kidnapping without Yu. SW keeps expanding, bringing larger threats while security methods remain stagnant. The chairman requests his candid judgment of their capability. Naturally, the chairman confirms that the assessment will be paid. Yu sighs, finding the entire proposition painfully bothersome. He finally returns to the classroom where Shin Yuna greets him. He pointedly ignores her and continues directly toward his seat. Class begins under the teacher's direction as Yu settles quietly. Seated there, Yu keeps turning the chairman's statements over. The chairman's wording indicates Shin Yuna's father has already died. After all, he saw his son shortly before the man's death. Years earlier, Mercenary Yu eats among gathered worksite personnel. He chews a compact food bar when someone calls toward him. Shin Yuna's father asks how someone so young became a mercenary. Seeing Yu's face, Shin Yuna's father remarks on his youth. He immediately hides his face and begins walking away. Shin Yuna's father stops him by offering a platter of tempting food. He urges Yu to discard the bar and eat properly instead. Food matters, especially at Yu's age, Shin Yuna's father explained. Nearby mercenaries discuss how extraordinarily wealthy their newest client appears. They say their assignment includes roads, a school, and a clinic. All three projects serve the town where everyone is currently stationed. Yu listens quietly as the mercenaries continue discussing the project. During guard duty, Shin Yuna's father approaches with a chocolate bar. He responds only by turning his gaze elsewhere. Later that night, Shin Yuna's father again brings Yu food. Once more, Yu turns aside and rejects the offer. Heavy rain later brings Shin Yuna's father carrying protective gear. He offers an umbrella and coat, but Yu refuses both. One day, Yu packs his belongings and prepares to depart. Shin Yuna's father approaches Yu yet again. Shin Yuna's father says he will miss having Yu around. He invites Yu to visit during their remaining month there. Shin Yuna's father tosses Yu a packed bag. Inside are several snacks and a supply of basic medical items. He finally speaks, asking why he is receiving everything. The Korean words catch Shin Yuna's father entirely off guard. He says earlier attempts in his language and English failed. Neither language had drawn any response from Yu before. Shin Yuna's father explains that his daughter is around Yu's age. He reminds him of her, leaving him unable to ignore his concern. Conflict still rages around a battered settlement later on. He stands there alongside one of his fellow mercenaries. His squadmate reports that resistance fighters seized his former guard post. They had deliberately waited for the foreign workers to complete construction. Once the buildings were finished, the resistance moved in and claimed them. Most people stationed at the construction site were killed during the takeover. A suddenly ringing bell pulls Yu from that grim memory. Shin Yuna calls toward him and asks whether he is currently free. Inside the lounge, Kosuk-ju respectfully lowers his head before Yu. Kosuk-ju offers a belated apology directly and sincerely. He says such an apology is unnecessary. He already understands why Kosuk-ju chose to act that way. Shin Yuna expects Yu to reject what she asks next. Her grandfather requested that she invite Yu on his behalf. He accepts immediately, without offering even a single objection. His unprecedented cooperation leaves Shin Yuna staring in puzzled surprise. Elsewhere, Shin-jia clenches her teeth as frustration boils over. She fumes because the executive still refused to disclose his true identity. Her manager enters and announces that the same student has arrived again. The unexpected news visibly startles Shin-jia for a moment. Inside SW Corporation's men's locker room, Yu puts on the company uniform. Kosuk-ju asks how Yu obtained work with SW Corporation. Earlier, Yu examines every record belonging to SW Corporation's security personnel. The chairman instructed him to spend several days alongside the security team. Special arrangements had already been prepared to accommodate Yu there. A few days should easily reveal how the entire program operates. Back in the locker room, Yu explains his simple reason. He wanted first-hand experience with security work, so he accepted the position. Kosuk-ju wonders whether Yu hopes to become a bodyguard. Yu instead asks why Kosuk-ju will not join today's training. Kosuk-ju explains that today's session belongs to Team 2. He serves on Team 3, which works exclusively as Shin Yuna's escort. Team 2 protects Shin-jia and both of her parents. Inside the training hall, every security trainee sits upon the floor. The lead instructor announces that Yu will participate for several days. Yu attends Kosuk-ju's class, and the chairman approved his participation. This temporary access will let Yu learn about their profession. One trainee asks whether Yu helped Kosuk-ju during the kidnapping incident. The lead instructor confirms that Yu is indeed that student. He introduces himself and thanks everyone for allowing his participation. As training begins, Shin Yuna watches Yu from the level above. Kosuk-ju says Yu supposedly wants to experience bodyguard work. At least, that is the explanation Yu personally gave Kosuk-ju. The security trainees race through the hallways as their conditioning begins. While following Yu, Shin Yuna spots Shin-jia and her guard nearby. Shin Yuna privately wonders what brought Shin-jia to the training area. He continues racing through the hall beside the other security trainees. The lead instructor glances backward and sees Yu matching everyone easily. Determined to test him, the lead instructor sharply increases their pace. Several rounds later, every trainee is gasping desperately for air. Even the lead instructor appears exhausted enough to collapse where he stands. He merely takes one calm breath, looking entirely unaffected. The lead instructor knows their distance should have made anyone faint. Yet Yu appears ready to complete another 20 laps without trouble. Their session continues with several other punishing physical exercises. He performs exceptionally during every new challenge as well. Watching nearby, Shin Yuna marvels as Yu leaves everyone struggling behind. Shin Jie sneers that Team 2 is losing during mere basic training. Standing calmly nearby, Yu draws the lead instructor's baffled stare. The lead instructor wonders where anyone could have found someone this capable. His overwhelming skill makes him suspect extensive previous training. Then the lead instructor notices Shin Jie standing close to the training area. The lead instructor's face pales when he meets the security chief's gaze. He expects Shin Jie and her security chief to berate him later. After all, his team just fell behind a high school student. One junior raises his hand and requests permission to test Yu. He heard Yu played a crucial role in rescuing Shin Yuna. The lead instructor angrily questions his junior's desire to fight a student. He even yells that the junior must have lost his senses. He leaves him speechless by calmly volunteering for the match. Scratching his head in frustration, the lead instructor reluctantly grants permission. He orders the juniors to bring Yu some protective equipment. Soon, Yu and the stocky junior stand fully equipped. Shin Yuna anxiously wonders whether this sparring match will be safe. Kosuk-ju says the outcome is uncertain because these soldiers are formidable. Shin-jia finds the possibility of Yu winning rather amusing. She has already heard remarkable stories about his fighting ability. The security chief insists Yu still cannot defeat his soldiers. His men mastered numerous combat styles long before joining SW. The lead instructor warns both fighters to keep the match under control. He particularly orders the stocky junior to hold back against Yu. The stocky junior readily agrees to follow that instruction. Once the lead instructor calls for readiness, the stocky junior assumes position. He warns Yu that these soldiers are unlike his previous weak opponents. He ignores the provocation and quietly settles into his stance. The starting signal sends the stocky junior exploding forward with astonishing speed. His first punch tears toward his face, but Yu retreats. Another full-powered swing follows, yet Yu effortlessly evades it. Growing worried, Shin Yuna protests that this is only sparring. She points out that the soldier was never supposed to attack so fiercely. Ignoring that concern, the stocky junior unleashes punches from both sides. Yu smoothly slips past every fist without taking any damage. A sudden kick from Yu strikes the stocky junior's leg. The stocky junior stumbles, giving Yu an immediate opening. He clenches his fist and launches a devastating punch. The stocky junior raises both hands, narrowly blocking the direct impact. He mocks his failed strike and prepares his own counterpunch. He swiftly redirects the incoming fist and fires back. His brutal counter crashes directly into the stocky junior's face. Shin Yuna loses her breath after witnessing Yu's explosive power. Even the security chief admires how precisely Yu targeted the opening. While the stocky junior reels, Yu seizes his head. A savage knee strike smashes his face and leaves him bleeding. The stocky junior begins crumpling toward the floor from the impact. Shin-jia stares in utter disbelief at the sudden conclusion. Yu remains standing victorious beside his unconscious opponent. He calmly removes his headgear as the defeated soldier lies motionless. The lead instructor and every nearby soldier stare in stunned silence. Kosuk-ju recalls that both fighters were told to exercise restraint. Even so, the match became far more vicious than anyone expected. Shin-jia questions whether Yu is truly only 19 years old. The security chief seethes because Team 2 belongs under his command. Watching a teenager flatten his soldier leaves him visibly furious. The other soldiers drag their incapacitated teammate away from the floor. Yu remains planted at the center of everyone's attention. Now the lead instructor fully believes Yu helped rescue Shin Yuna. The security chief fixes his soldiers with a terrifying glare. Everyone panics while the lead instructor sweats over his expected punishment. Choi Beom-suk raises his hand and volunteers to challenge Yu next. The lead instructor reminds him that a student already defeated their team. He refuses to risk making them look foolish through another loss. Choi Beom-suk confidently admits Yu's performance has awakened his fighting spirit. The lead instructor argues that everyone cannot keep challenging Yu. He assures them that he feels perfectly fine and entirely rested. He adds that he has barely moved enough to become tired. Those words unsettle everyone after he just crushed one of their bets. He is effectively claiming the first fight barely warmed him up. Kosuk-ju sighs, showing no surprise at Yu's behavior. Choi Beom-suk finally enters the ring and faces Yu directly. While stretching, Choi Beom-suk casually asks where Yu learned combat. Yu instead asks why Choi Beom-suk is not wearing headgear. Choi Beom-suk confidently replies that protective headgear is unnecessary for him. He then begins telling Yu what to do. Choi Beom-suk accepts the challenge, then dismisses Yu's concern about headgear. Yu only raised the issue for Choi Beom-suk's protection, not his own. own. Without hesitation, Yu throws the headgear aside, stunning Choi Byung-suk and Yoo Dae-yoon. Choi Byung-suk grows arrogant, calling Yu a punk and admiring his attitude. Shin Jia turns toward Ko Suk-ju, wondering how this match will unfold. Ko Suk-ju admits they previously underestimated Yu, but expects victory today. He takes pride in soldiers who train relentlessly every day. This time, Yu faces the team's strongest fighter, Choi Byung-suk. Shin Jia smiles, eager to see Choi Byung-suk test Yu. Ko Suk-ju starts suspecting that Yu could finally lose. With no weapons involved, victory should depend entirely on physical power. Choi Byung-suk's heavily built body gives him an obvious strength advantage. Nobody knows Yu's training history, but skill cannot erase that physical gap. Choi Byung-suk opens the match boldly, planting his feet and swinging at Yu. He simply slides aside, letting the punch cut through empty air. Yu fires back, but Choi Byung-suk instantly avoids the incoming strike. Choi Byung-suk counters with a punch, forcing Yu to lean away. Yu answers with another attack, yet Choi Byung-suk catches his fist. Choi Byung-suk smirks, surprised that Yu's punch carries such force. He has no interest in conversation and immediately throws another punch. Choi Byung-suk blocks it easily, praising Yu's sharp timing. He boasts that quick little blows can never penetrate his defense. That confidence collapses when Yu drives his foot into Choi Byung-suk's thigh. Choi Byung-suk freezes, while the senior trainer stares in stunned disbelief. Yu follows with another punishing kick against Choi Byung-suk's leg. Furious, Choi Byung-suk swings wildly at Yu. Yu steadies himself and smashes Choi Byung-suk across the chin. Several follow-up strikes leave Choi Byung-suk grinding his teeth in frustration. Choi Byung-suk attacks again, but Yu redirects the blow with effortless precision. Yu then chops Choi Byung-suk's throat, making him cough and spit. The muscular fighter crashes down onto his knees with a heavy impact. Yoo Dae-yoon looks shocked first, followed by Shin Jia and Ko Suk-ju. Yu remains standing as Choi Byung-suk coughs violently on the floor. Ko Suk-ju is astonished by how strategically Yu dismantled Choi Byung-suk's guard. A knee strike followed by a neck attack sharply reduced their strength difference. More attacks against vital areas would have erased Choi Byung-suk's remaining advantages. Yu asks whether anyone else wants to fight, but nobody volunteers. The senior trainer warns Yu against targeting knees or throats during sparring. He looks genuinely confused and asks whether sparring has rules. He apologizes in case he violated something, since nobody explained those rules. The senior trainer quickly says no strict rules exist, adding that he merely mentioned it. Privately, the senior trainer feels desperate to preserve his dignity after losing to a student. After watching everything, Shin Jia knows rescuing Yoo Dae-yoon was no lucky accident. She asks Ko Suk-ju for his assessment of Yu's ability. Ko Suk-ju is irritated after watching his fighters collapse one after another. Even so, he admits Yu excels from basic drills through serious combat. Shin Jia smiles broadly, then orders everyone to proceed to the next course. The announcement startles the group, especially Yoo Dae-yoon, who has no idea what it means. Shin Jia approaches Yu and reminds him why he came here. Since Yu must experience genuine security work, she says bodyguard duty starts now. Shin Jia explains that Team 2 will assign Yu to escort her. She says she looks forward to having Yu serve on the assignment. Yoo Dae-yoon immediately senses that Shin Jia is preparing something suspicious. Inside an SW office, Grandpa sits with an unfamiliar man wearing a suit. The suited investigator cannot believe Yu shares a class with Yoo Dae-yoon. He says their research uncovered his background, yet seeing him remains startling. The investigator struggles to connect his call sign with such a young student. He adds that Yu's name only surfaced several years earlier. That means Yu was even younger when he first became recognized. The investigator still cannot connect his youth with his ruthless reputation. Inside the locker room, Yu finally dons a proper bodyguard uniform. The sharp black outfit gives him an undeniably imposing presence. That evening, Yoo Dae-yoon spends time at home with Grandpa. Grandpa asks whether Yoo Ijin is still meeting his friend. Yoo Dae-yoon explains that something arose and delayed Yu's return. Concerned, Grandpa says Yu should avoid staying outside too late. He trusts Yu but worries about nighttime troublemakers causing problems. Back at SW, the defeated Team 2 guards face their furious superior. Their earlier confidence has vanished beneath the shame of losing. Ko Suk-ju's anger shows clearly as he reprimands both embarrassed guards. He promises them a brutal training regimen unlike anything they have experienced. Both guards visibly wilt after hearing what awaits them. Ko Suk-ju then sighs, relieved their boss never scolded them today. Shin Yuna stares in amazement when Yu emerges fully dressed. His polished appearance resembles someone heading toward an important evening date. Shin Jia also approves, while Team 2 watches with quiet envy. Outside, Yu and 2 guards escort Shin Jia toward her vehicle. Several additional guards secure the area around her luxurious Bentley. Shin Jia enters safely and the surrounding guards follow their assignments. Yu remains outside until Ko Suk-ju orders him into the car. Following that command, Yu sits beside Shin Yuna in back. From there, he notices 2 guards constantly remaining beside Shinjie. Shinjie unexpectedly asks whether he has considered singing or acting. She explains that one SW subsidiary operates as an entertainment agency. That agency, she adds, is their destination for the evening. Yu answers plainly that neither career interests him. Shinjie then asks why bodyguard work appeals to him. He recognizes that nobody here understands his actual reason. Playing along, he claims he simply wanted first-hand bodyguard experience. Shinjie compliments his natural ability for the profession. His training performance and effortless victories over Team 2 impressed her. Hearing his team mentioned makes Kosakju flush with renewed anger. Losing to a high school student remains deeply humiliating for him. Yu says Team 2 only lost because they underestimated him. They restrained themselves because their opponent seemed young and inexperienced. That hesitation gave Yu an advantage from the beginning. Against their full strength, he believes both duels would have ended differently. Shinjie accepts his explanation while privately reassessing his personality. She expected more pride after he defeated experienced professional guards. Instead, Yu discusses their losses without boasting or belittling anyone. Kosakju is equally surprised by Yu's careful assessment. Eventually, the group arrives at another building owned by SW Corporation. Shinjie works inside her office after their arrival. Outside, Yu stands guard beside Kosakju for an hour. Kosakju notices that Yu has barely moved once. Curiosity drives him to ask where Yu received such demanding training. He only looks toward him, offering no immediate answer. Kosakju asks again about the techniques displayed during sparring. Those refined movements, he insists, could never come from mere luck. He finally says the streets of his childhood taught him. The vague response irritates Kosakju, who expected a serious explanation. Yet Yu's answer remains much closer to truth than it sounds. Memories reveal how those streets truly forged his survival skills. He races beside his field partner as bullets tear past them. During vicious weather, he scales ropes stretching into the treetop. He also confronts elite soldiers and seasoned killers without showing fear. Later, their car speeds along the highway toward the next destination. Shinjie asks whether Yu feels exhausted after such a long day. He calmly assures her that he feels perfectly fine. His composure seems strange because this is his first security assignment. When questioned again, Yu confirms he has never done this professionally. Kosakju quietly reflects that this behavior already seems typical. He has asked nothing since they began following the route. He also showed no discomfort when they deliberately skipped dinner. That omission was a test, yet Yu remained entirely unaffected. His behavior suggests he already understands such hardships accompany security work. Yu remains perfectly still until Kosakju permits him to move. Suddenly, Yu spots a grave danger approaching from ahead. A truck barrels toward them, its driver seemingly drunk or drowsy. Whatever his condition, the driver lets the truck leave its lane. Its path now points directly toward Yu and Shinjie. Tires shriek as the truck skids sideways across the roadway. The sliding vehicle then smashes violently into their car. Once the wreckage settles, guards from the trailing cars sprint over. Inside the damaged car, both protective airbags have already inflated. Kosakju quickly peers into the back seat and checks Shinjie. He asks whether she is alright, then freezes at the sight. Yu has pulled Shinjie close and shielded her body. His split-second reaction saves her from the collision's worst effect. Kosakju cannot believe Yu responded with such incredible speed. Shinjie abruptly pulls herself free and creates space between them. The junior guard rushes closer and anxiously asks about her condition. Outside, the remaining guards gather and assess the sudden collision. One guard confirms that the truck driver is unquestionably intoxicated. The junior guard reports that the unconscious driver is being extracted. Kosakju orders an ambulance called and the driver kept secured. He also demands a thorough investigation into the entire incident. Back inside, Shinjie studies Yu sitting silently nearby. Still shaken, she asks whether he escaped the crash unharmed. He gives her nothing more than a simple confirming nod. Shinjie worries he suffered injuries while protecting her. She suggests joining them at the hospital for a proper examination. Ignoring that suggestion, Yu instead gives her a safety reminder. Backseat passengers, he says, must always keep their seatbelts fastened. Such blunt advice during a crisis catches Shinjie entirely unprepared. Unable to counter that painful truth, she falls awkwardly silent. At home, Yu Dayun prepares a fragrant and appetizing meal. He enters the living room and asks whether lunch is cooking. Yu Dayun explains that the food is intended for Grandpa. She promises to reserve another portion for Yu to eat later. Yu reminds her that Grandpa has already left for work. Yu Dayun plans to deliver the meal directly to his workplace. She once visited him there often, according to her explanation. Those visits stopped after Yu finally returned to their home. He chooses to accompany her, sealing it with a warm smile. Across bustling Seoul, Grandpa cheerfully chats with a fellow guard. The fellow guard asks whether Grandpa secretly won the lottery. Since returning from vacation, Grandpa has appeared unusually cheerful. Puzzled by the teasing, Grandpa asks what his coworker means. The fellow guard says Grandpa simply seems much happier these days. He also mentions that Unit 703 provided snacks for everyone. Grandpa should stop by after work and collect his share. Grandpa agrees, but first intends to finish sorting the recycling. While compressing garbage, Grandpa reflects upon his recent excitement. Yu's return has made him happier than he intended to show. Apparently, even other people have started noticing that overflowing joy. A sudden roadside disturbance interrupts Grandpa's private thought. A roadside brute stops abruptly, blocking traffic with his sports car. The blocked driver behind him demands that he clear the road. Instead, the roadside brute climbs out, carrying 2 disposable cups. With a smug sneer, he hurls insults at the blocked driver. He orders the man quiet and promises to return within minutes. The blocked driver visibly shrinks under the roadside brute's aggression. Striding toward Grandpa, the roadside brute casually tosses both cups. His careless throw misses the bin, scattering them across the ground. Grandpa immediately bends down and collects the additional litter. Still inside the sports car, his girlfriend offers another garbage bag. She tells the roadside brute to dispose of that trash too. Reluctantly, he grabs the bag but refuses to approach the bin. From a distance, he flings it carelessly toward the recycling area. As expected, Grandpa must gather the inconsiderate couple's latest mess. The roadside brute speeds away without sparing Grandpa another glance. While returning everything properly, Grandpa hears a familiar voice nearby. He turns and discovers Yu and Yu Dayun arriving together. Despite his delight, Grandpa asks why his grandchildren came there. They explain that they brought him a freshly prepared lunch. Grandpa insists they should not have gone through such trouble. He could easily purchase something to eat from a nearby shop. Looking around, Yu Dayun notices Grandpa organizing the accumulated recycling. Grandpa says handling it early prevents the pile from becoming unmanageable. Yu Dayun immediately offers to help him finish sorting everything. Grandpa refuses, warning that the work could dirty her clothes. Yu Dayun has already decided and casually dismisses his concern. Yu Dayun says she can simply wash her clothes later. She and Grandpa begin separating the accumulated rubbish together. He stands quietly behind them, glowing with familial happiness. Later, several nearby girls blush while staring toward Yu. They are probably captivated by his strikingly handsome face. In the background, Chadusik and the enforcer leave the apartment ground. Both men have finally been discharged after their hospital stay. Chadusik suddenly perks up after noticing Yu ahead. Yu is calmly sorting rubbish, leaving Chadusik thoroughly baffled. The enforcer recognizes Grandpa from their earlier visit to retrieve Yu. Hearing that, Chadusik deduces Yu Dayun must be Yu's sister. Yu's warm smile immediately catches Chadusik's attention. Chadusik finds it fascinating that Yu actually smiles. For once, Yu truly resembles an ordinary teenager. The enforcer suggests walking over to greet the family. Chadusik refuses, saying men like them would spoil such moments. Instead, he proposes that they find something to eat. The sweet family now shares lunch together inside the park. All three happily eat, chat, and savor their time together. Once lunch ends, Yu Dayun waves goodbye to Grandpa. Yu and Yu Dayun then prepare to leave together. By evening, Grandpa finishes his duty and walks home smiling pleasantly. He notices the same Corvette parked there during the noon incident. Its driver had earlier arrived there and dumped rubbish. Grandpa approaches the driver and explains that parking there is prohibited. The Corvette blocks the entrance and creates danger for nearby children. Grandpa politely suggests moving it into the designated parking lot. The driver sneers, asking why he should obey some old man. He declares that his damned car will stay wherever he wants. Grandpa attempts to reason calmly with the hostile driver. The blonde companion threatens Grandpa, emphasizing that he is merely a guard. She pointedly asks whether he wants to lose his job. Grandpa maintains his smile and acknowledges that residents pay his wages. That responsibility is precisely why he asks them to park elsewhere. He only wants to prevent them from inconveniencing everyone else. The driver scoffs, refusing to use the cramped parking lot. He worries another vehicle might scratch his precious Corvette there. The driver demands to know who would reimburse that damage. Grandpa cannot offer an answer to his selfish question. The blonde companion sneers, doubting Grandpa could afford the car's cost. A powerful hand suddenly clamps around the driver's neck from behind. The enforcer terrifyingly asks whether he lacks respect for elders. Groaning in pain, the driver demands his attacker's identity. The enforcer leans closer, wearing an expression fierce enough to freeze him. In a low voice, the enforcer asks why that matters. The driver's courage vanishes beneath the enforcer's terrifying glare. Yanking him aside, the enforcer orders silence and demands he move. He warns against ever troubling Grandpa again. Otherwise, both members of this repulsive couple will receive a brutal beating. The frightened couple scrambles into the Corvette and speeds away. Turning friendly, the enforcer smiles and asks whether Grandpa is unharmed. Unsure how to react, Grandpa can only thank him. The enforcer explains that Yu is his friend. He also mentions seeing Yu helping Grandpa earlier today. Grandpa's memory stirs as he recognizes the enforcer. He remembers the enforcer once visited their home to meet Yu. At Chadusik's territory, the enforcer later rejoins his boss. Despite his fractured hand, Chadusik remains in excellent spirit. He is delighted his other hand can still hold a drink. The enforcer says that young punk would have troubled Grandpa further. Without his intervention, the situation would have grown much worse. Chadusik chuckles, nodding approvingly at the enforcer's excellent work. He remarks that youngsters nowadays can be astonishingly disrespectful. Yu abruptly barges inside, looking frighteningly intense. Chadusik immediately sweats beneath Yu's severe gaze. A serious Yu is the last person Chadusik wants provoking. Nervously, Chadusik asks why Yu is staring so insanely. Since his real name remains unknown, we continue calling him the Enforcer. He produces his phone and displays a selfie. The picture shows the Enforcer posing beside Grandpa. Grandpa also said one of Yu's friends lives in that apartment. The apartment is the same place where Grandpa currently works. The Enforcer blushes, looking both pleased and embarrassed by the selfie. Yu instead looks furious and asks whether this picture is threatening. Chadusik and the Enforcer recoil, terrified by his misunderstanding. Neither man wants to end up on Yu's bad side. His anger surges and the Enforcer begins staggering backward. He calls everything a goodwill gesture and begs Yu to listen. The Enforcer pleads for an explanation before Yu takes any action. At SW Corporation, Shinjie asks the Silent Guard about Yu. After pausing, the Silent Guard says Team 3's training session should be ending. Shinjie asks whether Yu visited the hospital after the accident. She also wants to know exactly what the doctor reported. The Silent Guard reports several bruises, but nothing seriously concerning. Shinjie remembers Yu rescuing her at exactly the right time. Her thoughts reveal the genuine tenderness she now feels toward him. Still concerned, she orders the Silent Guard to check on him. After all, delayed symptoms can unexpectedly appear following a car accident. If the media exposes the stage crash while Yu suffers, trouble could erupt. The suspicious setup confirms the earlier hunch that they were testing his ability. He soon changes back into his school uniform. Ko Suk-ju asks why his performance seemed restrained compared with last time. He says he wants to avoid antagonizing everyone there. He asks why Ko Suk-ju still spends time with the security team. Yu thought Ko Suk-ju had completed training and already moved forward. With a sigh, Ko Suk-ju clarifies that he was never an official guard. His family circumstances and childhood beside Shin Yuna first drew him there. Because bodyguard work suited him, Ko Suk-ju simply continued doing it. Watching Yu rescue Shin Yuna from kidnappers shattered his confidence. Ko Suk-ju recognized his own shortcomings and decided to improve. He explains that SW provided every part of his training. Then Ko Suk-ju asks where Yu acquired such professional technique. He merely says the streets where he once lived taught him. Ko Suk-ju senses an incomplete answer but chooses not to pry. Once ready, both men leave the locker room and find Shin Yuna outside. Her position makes it obvious that she has been eavesdropping. He ignores her presence and keeps walking without engaging. Shin Yuna quickly asks whether he plans to attempt more fieldwork today. Confused, Yu turns toward her without offering an answer. Blushing, Shin Yuna says another assignment offers them a good chance to socialize. She adds that the outing should not take very long. Yu stays silent, while the Silent Guard and Ko Suk-ju do likewise. Neither man knows how to respond to her peculiar request. Later, numerous guards remain outside as Shin Yuna and Yu visit a food stall. Shin Yuna eagerly says she deeply missed cup noodles and triangle kimbap. She could not enjoy either food while staying in the United States. He studies his wrapped triangle kimbap, triggering an unpleasant memory. He remembers his meal slipping from its wrapper and striking the ground. Ko Suk-ju appears puzzled by their choice of such a shabby eating spot. Noticing Yu's hesitation, Shin Yuna asks why he is eating nothing. He says eating beside her feels improper while guarding her. His answer startles Shin Yuna, prompting Ko Suk-ju to explain Team 3's role. Team 3 must escort her while posing naturally as nearby companions. Smiling sweetly, Shin Yuna agrees and encourages everyone to start eating. Ko Suk-ju knows she deliberately chose the convenience store near Yu's home. She expected Yu would reject an invitation somewhere more upscale. Shin Yuna asks whether Yu suffered while escorting Jaehyung during the accident. Still staring at the packaged kimbap, Yu assures her he is fine. She asks whether Jaehyung treated him harshly during that assignment. Jaehyung, she explains, is notoriously demanding and severe with people. Yu answers only that the entire assignment proceeded smoothly. Shin Yuna doubts him because such behavior sounds unlike Jaehyung. She remarks that Jaehyung smiles only while insulting somebody. As they talk, Yu studies Shin Yuna's warm, pleasant demeanor. The sight pulls him into a painful memory of Shin Yuna's father. Shin Yuna's father appears badly wounded, drained of strength, and utterly exhausted. Nearby, a panting Yu grips his gun and searches for enemies. Shin Yuna's father tells Yu to abandon him there. At least one of them must escape the situation alive. Shin Yuna's father says little time remains, even if rescue comes today. Even a rescue today would only postpone Shin Yuna's father's death. Shin Yuna's father tells Yu not to regret leaving him wounded. Shin Yuna's father appreciates Yu staying when everyone else refused. His sole regret is not seeing his daughter's face once more before dying. He tells him to stop grieving over that possibility. Yu insists Shin Yuna's father still lives, so he should rise and go see his daughter, and Shin Yuna's father brightens with fragile hope. As the memory fades, Yu asks Shin Yuna to speak privately. Startled, Shin Yuna confirms whether he means only the two of them. Yu agrees, prompting Ko Suk-ju to give them some distance. Once Ko Suk-ju leaves earshot, Shin Yuna asks what prompted this secrecy. Yu answers by suddenly mentioning the name Shin Inguk. Shin Yuna identifies Shin Inguk as her father and grows more confused. He then asks what kind of man her father was. Puzzled by his intentions, Shin Yuna cannot see where this leads. After sighing, she describes her father as constantly occupied with overseas work. They rarely met, so father and daughter never became particularly close. Eventually, Shin Inguk became ill and received a grim medical prognosis. Despite having little time remaining, Shin Inguk continued working as usual. His condition worsened during another business trip outside Korea. Shin Yuna cannot understand choosing work over loved ones during one's final days. Since Shin Inguk could not fly home, she traveled toward him instead. Tragically, Shin Inguk died before Shin Yuna could reach his side. He worked until death without sharing one final moment with his daughter. Shin Yuna honestly admits she still resents Shin Inguk for abandoning that chance. She remains unsure why Yu Ijin wants to hear about her father. Still, Shin Yuna says his earlier rescue earned this personal honesty. His thoughts return once more to the construction site. There, Shin Inguk explains that his actions come from wanting to help. As a parent, Shin Inguk feels obligated to act for those children. Helping them is the only way he can face Shin Yuna again. Shin Inguk confesses that he has failed to be a good father. Knowing earlier would have made him spend much more time beside her. To Shin Inguk, nothing anywhere matters more than one's family. Returning to the present, Yu says Shin Yuna motivated her father's final work. The revelation shocks Shin Yuna, who demands to know what he means. He explains that he must complete his client's last assignment. Shin Inguk wanted Shin Yuna to know he desperately wished to see her. He also regretted failing to make that final meeting possible. Those are the exact sentiments Shin Inguk entrusted Yu to convey. Another memory shows Shin Inguk declaring this request an official assignment. He orders Yu to complete it under every possible circumstance. Whether Shin Inguk survives or dies, Yu must deliver his message. Shin Yuna is stunned that Yu met Shin Inguk before his death. After revealing everything, Yu takes his bag and silently walks away. Shin Yuna remains frozen behind him, her eyes open wide with disbelief. Tears gather as she wonders whether Shin Inguk truly spoke those words. He has also begun understanding something that escaped him back then. At last, he grasps the deeper purpose behind Shin Inguk's assignment. Shin Inguk's offers were never attempts to soothe his own conscience. Instead, every offer came from Shin Inguk's desire to protect Yu. The assignment was meant to remove Yu from the dangerous battlefield. Shin Inguk created that duty because helping Yu was still possible. Inside Yu's apartment, the doorbell announces an unexpected visitor. Yu opens the door and finds his senior, Major Kang. Later, everyone gathers around the dining table inside the living room. Grandpa is delighted to finally meet Major Kang face to face. Until now, Grandpa and Major Kang had only spoken by telephone. Major Kang apologizes for taking so long to visit and greet him. He explains that he returned to Korea alongside Yu. Major Kang first allowed Yu time to reunite with his family. Grandpa is surprised to learn Major Kang remained in Korea throughout. He says he has eagerly awaited an opportunity to thank him personally. Everything Major Kang did for Yu had deeply astonished Grandpa. Grandpa previously believed Major Kang was merely an embassy employee. He never knew Major Kang personally brought Yu safely home. Major Kang cheerfully replies that Yu also ensured their survival. Privately, Major Kang knows that statement could not be more truthful. Yu effectively carried Major Kang and the others out of hell. Remembering that ordeal leaves Major Kang profoundly grateful to Yu. Across the table, Grandpa answers with a slow, respectful nod. Grandpa adds that Yu might never have returned without Major Kang. Though belated, Grandpa sincerely thanks Major Kang again for everything. Major Kang starts sweating and anxiously waves away Grandpa's heartfelt gratitude. He insists that such thanks are entirely unnecessary. Still curious, Grandpa asks how an officer ever met Yu. The question briefly leaves Major Kang uncertain how to answer. Regaining composure, Major Kang says Yu guided their overseas deployment. Their unit became trapped in a deadly situation abroad. Major Kang admits nobody would have survived without Yu's help. Since noon approaches, Grandpa invites Major Kang to stay for lunch. Major Kang gladly accepts, then snacks on fruit while waiting. Turning toward Yu Dae-yun, he asks whether she is Yu's sister. Yu Dae-yun flusters briefly, then manages a quick confirmation. Major Kang gives Yu Dae-yun a warm smile. He says his younger sister now feels like his own. Jokingly, Major Kang declares she now has two stylish older brothers. His overeager attempt at sounding sounding cool leaves Yu Dayun uncomfortable. Still, the 17-year-old politely answers the 36-year-old Major Kang. Her courtesy barely disguises how painfully forced his youthful act feels. At noon, Grandpa's table fills with an impressive spread. His well-paid security work makes such a generous meal possible. Major Kang attacks the dishes with startling speed and enthusiasm. Bewildered, Grandpa assures him there is no reason to hurry. Major Kang apologizes, blaming his excitement over genuine home cooking. He cannot remember his last meal prepared so warmly at home. Grandpa gently asks whether Major Kang's mother has passed away. Major Kang clarifies that she is alive but cooks terribly. He and his father usually choose restaurants over her meals. Dining out spares both men from pretending her cooking tastes good. Growing emotional, Major Kang calls the military mess hall his favorite part. He ruefully admits that confession sounds rather pitiful. Grandpa and Yu Dayun answer with equally strained smiles. Yu quietly keeps eating, tactfully sparing Major Kang further embarrassment. Outside later, Yu spends time alone with Major Kang. Major Kang happily says seeing Yu again means plenty. He adds that the others still remember Yu fondly. Warm memories surface of his juniors treating him kindly. A sincere smile slowly settles across his face. Yu asks what unexpectedly brought Major Kang here. Major Kang explains that business had already brought him nearby. With several free days after his assignment, Major Kang visited Yu. He feels relieved that Grandpa and Yu Dayun seem genuinely kind. Yu smiles, and Major Kang mirrors his warmth brightly. When Major Kang rises, Yu asks whether he is leaving already. Major Kang nods because the day has grown rather late. He wishes they could remain seated and talk much longer. Instead, Major Kang must leave to meet his fiancée. The revelation catches Yu visibly off guard. Yu asks whether Major Kang has already become engaged. After Major Kang confirms it, Yu only stares silently. That blank response leaves Major Kang increasingly irritated. Peeved, he asks whether Yu envies his romantic success. He immediately denies feeling anything of the sort. Major Kang explains their parents arranged the rather traditional match. He admits the arrangement actually brings him some relief. Constant assignments rarely leave Major Kang enough time for dating. Waving farewell, Major Kang tells Yu to stay well. Near the exit, Major Kang suddenly pauses and calls Yu. Yu promptly turns and answers Major Kang. Major Kang asks whether Yu found the answers he sought. The question recalls Yu once asking what family truly means. Back then, Major Kang found the question difficult and stayed silent. Presently, Yu admits he still cannot fully define family. Yet he says its meaning is gradually becoming clearer. Pleased by that answer, Major Kang offers a heartfelt farewell. At SW Corp, Shinjia apologizes for summoning her visitor unexpectedly. She lacked enough time to meet him anywhere else. Surprisingly, the waiting visitor is Major Kang himself. Major Kang quickly assures Shinjia that nothing is wrong. After all, he contacted her without providing any warning. He is simply grateful she found some time for him. Taking her seat, Shinjia mentions his frequent overseas deployments. She begins reflecting on what that demanding schedule must entail. Major Kang modestly scratches his head, saying Shinjia is surely busier. He claims he merely races between duties, trying wherever possible to help. Shinjia rejects his modesty, knowing how packed his schedule remains. Major Kang answers with an awkward, sheepish grin. Privately, Shinjihei marvels that she became engaged to a military man. Without their parents' arrangement, she knows they would never have met. She asks how many times they have actually met so far. Major Kang answers immediately that they have met exactly 14 times. Shinjihei protests that 14 meetings are insufficient after over one engagement year. Another matter returns to her mind, and she requests a favor. Major Kang brightens instantly and urges her to name it. Shinjihei slides Yu's profile across the table toward him. Pointing to Yu's photograph, she asks Major Kang to investigate his record. Major Kang already knows Yu's entire history, yet keeps that hidden. Shinjie explains that Yu is Shin Yuna's classmate. They have discovered his official records are fabricated. Her own inquiries failed because the authorities refused her access. She hoped Major Kang could investigate where her reach had failed. Major Kang apologizes, speaking plainly that he cannot assist her. Shinjia's eyes widen, and surprised silence hangs between them. Irritated, she looks aside and says he needn't make his refusal dramatic. Major Kang trembles nervously, terrified that he has upset her. Several days later, Yu receives troubling news by telephone. Major Kang and his men vanished while conducting a mission. In hostile territory, Major Kang's soldiers advance cautiously with weapons raised. Enemy troops also wait hidden somewhere among the surrounding woods. One enemy soldier reports that Major Kang's unit entered the target zone. The enemy commander grins broadly, eager to begin hunting the trapped soldier. Yu asks whether Major Kang is currently in danger. The caller confirms that Major Kang's situation is dangerous. The caller is Shin Yuna's grandfather and an elderly SW Corporation director. Their sources say armed forces ambushed Major Kang's unit during its mission. Enemy fighters pursue them, forcing the missing soldiers into active combat. The military is already preparing an operation to extract Major Kang's troops. The elderly director shares this because Yu and Major Kang are close. Yu understands the warning implies Major Kang's survival chances are grim. With sadness, the elderly director confirms his conclusion. The elderly director called specifically so Yu could prepare for the worst. He falls silent under the weight of that possibility. The elderly director warns against rash conclusions and urges faith in the military. He reminds Yu that he must consider his family now. He finally agrees, then ends the call. Standing alone, Yu drifts through memories of Major Kang. In an infirmary memory, Major Kang beams beside his injured comrades. He reminds them that he correctly identified Yu as Korean. The wounded soldiers happily join in, still astonished by the revelation. They ask whether Yu has truly recovered his lost memory. Another memory finds Yu sitting quietly by himself. Major Kang approaches, urging patience instead of forcing forgotten memories to return. Major Kang asks whether Yu is his real name. He immediately confirms that it is. In another recollection, Yu and his companions crowd a game room. They struggle helplessly, failing to secure even one victory. Laughter mixes with playful despair as loss follows relentless loss. One especially sharp memory shows Major Kang charging inside with thrilling news. Breathless with excitement, he announces that they found Yu's family. Major Kang explains that Yu has a grandfather and younger sister. He stays quiet, appearing strangely unsurprised by the discovery. His companions erupt with joy and warmly congratulate Yu. They celebrate his chance to finally resume an ordinary life. Back in the present, news of Major Kang leaves Yu aching. Lost in thought, Yu hears Yu Dayun call him for dinner. Grandpa urges Yu to hurry before their meal becomes cold. He eventually leaves his room and stands there without speaking. His family notices the unusual behavior and looks at him puzzled. They ask whether Yu plans to join them. Yu finally emerges from his thoughts and eagerly sits beside Yu Dayun. As they settle, Grandpa says the other guards envy his frequent family meal. Yu Dayun finds that strange, assuming every child regularly visits their grandparent. Grandpa sadly explains their grandchildren rarely visit them as often as she does. Pleasantly surprised, Yu Dayun promises another visit soon, complete with packed lunches. He remains noticeably out of step with the cheerful atmosphere. He suddenly addresses Grandpa, drawing the old man's curious attention. Grandpa gently asks Yu what has been troubling him. He asks about helping someone who once offered him assistance. Grandpa pauses, considering the complicated question carefully. He says the answer depends on what kind of help was received. It also depends on how that assistance can be returned. Grandpa notes the benefactor probably had far more to lose. That person also offered help without expecting anything in exchange. The true worth of such kindness can never be measured precisely. Someday, you will need to repay another person's kindness. Even if he cannot help fully, he should sincerely return the favor. Growing embarrassed, Grandpa worries that his heartfelt explanation became an aimless ramble. He apologizes, admitting that expressing his perspective clearly has never been easy. Yu assures Grandpa that he understood every word perfectly. He adds that meeting someone like Grandpa makes him genuinely happy. Grandpa looks puzzled by the sudden praise, but thanks his grandson warmly. Hearing those words from Yu means a great deal to Grandpa. Yu Dayan suddenly notices her older brother looking directly toward her. He says he is equally grateful to have her as his sister. She falls silent, then blushes fiercely beneath this unexpected flood of praise. Later in his room, Yu contacts his senior regarding Major Kang. He announces his decision to help Major Kang and join the fight. He asks his senior to arrange whatever support is possible. Though reluctant to send Yu, the director apparently sees no alternative. Deep in the woods, Major Kang stands exhausted and struggles for breath. He draws several deep breaths, trying to recover his strength. Major Kang orders everyone to stop and rest for a while. He assigns a perimeter scout, then sends 2 trackers toward the enemy. A worried soldier says everyone is exhausted and their wounded comrade lost considerable blood. The senior soldier insists they must reach the next checkpoint and await rescue. The worried soldier questions whether their dwindling rations will last that long. Agitation overtakes the senior soldier, who clenches his teeth in frustration. Inside the enemy base, a soldier reports Major Kang's group nearing surrender. The eye-patched commander admits the resistance has lasted surprisingly long. He believes his side would suffer worse losses without the civilians burdening them. Major Kang's unfamiliarity with this terrain further strengthens the commander's advantage. Suddenly, the hidden eye beneath his eye patch begins throbbing painfully. His irritation surges as an image of Yu enters his thoughts. The reaction strongly suggests Yu was responsible for destroying that eye. A plane tears across the sky toward the endangered region. Inside, Yu wears military gear and grips a firearm securely. He already knows the terrain awaiting him below. This region is among the territories where he previously operated as a mercenary. Before departure, the director's assistant briefed Yu about Major Kang's mission. Major Kang's unit deployed to extract researchers studying the region's mineral resources. Their rescue progressed successfully until an unidentified armed force ambushed the troops. The assistant also confirmed that every item Yu requested was prepared. Military forces from both nations agreed to help secure his passage there. Lastly, the director asked whether Yu remained absolutely certain about going. He answered immediately, confirming his decision without hesitation. Back aboard the plane, warning sirens blare as they reach the checkpoint. The signal announces that his moment to enter action has arrived. At school, the classroom lecture continues according to its usual routine. Two classroom troublemakers slack off while Youngchan diligently records the lecture. Shin Yuna wonders why Yu is absent and ignoring her messages. Back in the woods, Yu advances cautiously and spots scattered bullet casing. He lifts his attention and carefully scans the surrounding air. Scanning the wreckage, Yu sees Major Kang never reached the second foothold. Battle remnants suggest Major Kang already continued onward toward the third foothold. Deep in the woods, soldiers trade sustained bursts of heavy gunfire. Major Kang replaces his magazine beneath the enemy's unrelenting barrage. Among the attackers, one enemy soldier carries a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. The weapon briefly shocks Major Kang, but he responds without hesitation. Major Kang takes aim and shoots the armed soldier through the head. Somehow, the launcher detonates afterward, causing an enormous explosion that scatters debris. Numerous attackers fall while Major Kang's squad maintains its punishing gunfire. The enemies farther back hesitate to advance, then finally withdraw. With the immediate threat cleared, Major Kang requests a status report. The scout confirms no additional injuries, though their ammunition reserves are dwindling. He cannot be certain they possess enough ammunition for another firefight. Major Kang asks the scout how distant their next foothold remains. The scout estimates 8 kilometers southwest and 3 hours 20 minutes away. Major Kang dislikes those numbers because everyone must travel entirely on foot. Civilians and wounded soldiers will make crossing the thick jungle especially difficult. The scout adds that their pursuers repeatedly ambush them, then retreat. Rather than committing fully, the enemy keeps repeating this calculated pattern. Major Kang clenches his teeth upon recognizing their deliberate strategy of attrition. Their commander willingly sacrifices countless fighters to accomplish his intended objective. These attackers lack military discipline, yet someone tactically skilled directs their movement. The attacks initially appeared chaotic, but repeated clashes revealed a clear design. Constant pursuit drove Major Kang from the first foothold toward the second. Now the same pressure is forcing everyone away from the second foothold. Their pursuers also move like they already know every route ahead. Major Kang's best choice is defending the third foothold until rescue arrives. Whatever the cost, Major Kang intends to bring every survivor safely home. Inside the enemy camp, a messenger reports that events match their prediction. He has already stationed troops along the route to block Major Kang. The eye-patched commander grins because the outcome hardly surprises him. After all, Major Kang's group has very few possible routes available. A mercenary challenger storms inside, demanding how many more men must die. He calls their deaths pointless and questions the eye-patched commander's restraint. Why not launch everyone together instead of repeatedly attacking and withdrawing? The eye-patched commander answers with a murderous glare that freezes the mercenary challenger. Trembling under that gaze, the mercenary challenger immediately stops speaking. The eye-patched commander's presence grows harsher as he explains their opponent's strength. They face an exceptionally seasoned special forces unit, not ordinary soldiers. Without tactical maneuvers, a direct charge would have destroyed their entire force. They would possess neither surviving troops nor territory afterward, he warned. Then the eye-patched commander smiles again, returning to his usual demeanor. He assures the mercenary challenger that none of them matter anymore. Following those chilling words, someone shoots the mercenary challenger through the head. He collapses, permanently relieved of every concern he raised. Outside the tent, other captured members of his mercenary group await judgment. The eye-patched commander finally authorizes the pursuit of Major Kang's party. He also orders his soldiers to eliminate the useless captives before departing. Farther along the route, Major Kang's entire group looks thoroughly exhausted. A soldier says they have covered half the distance already. Maintaining their current pace should bring everyone to the foothold on schedule. Major Kang remains cautious and orders their pace reduced slightly. The enemy understands this terrain intimately, while Major Kang's group does not. Worse, their pursuers know the precise route Major Kang currently follows. Back at camp, the eye-patched commander practically radiates delight over the chase. He eagerly imagines capturing his prey when they finally believe themselves safe. The eye-patched commander savors how they will discover the trap began immediately. Barely containing himself, he orders soldiers to announce the prey's approaching arrival. Major Kang's group continues forward and discovers butchered mercenaries scattered across the ground. Every mercenary lies dead, leaving Major Kang baffled about what happened. The evidence suggests Yu Ijin personally eliminated every one of those fighters. At the enemy camp, the messenger returns carrying troubling news. The returning messenger tells the eye-patched commander that Alpha Unit awaited the ambush. Yet all contact with Alpha Unit has suddenly been lost. Shock jolts the commander, who demands how such news could be true. The messenger says repeated attempts to reach Alpha Unit have all failed. Gritting his teeth, the commander angrily demands Delta Unit's current position. He specifically asks whether Delta Unit is following directly behind Alpha Unit. The messenger reports Delta Unit is approaching, with nearly 2 kilometers remaining. His commander orders immediate contact, insisting Delta Unit capture their prey regardless. Changing his mind, the eye-patch commander chooses to contact them personally. Once connected, he commands Delta Unit to deliver an immediate status report. The Delta operator promptly answers that his unit faces intense enemy fire. Stunned by this report, the commander furiously demands a proper explanation. The Delta operator explains that someone ambushed them while they approach the target. His commander asks who exactly Delta Unit is currently fighting. The Delta operator admits they know absolutely nothing about their mysterious attacker. A deafening blast interrupts him, abruptly killing the entire transmission. Grinding his teeth, the commander seethes because his hunters are now hunted. Across the battlefield, Yu is clearly devastating the enemy's scattered rank. Enemy soldiers unleash relentless gunfire, yet Yu slips through every volley. His graceful evasions make their torrent of bullets seem almost harmless. Yu knows Major Kang needs 30 minutes to reach the third foothold. Until then, he intends to keep every pursuing soldier occupied. That diversion gives Major Kang's group and the civilians time to escape safely. Sliding across the ground, Yu swiftly levels his weapon toward them. He fixes his sights and instantly drops the first targeted soldier. Without pausing, Yu shifts his aim and kills another soldier. The remaining troops quickly identify the direction of the concealed sniper fire. He answers first, spraying bullets that tear through their formation. Fresh enemy soldiers arrive and immediately hammer his position with another volley. He ducks for cover while bullets strike everywhere around him. He starts running, certain this terrain will conceal his route. Using that advantage, he prepares to attack again from another direction. Farther ahead, Major Kang and his soldiers hear sustained firing behind them. One soldier reports that the shots come from their recently traveled route. Major Kang cannot understand it because the mercenaries were already dead. Now fierce gunfire is erupting from the same path they abandoned. He admits this mystery makes no sense to him yet. Major Kang orders everyone to hold position until the rescue party arrive. Renewed blasts thunder behind them as Yu keeps slaughtering enemy soldiers. The survivors retaliate, forcing Yu to crouch behind nearby rocks. He understands they have discovered that only one attacker opposes them. He has faced overwhelming numbers alone since the battle began. Despite that advantage, the enemy panics after losing half its force. He spots 3 soldiers who still cannot pinpoint his position. With crisp precision, he takes aim and immediately shoots all 3 down. A glance at his watch shows 14 minutes remain until rescue arrives. As sunrise approaches, Major Kang's soldiers carefully monitor the surrounding enemy. One soldier announces that the rescue unit will soon begin landing. The waiting civilians release relieved breaths after hearing this welcome news. Major Kang warns his relieved soldiers to remain vigilant until everyone escapes. The gunfire's sudden silence has left him with a deeply troubling feeling. Their transmitter unexpectedly crackles, carrying a report from the other side. Yu identifies himself and reports that he is 3 minutes away. A soldier remarks that his name sounds strangely familiar. Major Kang quickly connects that name with the intense gunfire now silent. Looking ahead, he sees Yu approaching with both hands raised. Major Kang peers through his rifle scope and confirms Yu's identity. The other soldiers also recognize Yu but question his presence there. Major Kang remains stunned, unwilling to trust what his own eyes show. Right then, the rescue helicopters finally arrive over their position. Major Kang rushes forward and grabs Yu firmly by his shirt. He harshly demands why Yu came and what he is doing there. Remaining composed, Yu says nobody knows this region better than him. Major Kang reminds him that his mercenary life has already ended. In response, Yu calmly begins explaining his reason for coming. He explains that avoiding lifelong regret brought him here. Ever since learning Major Kang's men face danger, Yu felt compelled to help. Otherwise, he knows that decision would haunt him for the rest of his life. Major Kang's anger intensifies, and he reminds Yu that he is only a child. Yet his fury collapses as he suddenly pulls Yu close. Overwhelmed by emotion, Major Kang holds him tightly while tears spill. Finally, the helicopter lands, allowing the rescue team to deploy. They quickly spread across the area, treating and assisting every survivor. Elsewhere, a field aide delivers a grim report to a one-eyed commander. Alpha Unit is gone, while 17 of 20 Delta soldiers are dead. Though lacking proof, the field aide believes Alpha fell almost instantly. He concludes that Delta was ambushed while traveling toward its destination. The one-eyed commander grinds his teeth, barely containing his frustration. His rage is understandable because every part of his plan had worked. His target moved exactly as predicted, with no reinforcements anywhere nearby. He only needed to wait patiently for the perfect striking opportunity. Instead, someone erased Alpha and nearly destroyed Delta as well. Only one previous fighter ever displayed combat ability resembling this devastation. That same fighter was responsible for ruining the one-eyed commander's eye. Remembering Yu makes the injured eye begin throbbing once again. The connection becomes obvious. Yu must have caused this destruction. The field aide quickly notices the one-eyed commander's strange reaction. The one-eyed commander says this battle perfectly matches one's method. His field aide objects that one was terminated several years earlier. Unconvinced, the one-eyed commander orders him to investigate everything again. He demands a fresh analysis, assuming that one may still be alive. At SW Corporation's training grounds, security guards perform their regular exercises. Yu and Ko Suk-ju train among them as Shin Yuna watches. Their routine includes strength drills and a demanding rope climbing course. Ko Suk-ju cannot stop watching Yu while struggling to match him. After the rope climb, desk vaulting becomes their next training event. Yu and Ko Suk-ju line up shoulder to shoulder. Both charge forward at remarkable speed once the exercise begins. He easily pulls ahead, clearing every desk without any difficulty. His movements look so natural that the obstacles barely seem meaningful. Everyone watching, including Shin Yuna, stares at Yu in amazement. They marvel at how Yu excels at seemingly every challenge. After completing the course, the group pauses to recover its breath. Ko Suk-ju pants heavily, visibly drained by the demanding workout. One glance toward Yu leaves him stunned all over again. He stands calmly without even showing a trace of sweat. Inside the men's locker room, Ko Suk-ju keeps studying Yu's ability. His attention catches a small patch of blood on his arm. Ko Suk-ju points it out, and Yu notices the stain. He dismisses the injury as nothing and puts on his school coat. Ko Suk-ju knows only a serious wound would bleed that much. Despite that injury, Yu still surpassed everyone throughout the training. Speaking candidly, Ko Suk-ju says Yu makes his world feel painfully narrow. He knows little about Yu, but recognizes someone far from ordinary. Yu's extensive experience is obvious from everything Ko Suk-ju witnessed. Rescuing Shin Yuna and dominating training both prove Yu's exceptional skill. Since childhood, everyone around Ko Suk-ju has called him a prodigy. Meeting Yu forces him to confront his own frustrating limitation. Still, Ko Suk-ju refuses to let Yu outshine him during training. Yu asks whether that explains Ko Suk-ju's constant staring. Being called out leaves Ko Suk-ju visibly awkward and unable to answer. He says repeated attempts to outperform him are difficult to miss. Still, he understands why Ko Suk-ju compares them at the same age. Ko Suk-ju's silence quietly confirms that Yu is correct. Yu then asks whether Ko Suk-ju serves beyond simple bodyguard duty. He also asks whether Ko Suk-ju trained as Shin Yuna's aide from childhood. Ko Suk-ju wonders who revealed that information, but admits it is mostly true. His grandfather serves as chief secretary to SW Corporation's chairman. Ko Suk-ju's father also works beside his grandfather as an aide. His future at SW Corporation was decided while he was still young. Because he and Shin Yuna grew up together, Ko Suk-ju received specialized training. That preparation would help him support Shin Yuna's eventual corporate responsibilities. He finally admits he knows nothing about serving as an aide. Ko Suk-ju explains that each of them has a different role. As Yu walks away, Ko Suk-ju quickly catches up. Ko Suk-ju vows to surpass Yu during training and sparring. He answers his friend's challenge with a quiet smile. After all, some friendly competition can push both of them forward. Outside the men's locker room, Shin Yuna waits for them. She praises both boys for completing another strong training session. Shin Yuna checks in on him, wondering what has kept him away. She mentions that he has missed school for quite some time. He simply says he had something important to handle. Shin Yuna pauses silently, and Yu's phone suddenly rings. The caller identification shows that Major Kang is contacting him. Yu answers, and Major Kang immediately shares the doctor's report. The wounded soldier's operation succeeded without any serious complication. Major Kang assures Yu that there is nothing to fear. Relief spreads across his face after hearing the good news. Major Kang says any later return could have killed the soldier. That means the wounded man survived because Yu intervened. Major Kang thanks Yu, then repeats his gratitude sincerely. Without Yu's rescue, their entire unit might have fallen. Major Kang adds that everyone else feels equally grateful toward him. The soldiers nearby loudly begin thanking Yu from the background. Major Kang then grows serious and forbids another battlefield appearance. He admits the warning sounds strange after Yu saved everyone. Still, sending Yu into danger no longer feels right. Major Kang reminds him that he now has a family. A completely new life also waits ahead for Yu. Yu gently notes that Major Kang helped him find that family. For that reason, entering the battlefield was clearly the correct choice. Major Kang cannot suppress a smile after hearing Yu's answer. He thanks Yu again for making the right decision. He says goodbye, ends the call, and looks forward. Shin Yuna stands there wearing a thoroughly puzzled expression. She appears startled, perhaps because his smile seems unfamiliar. Flustered, Shin Yuna asks whether Yu must hurry home. He says no, because his friends await him elsewhere. They are currently waiting for him inside the game room. Curious about this gathering, Shin Yuna immediately asks to join. Kosuk-ju seems uncertain about whether they should visit. Despite his hesitation, all three eventually reach the game room. Yu enters and briefly freezes at the sight inside. Kosuk-ju and Shin Yuna appear equally confused by everything. The entire game room has been left in utter disarray. Computer equipment and other peripherals lie scattered across the floor. A staff member struggles to clean what resembles a fight's aftermath. Kosuk-ju asks the irritated manager what happened there. The manager says uniformed students from their school were gaming peacefully. Then students from a rival technical school barged inside. Those newcomers immediately started an enormous fight with the group. The brawl wrecked the room, leaving staff to clear everything. Jae-hyung, Hyukjin, and Young-chan have clearly found serious trouble. Yu already seems to understand what probably occurred. Elsewhere, Young-chan races through the streets at full speed. Though badly winded, he darts into a narrow, dark alley. Young-chan hides around a corner, trembling with absolute terror. The pursuing thugs continue searching nearby for their frightened target. Young-chan's predicament becomes clearer when events rewind several minutes. A large gang of thugs surrounds Jae-hyung, Hyukjin, and Young-chan. Jae-hyung and Hyukjin fight desperately, despite being badly outnumbered. Jae-hyung orders Young-chan to escape while he still has time. Hyukjin also warns Young-chan against telling Yu what happened. Young-chan flees, leaving both friends trapped inside the violent clash. Now he trembles while imagining them facing that entire gang. Every attacker comes from the same rival technical school. Young-chan's phone suddenly rings, nearly frightening him out of his skin. The screen reveals that Yu is calling him. Back at the fight, Jae-hyung drops one thug with one punch. Another attacker lands a hit on Jae-hyung immediately afterward. Jae-hyung counters with a stomach kick that sends him tumbling backward. Hyukjin also tears through approaching thugs from every direction. After defeating numerous attackers, both friends look utterly exhausted. Yet the gang's overwhelming numbers still place them at a disadvantage. One thug remains behind his followers and openly mocks the pair. He admits their resistance was more impressive than he expected. Their performance also confirms reports about his defeated underling. The speaker is Choi Bam-suk, the rival school's infamous top fighter. Neither Jae-hyung nor Hyukjin imagined ever confronting Choi Bam-suk personally. Jae-hyung keeps provoking Choi Bam-suk, questioning his courage before his followers. Choi Bam-suk takes the bait and barrels forward with furious force. His fist rockets toward Jae-hyung, who slips aside without any difficulty. Jae-hyung tightens his fist and launches a devastating counterattack. Choi Bam-suk reacts quickly, blocking the incoming blow with his guard. Jae-hyung attacks again, only deepening Choi Bam-suk's growing frustration. Choi Bam-suk retaliates and smashes Jae-hyung brutally across the face. Exhaustion now prevents Jae-hyung from putting real strength behind his attack. Jae-hyung throws a desperate kick, but Choi Bam-suk catches his leg. Grinning broadly, Choi Bam-suk declares that Jae-hyung is already finished. A savage punch follows, leaving Jae-hyung's face drenched in blood. Choi Bam-suk refuses to stop and drives his knee into Jae-hyung. The impact sends Jae-hyung skidding helplessly across the filthy pavement. Hyukjin also falters after glancing toward his battered friend with concern. A thug exploits that distraction and clubs Hyukjin across the skull. Once Hyukjin falls, several attackers begin hammering him without restraint. Choi Bam-suk continues stomping Jae-hyung, staining his shoes with bloody grime. Mercy never enters his mind as he targets Jae-hyung's head viciously. Another thug approaches and reports that Gisu wants both captives delivered. A second thug asks how they should handle the one escapee. Choi Bam-suk orders everyone gathered at the club to pursue him. That fleeing student is Young-chan, who finally reaches Yu's group. Young-chan explains that rival students ambushed them without any warning. Their attackers remained furious about the confrontation several days earlier. Though initially surprised, Jae-hyung and Hyukjin quickly began fighting back. Their resistance held until Choi Bam-suk personally entered the battle. Yu does not recognize Choi Bam-suk's name or reputation. Young-chan explains that Gisu controls the rival school's strongest students. Choi Bam-suk serves as Gisu's feared and highly capable right-hand man. Their reputations attracted criminal recruiters even before they finished school. Young-chan reveals that 20 attackers had been waiting to ambush them. Jae-hyung and Hyukjin faced all 20 while ordering Young-chan to escape. They also forced Young-chan to promise he would tell nobody. Guilt overwhelms Young-chan, who insists the entire disaster is his fault. Jae-hyung previously protected Young-chan when those rival students targeted him. Yu finally asks where Young-chan last saw his two friends. Young-chan identifies an alley beside the subway station as their location. That alley also lies along their usual route toward the game room. Without offering any response, Yu quietly starts walking toward it. Youngchan nervously asks whether Yu intends to search for them. Fear still grips Youngchan despite Yu's proven fighting ability. He doubts even Yu can defeat 20 dangerous opponents alone. Most of those notorious students eventually enter criminal organizations after graduations. Memories of happier days shared with his friends suddenly fill Youngchan's mind. Those moments strengthen his resolve and push his lingering fear aside. Youngchan confidently steps beside Yu and joins the rescue attempt. The pair walks away together, leaving Shinyuna uncertain behind them. Ko Suk-ju remains silent until the bodyguard addresses him directly. The bodyguard asks whether Ko Suk-ju plans to join his friend. Startled by the question, Ko Suk-ju hesitates instead of answering. The bodyguard repeats that those departing students are Ko Suk-ju's classmates. With an encouraging grin, he tells Ko Suk-ju to regain his senses. Formal company may surround him, but Ko Suk-ju remains a high schooler. After considering those words, Ko Suk-ju forms a confident smirk. He tells Shinyuna that he will return within several minutes. Ko Suk-ju assures her that the matter should not take long. His unexpected decision catches Shinyuna entirely off guard. Watching him leave, she recalls never seeing that expression before. Shinyuna suddenly declares that she intends to follow them. The bodyguard immediately refuses, warning her against entering dangerous trouble. He confidently claims the other two can handle everything without difficulty. Annoyed by his refusal, Shinyuna pointedly turns her gaze away. Her silent displeasure leaves the anxious bodyguard sweating heavily beside her. Youngchan still worries despite knowing Yu is an exceptional fighter. 20 opponents remain too many for Youngchan to dismiss without concern. Those fears begin fading when Ko Suk-ju approaches and joins them. Yu glances over his right shoulder toward the new arrival. Ko Suk-ju simply says he is coming because they are classmates. His answer brings a quiet smile across his face. All three continue down the path with renewed confidence and purpose. Upon finally reaching the alley, the trio finds an unsettling scene. Broken sticks litter the alley, with blood sprayed across the pavement. Youngchan panics, insisting Jaehyung and Hyukjin were here moments earlier. He desperately wonders whether his two friends somehow escaped. Ko Suk-ju notices two smartphones nearby and quickly retrieves them. He concludes the attackers probably dragged Jaehyung and Hyukjin away. Youngchan confirms that both phones belong to his missing classmate. Ko Suk-ju says the shattered devices were deliberately abandoned there. Yu also suspects whose blood stains the alley floor. Several thugs suddenly emerge and wander into the surrounding street. They notice the trio and recognize their high school uniform. Their attention immediately locks onto Youngchan, who escaped them earlier. The thugs approach while hurling vicious insults directly at Youngchan. They claim they searched everywhere for the troublesome runaway. Youngchan trembles, visibly shaken by their hostile return. Ko Suk-ju feels relieved because answers have conveniently found them. Now they can ask where Jaehyung and Hyukjin were taken. Yu confidently walks straight toward the nearest thug. Offended by Yu Ijin's attitude, the thug launches a punch. He redirects the strike and smashes his opponent's face. A second thug swings, only to receive another crushing counterattack. He grabs his head and drives a knee upward. Ko Suk-ju attacks without hesitation, dropping enemies with practiced precision. Soon every thug lies defeated, their own blood coating them. Youngchan's fear becomes astonishment as the fight ends almost instantly. One battered thug groans, prompting Yu to approach him. Yu demands the location of Jaehyung and Hyukjin. The battered thug stays silent, wearing an arrogant, furious expression. Even bloodied, he raises his middle finger and orders Yu away. He answers by slamming him face first into the concrete. The impact instantly knocks him unconscious, leaving his eyes rolled upward. Youngchan stares anxiously, stunned by Yu's ruthless response. Ko Suk-ju decides Yu should not conduct the interrogation. Inside the crowded club, thugs gather throughout the packed room. Jaehyung and Hyukjin are thrown around mercilessly amid the disorder. Hearing repeated crashes, Youngchan struggles to raise his head. He watches a tattooed man swing a bat with savage force. Each frenzied blow sends fresh blood spraying through the room. The tattooed man is Gisu, the powerful leader running this place. While Gisu pummels someone below, his subordinates bring both captives forward. Gisu finally stops, discards his bat, and signals for a cigarette. A nervous subordinate scrambles to place one in his hand. Gisu drops into his chair, looking unmistakably furious. Rumors about Jaehyung and Hyukjin defeating 10 men enraged his boss. That report forced Gisu to endure serious pressure from above. Earlier, Gisu faces his boss during a tense private meeting. His boss questions how 2 students defeated 10 crew members. Most crew members graduated from a technical school renowned for tough recruits. Those hardened fighters should never lose against ordinary high schoolers. Furious, his boss warns that Gisu could lose his position. Back inside the club, Gisu still seethes over that humiliation. He glares at Jaehyung and Hyukjin with open resentment. Gisu asks whether these two caused his men such trouble. A nearby subordinate confirms they are the responsible student. Gisu immediately demands to know where the third student went. Choi Byung-suk nervously admits that Young-chan managed to escape. He promises their men will capture Young-chan very soon. Gisu looks stunned that his crew still lacks every target. His reaction exposes how badly events differ from his expectation. Choi Byung-suk and the others grow uneasy around Gisu's foul mood. They suspect yesterday's warning from his boss caused this anger. Choi Byung-suk keeps his response brief and offers a hurried apology. He hopes the apology will prevent Gisu from exploding further. Gisu eventually settles and studies the two battered captives. He doubts these frail students could overpower 10 experienced men. Gisu demands information about the rest of their partner. Jae-hyung tells Gisu to screw off without showing any fear. A subordinate punishes Jae-hyung's language with a hard facial kick. Gisu calmly vents his frustration through deep drags of smoke. His subordinate continues beating Jae-hyung and Hyukjin without mercy. Gisu extinguishes his cigarette and begins proposing an arrangement. Gisu promises freedom to whichever captive reveals everything first. The slower informant must remain behind and serve as his pawn. Gisu even offers them an opportunity to escape. Still, his men will simply haul them from school. He promises to make their lives unbearable afterward. Hyukjin responds with a snicker instead of showing fear. Soon, Jae-hyung and Hyukjin are laughing until they can barely breathe. Their open mockery finally pushes Gisu beyond his limit. His followers tense up, knowing the situation is turning vicious. Gisu charges forward and brings his baseball bat crashing downward. The crushing impact sends blood spraying across the room. Even Gisu's own followers become uneasy as his rage escalates. Gisu keeps battering Jae-hyung and Hyukjin with merciless strikes. A sudden disturbance outside finally makes Gisu stop swinging. Every thug stationed around the club now lies sprawled outside. Silence fills the room when the entrance door slowly creaks open. Yu, Ko-suk-ju, and Young-chan confidently stroll through the doorway. Gisu fumes over these high schoolers barging into his club. He demands an explanation for how they defeated every outside guard. Young-chan freezes upon seeing his friends collapsed in pools of blood. Gisu's lieutenant identifies Young-chan as the student who escaped earlier. Several nearby thugs snicker while sizing up Yu and Ko-suk-ju. They mock Young-chan for returning with only 2 supposed reinforcements. Young-chan trembles, reconsidering whether entering the club was remotely sensible. Gisu drops his bat, and it strikes the floor with a thud. He says his long criminal career has never produced such absurdity. A few scrawny students have actually marched inside, seeking trouble. Gisu asks his lieutenant how these intruders should be handled. The lieutenant immediately orders every thug to force them onto their knees. Armed with bats, the entire crew rushes toward the 3 students. The lieutenant feels relieved that this mess should finally end today. He dreads imagining the consequences if it lasts another day. Unfortunately for him, the coming fight will shatter those expectations. Yu and Ko-suk-ju immediately begin dropping attackers everywhere. The lieutenant turns pale while nearby spectators shake with fear. Yu and Ko-suk-ju swiftly cast their school bags aside. The lieutenant stares dumbfounded after 4 men fall almost instantly. Every remaining thug surges forward, hoping numbers will overwhelm them. Yu and Ko-suk-ju calmly settle into fighting stances. Together, they crush each attacker like useless debris blocking their path. He launches airborne and drives a devastating strike into one face. Ko-suk-ju also refuses to show these filthy thugs any mercy. Single punches from Ko-suk-ju send grown men flying backward. Young-chan watches in astonishment while his companions demolish the entire crew. Neither Yu nor Ko-suk-ju struggles against the swarming attackers. Gisu's cigarette slips from his open mouth as his confidence vanishes. The relentless beating continues until every thug remains motionless. Gisu cannot believe what just unfolded inside his own club. Yu and Ko-suk-ju have barely worked up a sweat. Between them, they have defeated all 30 of Gisu's goons. He starts walking forward while the nearby lieutenant trembles uncontrollably. He quietly passes him without delivering another blow. For one brief instant, the lieutenant believes he has been spared. Ko-suk-ju steps forward and brutally punches the lieutenant unconscious. Now panicking, Gisu retrieves his bat and braces himself firmly. Yu continues approaching without displaying the slightest concern. Once they stand face to face, Gisu swiftly swings the bat. He answers the attack with a crushing strike of his own. He follows by chopping Gisu sharply across the throat. Yu seizes Gisu's head and pulls him downward. His knee smashes into Gisu's face with overwhelming force. Blood immediately pours from Gisu's shattered nose. Despite the punishment, Gisu stubbornly refuses to stay down. He fears his boss will expel him from the clan. Desperation drives Gisu to pull a dagger and fight dishonestly. Gisu slashes at Yu, hoping the hidden blade changes everything. He catches his attacking hand without flinching. A sharp twist snaps Gisu's wrist, leaving him whimpering helplessly. Yu finishes by slamming Gisu violently into the floor. The final impact leaves the cocky gang leader utterly defeated. This time, Gisu stays down for good. Across the room, the battered student bullies finally begin waking up. Young-chan rushes over and anxiously asks whether his friends are okay. Hyukjin sarcastically asks whether their baseball bat battered faces look remotely okay. Jaehyung looks up and notices Yu watching them. Catching Yu's eye, Jaehyung proudly raises one thumb. He declares himself challenger ranked in life, despite remaining bronze ranked in the game. The joke lands nicely, though Ko Suk-ju cannot follow its gaming logic. Elsewhere, the chief's enraged aide savagely beats Gisu and Choi Beom-suk. The chief's aide recalls ordering them to clean up their mess. Instead of fixing anything, they only created an even larger disaster. Both men lower their heads while Gisu attempts a simple apology. The chief's aide answers by brutally smacking Gisu across the face. He continues pounding Gisu with frightening, uncontrolled fury. According to the chief's aide, apologies have no place in this situation. They should be expanding operations while 2 other crews remain incapacitated. Instead, Gisu has dragged another dangerous problem into their criminal family. Those sideline crews had previously attacked Cha-do-sik's territory. Yu was the fighter who defeated them there. Choi Beom-suk watches in horror as his boss absorbs the relentless beating. The syndicate chief finally arrives and orders his aide to stop. Standing over Gisu, the syndicate chief regrets ever seeing potential in him. Gisu lies on the floor, clenching his teeth in silent humiliation. The syndicate chief lights a cigarette and asks whether men were dispatched. His aide confirms they recently left and should return soon. Their targets are the people responsible for pummeling the syndicate's men. The syndicate chief refuses to remain idle while his family suffers humiliation. He cannot tolerate anyone laying hands on people belonging to his organization. His order is simple: none of those offenders may leave intact. The chief's aide immediately promises to handle everything. On Cha-do-sik's territory, the broad enforcer bursts urgently into the club. He reports discovering why the Kim family's crew keeps causing trouble. Cha-do-sik calmly asks him to explain the situation further. The broad enforcer reveals that a new member antagonized a certain student. Cha-do-sik already recognizes Yu and questions their terrible choice. From this point onward, the muscular subordinate receives one consistent designation. The broad enforcer explains that Yu utterly demolished their people. Now the entire criminal family is thirsting for revenge. They cannot let rumors spread about losing to one high school student. Cha-do-sik exhales smoke and orders the broad enforcer to gather men. His grim tone makes clear that the conflict is escalating. The mobilization strongly suggests Cha-do-sik intends to support Yu. The broad enforcer replies that preparations are already underway. Smiling broadly, he adds that several old comrades came to visit. With that rival family previously handled, every former underling has returned. Cha-do-sik rises from his seat and chuckles quietly. He jokes that those fools only want entertainment and alcohol. Opening the door, Cha-do-sik finds his underlings assembled in orderly lines. Every waiting man looks delighted to have his boss back. Cha-do-sik stands proudly and says he is equally glad. He acknowledges that they have not enjoyed themselves together recently. First, Cha-do-sik proposes finishing one quick assignment before sharing drinks. On the street, Shin Yuna and Ko Suk-ju suddenly become surrounded. The thug captain smirks, pleased that finding them required no effort. He mockingly apologizes for interrupting their supposed date. Then he warns that both Shin Yuna and Ko Suk-ju are coming along. A fleet of cars abruptly screeches to a halt around everyone. Sharp-suited guards emerge and swiftly encircle every thug present. SW Corporation has clearly dispatched powerful reinforcements for Shin Yuna. Ko Suk-ju glares at the lowlifes with barely restrained fury. Without hesitation, Ko Suk-ju seizes one thug firmly by the head. The trapped criminals now seem destined for an exceptionally painful defeat. Even Shin Yuna feels some sympathy for these deeply unfortunate fools. None of them understands the nightmare they have just entered. Elsewhere, Cha-do-sik's bat-wielding underlings demolish everyone throughout the area. Cha-do-sik then strolls into a club familiar to Yu and Ko Suk-ju. Inside, Cha-do-sik has already taken down all 30 men. The club boss freezes upon seeing Cha-do-sik standing there. His 2 lackeys look equally stunned and visibly terrified. They face the district's toughest gangster, leader of Cha-do-sik's organization. Struggling to accept this, the club boss asks why he came. He insists nobody touched Cha-do-sik's men and suggests a misunderstanding. Cha-do-sik says the youngsters should have settled matters themselves. An adult interfering in children's business seems rather childish to him. Stunned by that answer, the club boss demands an explanation. Then the meaning clicks, and he asks whether Yu caused this. Cha-do-sik smirks as he confirms the club boss's suspicion. Since the club boss involved himself with Yu, Cha-do-sik can intervene too. Later, Yu Dayun happily devours noodles and drains every drop of broth. The warm meal leaves her refreshed and thoroughly delighted. He watches with a broad smile, enjoying her happiness. Noticing her enthusiasm, Yu Dayun suddenly grows self-conscious. She explains that cup noodles seemed exciting after such a long time. He points out that he never commented on it. His phone rings then, with Cha-do-sik calling him. Yu answers, and Cha-do-sik immediately asks what he is doing. He says he is eating ramen outside a convenience store. Cha-do-sik calls ramen an unworthy meal for a grown-up. He offers dinner sometime and proposes genuinely good barbecue. He replies that such a treat seems unnecessary. Teasingly, Chadusik asks whether dining with a gangster bothers him. He says convenience store ramen suits him much better. Expensive meals bought by somebody else also make him uncomfortable. Left without an argument, Chadusik accepts ramen as their plan. After the call, everyone in the local crew lies defeated by Chadusik alone. The next day, the school bell sends several classmates springing from their seats. Jaehyung and Hyukjin turn toward Youngchan, eager to start gaming. Curiously, the former bullies always wear casual clothes at school. Everyone else follows a specific classroom dress code. Is that customary in Korea, or does the writer simply want them standing out? Youngchan eyes Jaehyung's fractured hand and questions his gaming condition. Jaehyung quickly lifts that hand and wiggles his finger. He swears every finger works, so handling a mouse poses no problem. Youngchan cannot understand why Jaehyung is flaunting a broken arm. Yu, strangely enough, finds the display somewhat admirable. Hyukjin warns Jaehyung against blaming his injury after the match. He already expects excuses about that arm when Jaehyung performs badly. The group then asks Ko Suk-ju whether he wants to join. Ko Suk-ju looks startled for a brief moment. Jaehyung promises to buy today's snacks, thanking him for everything. After a quiet pause, Ko Suk-ju agrees to come. Shin Yuna eventually announces that she wants to join them. Hyukjin checks whether she truly plans to enter the game room. Shin Yuna confirms, asking whether her company would cause trouble. Ko Suk-ju asks Yu whether he remains ranked bronze. He confirms reaching bronze rank some time ago. Ko Suk-ju beams proudly, leaving everyone confused by his reaction. Without another word, he strides ahead toward the game room. You cannot dismiss the sense that Ko Suk-ju seems unusual. Despite that concern, everyone enjoys playing together inside. Shin Yuna remains behind the players, silently watching them. Jaehyung receives relentless criticism from his friends for playing terribly. Somehow, his performance is nearly worse than his. After intense matches, they visit the game room's snack counter. Their fun continues over chips and assorted treats. Shin Yuna repeatedly glances toward Yu, focusing squarely on him. Something about Yu clearly holds her attention. Eventually, the entire group decides to leave. While Yu follows the path home, his phone rings. Yu Dayun is calling, and he answers her. She promptly asks whether he plans to eat dinner outside. He says he is nearly home already. As he speaks, Yu spots Grandpa and Yu Dayun ahead. He asks the pair where they are heading. Grandpa and Yu Dayun explain they need groceries for dinner. He chooses to accompany them on the shopping trip. Grandpa worries that Yu may already feel tired. Yu opens his mouth to answer Grandpa's concern. He answers that he feels fine after merely visiting friends. Inside the grocery store, they carefully gather everything needed for dinner. When the shopping ends, Yu offers to carry every bag. Outside, a suspicious hooded stranger nearby immediately catches Yu's attention. The hooded stranger radiates such menace that Yu instantly recognizes him. He greets Yu as one, making his heart jolt. Years earlier, a younger Yu stands beside the same long-haired mercenary. Back in the present, Yu immediately walks toward the hooded stranger. Grandpa and Yu Dayun watch his sudden behavior with puzzled expression. Curious, Grandpa asks whether Yu knows the intimidating newcomer. He explains they were teammates while he was living elsewhere. Hoping to appear welcoming, Grandpa introduces himself as Yu's grandfather. The hooded stranger responds with a warm and unexpectedly pleasant smile. Yu Dayan looks startled and cautiously begins backing away from him. Despite the smile, the hooded stranger and Yu Dayun exchange lethal glares. Grandpa assumes their visitor is exhausted after traveling such a long distance. He warmly invites the hooded stranger to join their family for dinner. The hooded stranger politely refuses, claiming he was only passing nearby. He explains that he simply decided to visit Yu briefly. Grandpa chooses to leave the former teammates some privacy together. He and Yu Dayun walk away, allowing the pair to talk. Once alone, the hooded stranger gives Yu a knowing smirk. He remarks that Yu looks healthy for someone officially considered dead. He finally addresses him as Six and questions how he found him. Six reveals that the camp recently discovered Yu survived. Its people have now begun searching everywhere for their missing one. Still, Six assures him that no immediate danger has reached him. The camp has not yet uncovered the location of Yu's home. Six says a nearby mission originally brought him into the area. After hearing about the search, he decided to visit Yu. His reassurance carries a warning that the camp will eventually catch up. Once his location surfaces, the camp plans to eliminate him. It is only a matter of time until they assign Six. Yu immediately becomes guarded upon hearing this dangerous possibility. Smirking, Six dismisses the tension and tells him to stop bracing himself. He insists he only came to reconnect with an old friend. He remains silent as suspicion and curiosity cross his face. Six suggests finding food after becoming absorbed in tracking Yu. His search distracted him so thoroughly that he nearly skipped eating. Later, Six devours a bowl of ramen with startling intensity. Aijin watches uneasily as though Six has starved for several days. Finishing the substantial meal, Six releases a deeply satisfied burp. He then comments with obvious pleasure about how excellent the ramen tasted. He agrees, praising its flavor, convenience, and generous calorie count. 6 notes that Yu still evaluates everything through practical efficiency. Apparently, leaving mercenary life never erased that deeply ingrained habit. Growing serious, Yu returns to the question of being discovered. He asks how 6 succeeded when the camp itself still failed. 6 answers that he always knew Yu had survived. Knowing Yu intimately made that conclusion almost instinctive for him. 6 then asks whether Yu has recovered his missing memories. He promptly confirms that all those memories have returned. 6 suspects that 32 probably knows about his survival too. Still, he cannot predict how 32 might respond to that truth. News of his supposed death had devastated 32 especially badly. He asks why 6 has kept this revelation from 32. 6 replies that fewer informed people means better protection for you. That rule applies even when the uninformed person is someone close. He admits he expected 6 to eventually discover his survival. What surprises him is 6 concealing that knowledge from the camp. 6 snickers. Admitting his own decision surprised him just as much. Years earlier, roaring flames surround a battlefield as soldiers advance. Massive explosions erupt while Yu hugs the ground with his gun. 6 approaches the hiding place and crouches beside the scorched terrain. Rubbing the ground, he discovers fresh blood staining the nearby grass. Those traces clearly indicate someone recently escaped through that exact area. Eventually, 6 turns back without exposing Yu's concealed position. He remains hidden, crawling low through the grass after 6 leaves. In the present, 6 admits he cannot explain his choice that day. He still does not understand why he spared his return. Even so, 6 feels quietly proud that he made that decision. He recalls how the camp trained them like obedient attack dogs. Every mercenary was conditioned to follow the camp's commands without resistance. Despite that conditioning, 6 felt a powerful bond of comradeship with Yu. 6 grows irritated, crushing the can clenched tightly in his hand. He demands to know why Yu did not remain hidden forever. He answers that he never had another choice. 6 wonders whether recovered memories or this new life changed Yu. He cannot decide whether that change is better or worse. A sudden ringtone interrupts them, drawing 6 toward his pocket. He pulls out his phone and silently accepts the call. After hearing the caller, 6 quietly returns the phone to his pocket. His faint smile suggests the camp may have ordered Yu's death. 6 takes a chopstick from the empty bowl beside him. He breaks it apart, creating 2 sharpened pieces of wood. Without warning, 6 drives one piece toward Yu's face. He catches his wrist, stopping the point inches from his eye. 6 attacks with his free hand, aiming the second piece at Yu. He blocks that wrist too, halting it beside his neck. Trapped in their deadlock, 6 apologizes for ruining a simple greeting. The camp discovered his visit early and ordered Yu eliminated. He calmly agrees that orders leave 6 little choice. A young woman suddenly emerges from the nearby grocery store. Looking over, the young woman finds both men unexpectedly cleaning everything. Their handsome appearances immediately leave the young woman blushing. Yu and 6 finish placing the scattered garbage into baskets. 6 remarks that this location poorly suits such a rushed assignment. He starts walking away instead of continuing their interrupted fight. Before leaving, 6 says he prefers this version of Yu. He seems confident that Yu has changed for the better. 6 then departs without making any further disturbance. Inside the SW Corporation training hall, Kosuk-ju exercises intensely. His phone rings and Yu's name appears on the screen. Kosuk-ju answers quickly, asking why Yu suddenly called. Calls from Yu are rare enough to make him curious. Yu explains that he needs Kosuk-ju's assistance. He requests nearby surveillance footage to track someone in real time. The unusual demand immediately catches Kosuk-ju off guard. He explains that obtaining footage requires clearance from his superiors. That approval takes time, while tracking someone's location remains difficult. Kosuk-ju asks when Yu needs the information. He answers that he needs everything immediately. His urgency comes from fearing 6 may target Grandpa and Yu Daiyun first. Yet Yu keeps that concern hidden from Kosuk-ju. Kosuk-ju feels baffled, unsure how he can accomplish this request. At Che-Dusik's club, his face fills the opening view. The nervous lackey reports that Yu came seeking the motorcycle. Since Yu requested it, the nervous lackey allowed him to borrow it. Annoyance crosses Che-Dusik's face because it was his only motorcycle. The nervous lackey anxiously asks whether lending it was a mistake. Che-Dusik insists that allowing Yu to take it was fine. Besides, Che-Dusik admits that he never rides the motorcycle anyway. The nervous lackey confesses that Yu's late arrival terrified him. Repeated encounters with Yu make every uniformed student unsettle him now. Yu races along the road astride Che-Dusik's heavy motorcycle. Kosuk-ju reports that he has sent the target's current location. The target has remained still, so the coordinates should be accurate. Kosuk-ju looks exhausted after gathering everything under intense time pressure. He also finds the man Yu mentioned deeply suspicious. The man notices surveillance cameras and repeatedly changes his direction. Such behavior can only mean that he is concealing following his trail. Ko Suk-ju asks who this man is and why Yu wants him tracked. He replies that the entire matter is personal. Ko Suk-ju expected that answer, so it does not surprise him. After hanging up, Ko Suk-ju suspects Yu is planning something. He requested the road's midpoint because he needs to save time. Ko Suk-ju also searched further but found nothing about the mysterious foreigner. At the marked location, Yu stops and surveys his surroundings. He judges that Six must have entered the area only recently. With more time, Six would already have attacked Yu's family. Images of Grandpa and Yu Da-yoon immediately flash through his thoughts. He refuses to delay because precious people depend on his protection. Elsewhere, Six prepares his firearms and loads a fresh magazine. His phone suddenly rings, displaying an unknown caller. Six answers the call and listens. The caller reports that one is alive somewhere in Korea. Six abruptly cuts him off, refusing to hear further explanation. He has known Yu since their earliest training year. Because of that history, Six claims to know everything about him. His latest assignment nearby ended just before he came investigating. Six wanted to confirm the reports of his survival personally. He refuses to stand aside while a traitor lives comfortably. The voice belongs to the familiar eye-patched caller from earlier. The eye-patched caller orders Six to eliminate Yu at any cost. He adds that nobody else is better suited for this task. Still, the eye-patched caller urges extreme caution against Yu. After all, Yu received the call sign 1 for good reason. Six remarks that many years have passed since their training day. The eye-patched caller agrees Yu should now be rusty. Years spent hiding in obscurity must have dulled his ability. He ends the conversation, promising to await favorable news. Afterward, Six glances down at his phone's darkened screen. His eyes widen upon spotting Yu approaching from behind. Six scrambles toward his gun, desperate to seize it first. He catches his waist and violently drives him downward. The impact leaves Six sprawled far away from his weapon. Both mercenaries immediately spring upright and square off again. An irritated Six insists nobody could have followed him there. He suspects those cursed surveillance cameras exposed his location instead. Facing Yu, Six admits he expected this confrontation eventually. Still, he questions why Yu returned for him so quickly. Their latest farewell happened only a short time ago. He offers no answer, maintaining an unnerving silence. Six concludes that this changed version of One remains equally quiet. They suddenly charge, trading strikes at nearly invisible speed. Their attacks land so quickly that following each blow becomes difficult. Yu redirects one punch and fires back with another. Six effortlessly slips aside, avoiding his counterattack. He follows with a crushing shoulder strike instead. The heavy impact sends Six staggering several steps backward. He launches a kick while pressing his momentary advantage. Six catches the leg and drags a dagger across it. That cheap little trick earns Six no points for sportsmanship. Six flashes a huge grin at Yu's wounded condition. He observes that Yu has improved since their last training. While Yu steadies his injured leg, Six lunges again. He retreats, narrowly letting the dagger pass his throat. They enter a vicious rhythm of slashes, feints, and evasions. Six relentlessly tries to mark Yu with the blade. Eventually, the dagger sinks directly into Yu's shoulder. As Six prepares another attack, Yu suddenly ducks beneath him. He seizes Six's weapon hand and locks it firmly. A sharp twist wrenches his wrist and launches the dagger skyward. Six answers by kicking Yu squarely in the chest. The kick forces Yu to stumble several steps backward. Six immediately rushes over and retrieves the abandoned pistol. Once armed, he raises the gun and attempts to aim. The airborne dagger suddenly buries itself inside Six's shoulder. Even wounded, Six unleashes a relentless storm of gunfire. Yu keeps running and weaving around every incoming bullet. Eventually, the pistol clicks empty, making Six grind his teeth. He tosses the useless weapon aside and snatches his suitcase. To his disbelief, Six simply turns and starts fleeing. He knows his family faces danger if Six escapes. Ignoring his injured leg, he forces himself into pursuit. Outside the shelter, Six reaches Yu's own prized motorcycle. He quickly mounts the bike and races away from Yu. Despair grips Yu as his enemy escapes on his motorcycle. Blood-soaked visions of Yu Da-yoon and Grandpa flood his thoughts. Yet Yu's darkest fears prove premature almost immediately. Just as Six pulls ahead, a car smashes into the motorcycle. The impact hurls Six across its roof and onto the asphalt. Ko Suk-ju brakes nearby and quickly steps from the car. He asks Yu whether intervening had been the wrong choice. Yu assures Ko Suk-ju that his timing was fantastic. Ko Suk-ju returns inside and begins driving away from them. Still, he senses a much larger crisis lurking beneath everything. Events rewind to Ko Suk-ju's collision with the fleeing motorcycle. After stepping outside, Ko Suk-ju first checks on Yu. He anxiously asks whether Yu is truly alright. He insists he is fine despite his wounded shoulder and neck. Ko Suk-ju disagrees because Yu clearly looks anything but fine. He then examines Six, who lies bloodied across the ground. Seeing Six motionless makes Ko Suk-ju fear he struck too hard. Yu firmly orders Ko Suk-ju to leave without further questions. The strange request initially leaves Ko Suk-ju confused and hesitant. His severe expression eventually convinces him to obey. As Ko Suk-ju departs, troubling questions continue haunting him. The corporate database lists Six as nothing more than an ordinary tourist. Yet that profile cannot explain why Yu was pursuing him. Then Ko Suk-ju suddenly remembers something else entirely. The thought of his wrecked car raises one urgent problem, explaining the damage. Back at the shelter, Six sits bound to a chair, bloodied and disheveled. Yu stands over him with an unwavering, composed expression. He tells Six to look up since his wakefulness is obvious. Six laughs, admitting he never expected Yu to accept a partner. Their swift pursuit should have warned Six that his assumption was wrong. He had mistakenly believed Yu would never cooperate with anyone. He remains silent, prompting Six to ask what information he wants. He asks who else received orders to execute him. Six cannot be certain, but believes he alone received the assignment. He was closest to the region and the timing suited the camp. According to Six, the camp cannot tolerate Yu remaining alive. They refuse to let anyone discover that his reported death was fabricated. Consequently, the camp intends to erase Yu without attracting attention. Six warns that they will continue hunting him without giving up. He caused extensive damage to the camp and enraged its fiercest killer. That relentless enemy will use every available means to murder Yu. Six ends his explanation claiming he has nothing further to share. He only reveals this much because he and Yu were once comrades. Having finished speaking, Six calmly tells Yu to kill him. He takes the dagger and begins approaching the restrained mercenary. Death seems preferable to Six when Yu delivers the final blow. He would rather fall here than die helplessly against some unknown enemy. Closing his eyes, Six silently prepares himself for the approaching blade. Instead, Yu surprises him by cutting away his restraints. A baffled Six demands to know what Yu thinks he is doing. He simply explains that he is freeing Six's leg. Six clarifies his question, asking why Yu refuses to kill him. He counters by asking what reason he has to do so. He reminds Six about the responsibility keeping him tied to the camp. That same responsibility also gives Six a reason to remain alive. Living with a family taught Yu exactly what such bonds mean. He advises Six to leave and experience that life for himself. Since his mission failed, Six is effectively dead to the camp anyway. He urges him to hide somewhere beyond the camp's reach. While departing, Six warns that his family will face constant danger. The camp will keep sending people to eliminate him whenever possible. Yu answers that he already understands the threat awaiting them. Had Six targeted his family first, this encounter would have ended differently. Even so, Yu intends to protect his current life however possible. Six smiles and promises to misdirect the camp for as long as possible. After throwing them off his trail, Six plans to disappear. He then asks one final question about Yu's true name. He pauses briefly, then finally tells Six his real name. Smirking, Six responds by sharing his own long-hidden personal name. He jokes that learning each other's names somehow required 10 entire years. Their heartfelt exchange ends with Six walking away from the shelter. At his apartment, Yu carefully opens the door and slips inside. He moves quietly, hoping to reach his room without making any noise. Another door suddenly creaks open, stopping Yu in his tracks. His heart jolts when he understands that his late return was noted. Grandpa stands nearby, visibly surprised to see Yu arriving so late. He smiles warmly while carefully concealing the wound across his shoulder. He asks Grandpa why he is still awake at this hour. Grandpa explains that he has been struggling to fall asleep. The coffee he drank earlier is probably responsible for his sleeplessness. Smiling pleasantly, Grandpa tells Yu to go and get some rest. He notes that Yu must also be exhausted after staying out. With that, Grandpa quietly retreats into his room for the night. Yu turns toward his own room when Yu Dayun calls him. Once he faces her, Yu Dayun quietly tells him not to worry. Grandpa merely stayed awake because he remains concerned about Yu. He wonders whether Yu is struggling to readjust to life in Korea. Yu Dayun also reminds him about the dinner waiting on the table. She prepared it knowing how much Yu enjoys a home-cooked meal. Their brief conversation ends as Yu Dayun quietly returns to her room. He approaches the generous meal and smiles broadly at the sight. Elsewhere, Ko Suk-ju answers his ringing phone and finds Yu's message. He thanks him for ramming Six with his car during the pursuit. The message also credits Ko Suk-ju for providing Six's exact location. Receiving such praise from his friend leaves Ko Suk-ju noticeably embarrassed. The following school day, Shin Yuna and Ko Suk-ju walk together as usual. Ko Suk-ju notices Yu standing alone outside their classroom. They call toward him, and Yu immediately raises his gaze. Shin Yuna and Ko Suk-ju both ask why he is standing there. Yu answers that he needs to discuss something privately with Ko Suk-ju. The request startles Shin Yuna, who wonders what could be happening. Inside the lounge, Ko Suk-ju asks about the previous night's incident. Ready with an explanation, Yu says the truth must come out. Ko Suk-ju braces himself for whatever followed. He reveals he hit a former coworker with the car. That man had specifically come to meet Yu. Silence settles while Kosukju waits for Yu to continue. When questioned, Yu says that is essentially the entire explanation. He insists Kosukju is safer knowing nothing beyond that. That restraint disappoints Kosukju, who expected something far more dramatic. Yu suspects Kosukju researched the man located last night. He warns Kosukju against uncovering anything else about that path. Because Kosukju helped, Yu shares this much with him. Recognition from Yu leaves Kosukju quietly proud. Kosukju agrees to stop, especially because Yu's past is involved. Afterward, both boys return together to their classroom. Shin Yuna curiously asks Kosukju what they discuss. His hesitation prompts her to ask whether he cannot share even that. Caught off guard, Kosukju invents an excuse about asking Yu how to level up. Shin Yuna brightens, concluding Yu must genuinely love video games. Then she recalls Youngchan is far more devoted to gaming. Hyukjin and Jaehyung are also much stronger players, she remembered. Why would you ask Kosukju when those experts are available? Maybe Yu merely wanted conversation with someone equally skilled. Her innocent theory lands like a direct blow to Kosukju's pride. He remains occupied with his own affairs, apparently oblivious. After classes end, Yu Daeun stands outside, drafting a grocery list. She considers buying fruit because Grandpa has gone without it lately. An unfamiliar voice suddenly calls Yu Daeun by name. Looking up, she finds a boy who clearly attends another school. After gaining her attention, he asks whether she attends the local high school. Yu Daeun confirms it, and he requests her phone number. The unexpected advance leaves Yu Daeun startled and unsure how to respond. As panic rises, the boy tells her not to feel frightened or pressured. He explains that he only hopes to become acquainted with her. Eventually, Yu Daeun declines as politely as she can manage. The boy accepts her refusal, although disappointment plainly crosses his face. A hulking companion approaches from behind and mocks his immediate rejection. The pushy boy's polite mask drops, replaced by a cocky glare. He sternly insists that he merely requested her phone number. A savage slap cuts off any further harassment of Yu Daeun. Jaehyung delivers it, with two other friends standing beside him. The pushy boy spins around and demands his attacker's identity. Jaehyung answers his tough act with another sharp slap. The stinging blows convince the pushy boy that fighting them is foolish. Hyukjin freezes the hulking companion with one cold glare. Both troublemakers retreat, pretending they still retain some dignity. Jaehyung sighs at their behavior, then checks whether Yu Daeun is unharmed. Yu Daeun says yes while repeatedly bowing her head in gratitude. Embarrassed, Jaehyung quickly tells her that thanks are unnecessary. 1 block away, pedestrians recoil from thugs advancing down the street. Gisu leads them, accompanied by his lieutenant and the rest of his lackey. The group strolls through the area with unnerving casualness. The pushy boy walks among them, using Gisu as revenge-minded backup. He clearly intends retaliation against Jaehyung, Hyukjin, and their friend. The pushy boy, it turns out, is Gisu's younger brother. Already irritated, Gisu complains that every neighborhood poser now challenges them. His lieutenant says rumors of their loss to high schoolers are spreading. Some violent damage control may be necessary to restore their reputation. They choose to terrorize the fighters who cross Gisu's younger brother. A sinister smile spreads across Gisu's face as he accepts. He vows to display what their technical school gang can truly do. The harasser, Gisu's younger brother, points directly at Yu Daeun. He identifies her as the girl whose involvement got him beaten. Ijin strolls nearby beside his sister, unknowingly approaching the waiting gang. The gang's confidence looks misplaced as Yu calmly approaches with Yu Daeun. The harasser notes Yu was not the person who slapped him earlier. Something about Yu's face strikes Gisu as disturbingly familiar. A closer look leaves Gisu crushed by sudden recognition. Gisu's lackeys also tremble, remembering Yu invading their turf and thrashing them. The harasser notices Gisu's terror and asks what is wrong. Gisu asks whether Yu Daeun is the girl his brother pursued. After receiving confirmation, Gisu smashes a brutal slap across the harasser's face. Furious, Gisu demands whether his brother wants everyone there killed. The harasser bursts into tears, unable to understand Gisu's rage. His confusion earns him an even harsher beating from Gisu. Back at the apartment, Yu Daeun admires Yu's fruit-peeling skill. He smiles and asks whether she truly thinks so. She says her attempts never produce fruit this smooth and round. A ringing phone suddenly sends its sound across the living room. The ringtone comes from Yu's room, drawing him toward it. He finds his phone resting on the table inside. Despite seeing an unknown number, Yu answers the call. The caller identifies himself as Sick. Sick says he planted a trail leading the camp far from Yu. He plans to remain at that distant location for several days. After leaving Korea, Six will scatter further traces throughout other countries. Those false leads should keep the camp confused and searching elsewhere. Yu approves and promises to create another separate trail. With dry humor, Six notes Yu was supposed to be dead. Now their positions are reversed, making another meeting between them unlikely. Six wishes Yu well in whatever future awaits him. He returns the farewell and their warm exchange ends. At school next day, Yu learns Yu Daeun faced harassment after classes. His friends reassure him that Jae-hyung stepped in and handled everything. Jae-hyung says 2 blows struck the harasser's head, sending him away. Ko Suk-ju suddenly joins them and asks about the harasser's appearance. Young-chan says the harasser wore a uniform from the local technical school. That detail immediately puts Ko Suk-ju on alert. Yu recalls their earlier trouble with students from that school. He grows furious, finding this threat against his sister far too coincidental. Ko Suk-ju agrees that they cannot simply dismiss the incident. Usually eager for fights, Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin now seem strangely nervous. Both suggest the group may be reaching conclusions too quickly. Shin Yuna arrives and cuts through the mounting tension. She asks what everyone is discussing around Yu. Shin Yuna says boys often approach Yu Daeun because she is beautiful. He cannot understand how this explanation makes sense. Young-chan agrees, noting that Yu Daeun has been asked out many times. The claim still sits poorly with Yu. Young-chan insists Yu Daeun truly is popular among their classmates. He explains that Gisu and Heejin once made approaching her impossible. During that period, Yu Daeun appeared unhappy for quite some time. Jae-hyung also confirms that Yu's sister is genuinely pretty. Hyuk-jin adds that he knows several boys who secretly liked her. He grows thoughtful, still unsure how to process everything. Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin wonder why this idea seems difficult for him. Ko Suk-ju again insists they must investigate the harassment properly. Yu agrees without hesitation. Since no training is scheduled, Ko Suk-ju proposes visiting immediately after school. Everyone else stares blankly, baffled by the pair's sudden determination. Shin Yuna asks whether either of them listened to anything just said. At the technical school gang's turf, Gisu sits irritably in a chair. One of Gisu's lackeys reports that everyone treats their group like garbage. Another nearby high school recently gave them a humiliating beating. These days, every surrounding school also looks down on them. Gisu remembers his senior gang members berating him only days earlier. To Gisu, everything began collapsing after his trouble with Yu. Gisu's lieutenant swiftly rounds up every gang member in the room. He warns Gisu they must contain the fallout before it worsens. Silent, Gisu drops his cigarette and crushes it beneath his shoe. He accepts the proposal, and his improved mood makes his followers smile. Then Yu storms inside with Ko Suk-ju beside him. Recognition drains Gisu's face, replacing his irritation with naked terror. His previously grinning gang members also stiffen with fear. The crowd parts while Yu advances directly toward Gisu. Yu stops abruptly and demands why Gisu bothered Yu Daeun. Gisu recalls spotting Yu walking alongside Yu Daeun earlier. He hurriedly claims he never knew she was his sister. That excuse only intensifies his simmering fury. Even Ko Suk-ju radiates a chilling threat beside him. Panicking, Gisu shouts that Yu Daeun's encounter was entirely accidental. He says his younger brother merely approached her after seeing her outside. Neither brother knew Yu Daeun was Yu's sister until now. Yu listens closely as Gisu continues pleading his case. Gisu insists his younger brother had no harmful intentions. Knowing her identity now, Gisu guarantees his brother will avoid her. Yu says nothing while Gisu remains visibly terrified. After one final exchange of looks, both visitors turn away. Outside, they slam the door shut behind them. Gisu immediately postpones damage control, trusting everyone understands his decision. Yu rejoins his waiting friends outside. They ask what Gisu told him inside. Yu confirms the meeting with Yu Daeun was coincidental. He adds that Jisu's younger brother was the one approaching her. The revelation shakes Jae-hyung beyond anything he expected. Hearing the family connection nearly sends Jae-hyung's spirit fleeing. Shin Yuna reminds everyone she already said there was no danger. Yu still intends to monitor Jisu's group closely for now. Their unsupported promises are nowhere near enough for him. Later, Yu sits beside Cha-dusik over convenience store food. Eyeing ramen and assorted snacks, Cha-dusik recalls eating this way. He notes it has been ages since enjoying such food outside a convenience store. Cha-dusik suggests they should have purchased quality barbecue instead. Yu refuses, immediately irritating Cha-dusik. Cha-dusik mentions hearing Yu borrowed his motorcycle again. He admits it and promises its return later tonight. Instead, Cha-dusik offers the motorcycle because it otherwise sits unused. He insists that he will return it. Sighing, Cha-dusik tells him to suit himself. Cha-dusik gathers a huge tangle of noodles between his chopsticks. He enthusiastically slurps the delicious mouthful down. Across from him, Yu eats his triangle kimbap with measured manner. Cha-dusik notices Yu resembles an utterly ordinary teenager, yet this teenager single-handedly demolished the Kim family. Yu also handled SW Corporation with astonishing professionalism. Curious, Cha-dusik asks what Yu actually does each day. He answers that he attends school like every normal student. Cha-dusik expected that reply, but wanted something more revealing. At SW Corporation, its chairman silently peers through his office window. The pose resembles every wealthy executive brooding behind towering glass. The director's assistant reports growing concern over SW Corporation's forceful expansion. The director shrugs, blaming disorder on people protecting their personal interests. SW Corporation takes every necessary precaution during its expansion. Still, the director admits creating several enemies cannot be avoided. The assistant agrees their aggression attracts trouble from dangerous organizations. SW Corporation's advisors also detect suspicious moves by other companies. Next, Yu sits with the director inside the office. The director offers tea, which Yu politely declines. He asks how Yu finds working with the security team. He says the work has been fine. The director then asks whether Yu likes school. He replies that school is nice. Finally, the director offers assistance with any problem Yu has. He answers that he needs nothing. He asks whether that concludes the director's purpose for meeting. Training begins soon, so Yu says he should leave. The elderly director cheerfully gives Yu permission to go. He rises and respectfully bows his head toward the director. The director returns the bow, leaving his assistant bewildered by the exchange. Despite that exchange, Yu walks out of the room. Inside the training hall, every guard diligently works through their exercises. Shin Jie and Ko Suk-ju reunite after being apart for quite some time. Ko Suk-ju observes that Yu no longer attracts attention like before. Curious, Shin Jie asks Ko Suk-ju to explain Yu's abilities. Ko Suk-ju says Yu is faster and more athletic than their guard. He adds that his skill reflects serious training and combat experience. Ko Suk-ju has no doubt Yu received extensive professional instruction. Those details immediately sharpen Shin Jie's interest in Yu. Shin Jie notes that Yu endured severe training despite his youth. She also notices the guards have gradually grown comfortable around Yu. A flashback shows Major Kang meeting Shin Jie once again. During their conversation, Shin Jie advises Major Kang against overexerting himself. She warns Major Kang that pushing too hard could leave him injured. Major Kang assures Shin Jie that he will be careful. Major Kang then asks whether Shin Jie still investigates that student. At first, Shin Jie has no idea which student Major Kang means. A moment later, Shin Jie remembers exactly who Major Kang means. She feigns indifference and asks whether Major Kang means Yu. Inside, Shin Jie is stunned that Major Kang remembers Yu's name. Major Kang's anxious expression after asking about Yu troubles Shin Jie. Shin Jie eventually smiles and claims she lost interest in Yu. That answer visibly lifts Major Kang's mood. Shin Jie catches the change and senses a deeper story. Back in the present, Shin Jie wonders whether Yu knows Major Kang. Later, Shin Jie's car speeds along the road with Yu beside her. Shin Jie casually suggests Yu join her talent agency. She says the agency offers excellent training in acting and singing. He immediately refuses, explaining that he simply has no interest. Shin Jie finds Yu's instant, firm refusal strangely intriguing. She wonders whether Yu could at least pretend to consider it. His total lack of hesitation leaves Shin Jie particularly puzzled. Shin Jie finally asks whether Yu knows Major Kang. She then reveals that Major Kang is her fiancé. The revelation shocks Yu and recalls Major Kang's earlier explanation. Yu remembers Major Kang saying he needed to meet his fiancé. Yu now has no doubt Shin Jie knows Major Kang. Shin Jie studies Yu, bewildered by his calm response. He remains so untroubled that his reaction seems almost unnatural. Shin Jie also senses something unusual about Yu's behavior. She cannot identify what has changed, but Yu feels different. When they reach the destination, Shin Jie enters the corporate building. He and his senior guard enter a staff room to freshen up. Yu remains preoccupied by Shin Jie's engagement to Major Kang. The connection still feels difficult for Yu to believe. Outside the women's restroom, the guards stand watch. Inside, Shin Jie touches up her makeup at the mirror. A black-haired intruder enters the restroom and immediately seems suspicious. The black-haired intruder uses a sink behind Shin Jie's right shoulder. While Shin Jie stands quietly, the black-haired intruder attacks from behind. She presses a chloroform-soaked cloth over Shin Jie's face. Shin Jie loses consciousness and collapses onto the restroom floor. By then, the guards outside have also been knocked unconscious. The black-haired intruder orders her accomplices to move the target quickly. A shocking report reaches Ko Suk-ju, the senior bodyguard. Shin Jie has disappeared, while her two escort guards remain conscious. Ko Suk-ju immediately orders every exit sealed. He also demands that surveillance footage be secured without delay. Yu hears the report and bursts from the restroom. He races through the corridor, anticipating the intruder's escape. He believes security has been disabled and the target secured. The criminals will soon reach a car and flee the building. He rushes down the stairs and reaches the parking lot. A man climbs into a vehicle and Yu blocks its path. He quickly discovers that driver is merely an unsuspecting stranger. Across the lot, the actual criminals accelerate away in their getaway car. He immediately pursues them at full sprint. He leaps before the vehicle, but the criminals refuse to brake. Instead, the criminals steer toward Yu and attempt to run him down. As the criminals flee, Yu radios that he spotted their vehicle. He identifies the suspect vehicle as a black minivan. He vaults over parked cars and reaches for the minivan. Yu manages to grab onto the moving vehicle as it escapes. Security guards swarm the exit, raising puncturing tools against the fleeing minivan. The driver stomps the accelerator, crushing guards and obstacles beneath the vehicle. The minivan escapes cleanly, with Yu still clinging to its side. The vehicle jerks unpredictably, forcing Yu to fight for his grip. A memory of Major Kang suddenly surfaces during Yu's struggle. Yu sits with Major Kang, discussing what family truly means. Major Kang explains that family differs for everyone, yet remains deeply precious. When Yu fails to understand, Major Kang offers his own example. Major Kang's devotion to his country may come from his family's presence there. He innocently asks whether people would also die for their family. Caught off guard, Major Kang briefly struggles to answer him. Major Kang then smiles, promising he would gladly make that sacrifice. Back on the minivan, Yu grits his teeth and reinforces his hold. He smashes the vehicle with enough force to spiderweb its windows. Distracted by the noise, the driver misses a car entering the intersection. The minivan collides with that vehicle, violently throwing Yu away. He crashes onto the road roughly 10 meters from the wreck. The driver immediately accelerates again, using the collision as an opening. He rises and starts sprinting after the escaping minivan. A black-haired woman looks back, her eye carrying a sly, playful glimmer. He gradually loses ground until the minivan vanishes completely. Exhaustion finally forces Yu to stop running. The senior guard arrives and urgently asks which direction the minivan took. He ignores the question and climbs into the senior guard's car. Irritated, the senior guard sternly orders Yu to get out. He instead demands acceleration and gives the exact escape route. Reluctantly, the senior guard presses the accelerator and follows those directions. He radios his subordinates that the kidnappers turned onto a right-side road. He orders them to coordinate with police and send their units forward. The senior guard tells Yu to leave on the way home. He reminds Yu that he is a student, not security personnel. The senior guard insists Yu bears no responsibility for this incident. He counters that practical training brought him here by personal choice. Because Yu chose tonight's duty, he accepts responsibility for being present. He reports one Asian man and one Asian woman inside the minivan. He saw no additional accomplices traveling with the pair. The senior guard prepares another reprimand, then notices his wounded hand. Cuts cover his face as well, prompting the senior guard's concern. The senior guard quickly asks whether Yu is alright. He calmly answers that he is fine. The senior guard struggles to process his incredible pursuit. Yu had clung to the vehicle and first located the kidnapper. He endured the ride, identified their route, and rescued Shin Yuna once. Those actions prove his reliability when the situation turns dangerous. The senior guard cannot imagine anyone more dependable at present. Shin Yuna receives word that Shin Jie has been kidnapped. Her bodyguard explains that minimal security remains while every unit searches. Team 2 and NGU are already pursuing the kidnapper. Shin Yuna immediately perks up when Yu's name is mentioned. The bodyguard adds that Yu was on duty during the abduction. A rundown factory becomes the latest location where the kidnappers are spotted. He and the senior guard reach the factory together. They spot the same minivan, with kidnappers pushing Shinjia's wheelchair. The senior guard knows reinforcements will arrive too late to matter. He orders Yu to remain inside the car. The senior guard steps out and sees scruffy knife-wielding men emerging. He also exits, insisting they cannot wait for additional help. The senior guard warns that this situation is genuine combat, unlike training. He quickly replies that real combat does not bother him. That answer recalls the Team 3 leader, revealing Yu's professional fighting background. The senior guard remembers the gorilla, confirming that conclusion from everything observed. He strides forward confidently as the senior guard advances farther inside. The senior guard says he will handle the shelter's interior. He orders Yu not to let those filthy attackers defeat him. One knife-wielding thug suddenly lunges at the senior guard from behind. He slips behind the attacker and drives a crushing blow into his face. The thug's dagger falls away as the senior guard escapes the immediate threat. Another knife-wielding thug immediately slashes his dagger toward Yu. He hurls the attacker backward and sends him sprawling. Snatching the fallen dagger, Yu turns toward the remaining thugs. The daggerless thug scrambles upright as his chief immediately berates him. Their chief rages at grown men losing against some punk kid. He mocks Yu, asking whether children now serve as armed security. Several goons chase the senior guard, leaving their companion to handle Yu. Their smug confidence disappears when Yu seizes another thug. With one brutal twist, he breaks the captured thug's hand. A knife thug lunges, aiming a stabbing strike at Yu. He redirects his grip and cuts open the attacker's stomach. He then buries the dagger deep into the knife thug's shoulder. As that attacker collapses, fear begins spreading among the others. His lethal stare finally proves he is truly a bodyguard. Charging forward, Yu carves through the remaining goons. He drops them individually until only the final thug remains. The final thug manages to block his incoming strike. When he counters, Yu catches the thug's attacking hand. His free hand slices across the final thug's belly. A sharp kick sweeps the man's leg from underneath him. Yu pins a knife against the fallen thug's throat. Rather than cut him, Yu reverses the dagger in hand. One blow from its blunt edge knocks the final thug unconscious. Inside the shelter, the kidnappers continue hauling Jae-hyung's wheelchair along. The woman in black complains that security arrived faster than expected. The gunman reports that their client knows the target is secured. She admits their schedule is early, but says they must relocate soon. Security will close in quickly, leaving them little time. Right on cue, the senior guard storms into the shelter. The gunman identifies him as the target's security detail leader. Gritting his teeth, the senior guard glares fiercely at the kidnapper. A bulky thug attempts to ambush the senior guard from behind. The senior guard sidesteps his attack without hesitation. When the bulky thug charges again, the senior guard catches his hand. A crushing punch lands squarely across the bulky thug's face. Another goon rushes forward, brandishing a dagger at the senior guard. The senior guard swiftly brings that armed goon down too. His advantage vanishes when the confrontation suddenly changes. Even a seasoned fighter's skill offers little protection against a firearm. The gunman draws a pistol, its barrel shining beneath the dim light. He presses the weapon directly against Jae-hyung's head. The gunman warns that he will fire without hesitation if necessary. That deadly promise leaves the senior guard twisting with helpless fury. The gunman states Jae-hyung dies the instant the senior guard moves. Forced into submission, the senior guard remains utterly motionless. A single gunshot tears a hole through the senior guard's shoulder. Agony drains every trace of color from his face. Strangely fascinated, the gunman notes that his victim barely flinched. The woman in black orders him to finish without wasting time. Obeying her, the gunman prepares to fire another round. The senior guard gives Jae-hyung one final look, expecting his death. As the gunman prepares to shoot, the senior guard begs Jae-hyung's forgiveness. Two airborne daggers abruptly interrupt the senior guard's grim farewell. One blade punches straight through the gunman's weapon hand. The woman in black swerves repeatedly, evading the other flying blade. Yoo Ijin rushes to Jae-hyung and takes hold of the wheelchair. He races away at full speed, pushing the wheelchair ahead. The gunman stares after them, baffled by their sudden escape. Shock also drains the wounded senior guard's face of color. Recovering, the gunman fires repeatedly as Yoo flees farther away. The senior guard tackles the trigger-happy gunman, dragging him down. Both men slam hard against the shelter floor. Yoo glances backward toward the wounded senior guard. The senior guard orders him to keep running without looking back. He immediately accelerates, driving the wheelchair farther ahead. Later, Jae-hyung slowly begins opening groggy eyes. A hand suddenly covers Jae-hyung's mouth from behind. Thankfully, Yoo is the person silencing Jae-hyun. Yoo quietly instructs Jae-hyung not to make any noise. After Jae-hyung nods agreement, Yoo removes his hand. Confused, Jae-hyung asks where this place is. Jae-hyung only remembers being inside the bathroom moments earlier. Yoo explains the sedative will cause lingering dizziness. Those words trigger a flashback inside Jae-hyung's clouded mind. A buried memory begins surfacing as the missing moments return. The returning memory confirms Jae-hyung was kidnapped, and Yoo verifies it. Yoo says he and Ko Suk-ju arrived ahead of everyone else. Security personnel and the police are already heading toward them. He scans the area, ensuring nobody lurks nearby. Jae-hyung being conscious relieves him because moving him will be easier. Still, their dead-end hiding place will not remain undiscovered for long. Their armed enemy makes the situation far more dangerous. Jae-hyung suspects his abduction involves SW Corporation's newly acquired expansion assets, yet he had no involvement whatsoever in those transactions. Seeing blood, Jae-hyung shouts that Yoo has been injured. He dismisses the concern and insists he feels perfectly fine. Jae-hyung sees through the claim, noticing his battered shoulder and wounded finger. More importantly, Yoo is not even assigned as his bodyguard. He cannot understand why Yoo would risk himself like this. Yoo's unexpected reliability leaves Jae-hyung deeply surprised. A familiar woman's voice suddenly echoes toward their hiding place. She orchestrated this kidnapping and now approaches while carrying a gun. The armed woman orders Yoo to reveal himself immediately. She warns that delays will make them kill the hostage. Her next demand calls for a peaceful ending before circumstances worsen. She claims cooperation offers their only chance to rescue Jae-hyung safely. Terror grips Jae-hyung as he rises quickly from the wheelchair. He refuses to let Yoo become further entangled in this danger. Despite Yoo's abilities, Jae-hyung still sees a mere teenager. Jae-hyung decides he must shield Yoo from another reckless move. He signals him to stop, then forms a cryptic finger gesture. The strange signal might confuse observers, but Jae-hyung understands its meaning. Following the message, Jae-hyung remains silent and waits without moving. Eventually, Yoo leaves cover and quietly raises one hand. The armed woman assumes Jae-hyung is concealed behind the nearby container. She remembers her disbelief seeing a child clinging to the moving van. Mockery enters her voice as she accuses him of watching excessive action films. Real heroes can still die, she reminds him with cruel confidence. Courage offers little protection against a gun aimed directly at someone. Even under her sights, Yu keeps his composure perfectly steady. Jae-hyung finally emerges and urgently shouts for the woman to wait. Her attention snaps toward Jae-hyung, giving Yu his opening. A thrown blade tears into her hand and leaves it badly injured. Another dagger streaks beside her while she struggles to recover. Yu simultaneously vaults over her, sending them both crashing down. During their fall, the handgun slips free from her grasp. She snatches a dagger strapped beside her thigh and slashes at him. Yu retreats just in time, creating distance between them. The woman charges again, beginning a vicious exchange of blades. Their fierce clash ends when Yu crushes her stomach with a blow. She tumbles backward and her handgun drops onto the ground. Spotting it quickly, she grabs the weapon and aims with a smirk. She believes the recovered gun has finally given her control. Yu surges forward, seizes it, and wrenches it from her grip. Now the barrel points back at the baffled, sweating woman. She cannot comprehend how Yu reversed everything so quickly. Jae-hyung marvels at Yu's movements while he stands utterly unruffled. Another smirk appears as she again mentions his apparent movie obsession. She concedes his fighting ability, but doubts he can actually shoot. Bodyguards may practice on targets, she says, but people are different. Her assumption collapses when Yu fires without pausing. The bullet punches into her thigh, spraying blood from the wound. Shock freezes her because Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation. His eyes remain eerily motionless afterwards, suggesting long familiarity with gunfire. She cannot fathom how a boy from peaceful Korea fights this way. Studying him closely, she recognizes his gaze and suddenly turns cold. A chill races through her as she identifies Yu as one. He gives her no chance to reveal anything else. He smashes the handgun across her face, knocking her unconscious. Her limp body collapses heavily onto the floor. Jae-hyung stares in awe at how casually Yu defeated her. Elsewhere, Ko-suk-ju has apparently finished subduing his own opponent. His condition looks grave, with blood running from his wounded shoulder. Unfortunately, a crowd of attackers now surrounds Ko-suk-ju. One attacker rises, replaces his cap, and retrieves his fallen handgun. A hulking thug swings at Ko-suk-ju, who swiftly redirects the blow. Ko-suk-ju answers with a sharp punch of his own. The capped gunman suddenly levels his recovered weapon at Ko-suk-ju. He admits underestimating the SW Association's head of security. They only succeeded because they waited until Ko-suk-ju finished work. Despite his resistance, Ko-suk-ju now seems close to surrendering. He fought only to give Shin-jia and Yu time. Yet Ko-suk-ju cannot confirm whether they successfully escaped. The female enforcer had pursued Yu, leaving everything uncertain. Still, Ko-suk-ju instinctively believes Yu can handle her. That conviction feels strangely solid, even under these desperate circumstances. A quiet smile spreads across Ko-suk-ju's battered face. The capped gunman notices and demands an explanation for that smile. Ko-suk-ju offers no answer and simply continues smiling. His captor warns that Yu is far from safe. Assuming otherwise, because his pursuer is female, would be dangerously foolish. The capped gunman claims no man present could defeat her. Now enraged, she will soon make Yu plead for death. Ko-suk-ju's smile vanishes as frustration tightens his clenched jaw. The capped gunman says sending backup after Yu was unnecessary. She should finish him long before anyone else could arrive. His finger tightens around the trigger as he addresses Ko-suk-ju. He tells Ko-suk-ju to worry about surviving his own execution. A sudden shot tears straight through the capped gunman's hand. Blood bursts outward while he reels and drops his weapon. Ko-suk-ju whirls toward the gunshot's origin in startled disbelief. Yu stands there calmly holding the smoking handgun. Sweat covers the capped gunman as blood streams from his wound. Furious and frightened, he demands to know why Yu returned. Panic follows as he wonders what happened to the female enforcer. His earlier faith in her abilities was clearly misplaced. He fires again, burying a bullet in the gunman's thigh. Then Yu turns the handgun directly toward Ko-suk-ju. For one alarming instant, Ko-suk-ju's heart seems to stop. Yu opens fire while Ko-suk-ju remains frozen in place. Every bullet streaks past Ko-suk-ju instead of striking him. Shots hit the surrounding attackers from multiple directions with brutal precision. Yu continues firing until his handgun finally runs empty. Ko-suk-ju surveys the area and finds every attacker sprawled below. All of them groan painfully across the ground around him. What astonishes Ko-suk-ju most is Yu's total lack of hesitation. Each attacker was disarmed with exactly one carefully placed bullet. Shin Yuna waits behind them with both ears tightly covered. Once the gunfire ends, Shin Yuna cautiously raises her head. Ko-suk-ju recalls the Team 3 leader's assessment of Yu. According to that leader, Yu is unquestionably a professional. Reinforcements arrive immediately and secure the entire surrounding area. Police officers begin handcuffing every injured attacker without delay. Several security agents approach Shin Yuna and check her condition. Shin Yuna quickly assures them she has suffered no harm. Her attention then settles on Yu speaking with nearby officer. He confirms his connection to the security team leader. The security agents promptly begin treating his various injuries. Shin Yuna approaches Yu and asks whether he is alright. He calmly replies that he feels perfectly fine. Shin Yuna questions how his battered condition could possibly qualify. He explains that his mobility remains largely unaffected. By his judgment, that means his condition is mostly acceptable. A few bruises are favorable payment for preventing a VIP's kidnapping. Yu then tells Shin Yuna that he needs one favor. Startled, Shin Yuna immediately asks what he wants from her. He wants his family spared from worry during treatment. He asks her to say he is attending a security workshop. Shin Yuna looks confused that this is his entire request. She walks away and orders Yu to have his wounds treated. Before departing, Shin Yuna sincerely thanks Yu for helping her. Kosakju then approaches and rests one hand on Yu's shoulder. With a warm smile, Kosakju promises they will meet again. Shin Yuna and Kosakju leave the area together. Inside a dim office elsewhere, a shadowed boss sits behind his desk. An office messenger stands nearby and reports the kidnapping attempt's failure. The shadowed boss unexpectedly smiles upon receiving this disappointing report. He explains that abducting Shin Yuna was never their true objective. The entire operation merely delivered a warning to SW Corporation. He expects SW Corporation to begin watching its... He only wants SW Corporation to tread cautiously as its expansion creates trouble. Inside another chamber, the female kidnapper sits across from the shadowed boss. Visibly irritated, she never expected someone like Yu on their payroll. She describes the mercenary as an exceptionally dangerous force. The shadowed boss listens without offering her any response. Had she known Yu served SW Corporation, she would have acted differently. In truth, she probably would have rejected the entire job. The shadowed boss pretends he has no idea what she means. She immediately warns him to stop playing ignorant. He always conceals his face, but his eyes exposed him. The female kidnapper recognizes them from a previous encounter. Around 6 months earlier, Yu suddenly disappeared from every known channel. Rumors claimed the mercenary had either retired or died. She never imagined Yu would resurface inside SW Corporation. The shadowed boss maintains the same baffled response. He claims the entire accusation makes no sense to him. Although he has heard stories about Yu, he finds her theory amusing. Imagining an elite mercenary working as their ordinary guard sounds absurd. Eventually, the female kidnapper abandons the pointless argument. Reasoning with the shadowed boss feels like debating a concrete pillar. At SW Corporation's medical center, Shinjia rests inside a hospital ward. Shinjie once seemed villainous, but curiosity drives her more than cruelty. Her wounded guard also remains nearby instead of recovering elsewhere. Shinjie questions why he is working after taking a bullet. He casually insists that simple responsibilities remain within his capability. Shinjia rejects his excuse and orders him home to rest. Losing one guard temporarily, she says, will barely affect operation. The wounded guard admits that he cannot bring himself to relax. He feels responsible because the kidnapping occurred during his time off. The hired mercenaries operated from overseas while their employer remains unidentified. Even those mercenaries never learned who actually hired them. Several middlemen concealed the client behind layers of separate arrangement. Shinjie grows somber while considering the recent attack. Shin Yuna was targeted first, and now Shinjia has been abducted. She quietly asks whether both incidents could merely be coincidental. The wounded guard shakes his head and firmly rejects that possibility. His certainty leaves Shinjie looking even more discouraged. Her thoughts return to Yu's remarkable handling of the kidnapping. He appeared even more formidable there than during their training session. Shinjie reminds her guard that Yu is no ordinary teenager. The wounded guard agrees that Yu is clearly exceptional. Privately, Shinjie suspects Grandpa already knows Yu's true identity. Grandpa placed Yu on security, making that conclusion difficult to avoid. She recalls Yu suffering several fractured ribs during the attack. Some of his fingernails were detached, adding further agony to his condition. A bullet's near miss also left a deep wound across his shoulder. The wounded guard mentions Yu clinging to their vehicle during the assault. He believes the fall from it caused those serious injuries. Shinjia turns pale as the full sequence becomes clear. He defeated numerous attackers despite already carrying all those wounds. While Shinjia lay unconscious, he also faced 5 knife-wielding men. That revelation adds another disturbing layer and deepens her visible shock. Shinjia admits the feat sounds impossible, despite knowing it truly happened. She abruptly leaves her bed and hurries toward Yu's ward. Bursting inside, Shinjie finds him changing into his SW uniform. Yu turns and notices Shinjia standing beside her guard. Without hesitation, she demands to know why he is getting dressed. He explains that he is returning home after 2 days away. Shinjia insists his severe injuries require continued hospital treatment. He calmly replies that he prefers recovering at home. Shinjia raises her voice and calls his decision ridiculous. She demands to know who approved such a reckless departure. Yu simply answers that the doctor gave him permission. Ignoring Shinjia's protests, Yu continues packing his belongings. She asks how he intends to explain everything to his family. He says training provides an easy explanation for his facial bruises. Shinjia bristles because Yu seemingly has an answer for everything. She asks her wounded guard to leave them alone briefly. Once he exits, Shinjia presents Yu with an offer. She wants Yu working for her after he graduates. You silently meet Shinjia's gaze after hearing her proposal. Shinjia's next claim begins with, "There is nothing in Yude." Shinjia says staying with Shinyuna cannot secure Yu's future. She dismisses Shinyuna as merely a child in his eyes. Shinjia explains that Shinyuna only possesses her parents' inheritance. That inheritance gives Shinyuna no reliable way to protect her future. Shinjia claims she can provide Yu a stable life instead. After a brief silence, Yu says he has one question. Shinjia assumes he wants to discuss his eventual salary. She promises compensation beyond his imagination, along with numerous additional benefits. Yu rejects that assumption and asks what staying with Shinyuna means. Shinjia falls silent, then suddenly asks whether Yu dates Shinyuna. Yu plainly answers that he does not date Shinyuna. Shinjia remembers Shinyuna waiting for Yu after training. She privately concludes that Shinyuna must harbor serious feelings for him. Shinjia tells Yu to join her after graduating. She promises to make his family proud and arrange immediate employment. He finds the proposal appealing, though he offers little reaction. He simply says he will consider Shinjia's offer. Back at the apartment, Yu Dae-yoon and Grandpa react with alarm. He explains that training leaves his fingers injured. Grandpa asks whether the injury could be something serious. Yu reassures Grandpa that only blisters cover his finger. The doctor also says there is nothing worth worrying about. Grandpa asks whether Yu truly wants the security career. He gives no firm answer, calling it his current interest. Grandpa reminds him that another passion can change his direction later. Since Yu remains young, Grandpa promises support whatever he chooses. Yu smiles and agrees with Grandpa's advice. Grandpa grows awkward, wondering whether he suddenly made things too serious. He says graduating students often worry about their future careers. Grandpa then wonders whether he has made Yu uncomfortable. Yu Dae-yoon snickers and assures Grandpa that his words were harmless. Yu quietly wonders what Grandpa means by making things uncomfortable. At a familiar camp, the eye patch commander listens to a report. His subordinate says 32 abandoned his route without informing anyone. The subordinate suspects 32 reacted after hearing one faced elimination. The eye patch commander scoffs and calls 32 an idiot. He says brothers dying should never make anyone abandon reason. That belief convinces him that having a family serves no purpose. A mysterious traveler appears, possibly revealing 32's current whereabouts. He may have entered Korea specifically to find Yu. He stretches his fingers, checking whether they function normally. A memory returns of the kidnapper woman recognizing him somehow. He has no idea who the woman actually is. If she knows his mercenary call sign, perhaps she is not camp affiliated. His phone suddenly rings, and Shinyuna's name appears on screen. Later, Yu arrives outside a convenience store. Shinyuna waits there beside a table crowded with triangle kimbap. She quickly explains that missing dinner created her craving. He privately thinks the mountain of food seems excessive. Shinyuna still invites him to eat alongside her. She assumes Yu skipped dinner as well. Opening one kimbap, Shinyuna asks about his severe injury. He answers that he is feeling fine now. Shinyuna says she visited the hospital but could not enter. Staff refused visitors and Shinyuna was turned away. Shinyuna also says Shinyuna's security staff advised against visiting. She admits worrying after Yu missed school the previous day. Yu explains that Grandpa ordered him to rest at home. Shinyuna finds his obedience to Grandpa unexpectedly touching. Her mood drops while discussing Yu rescuing Shinyuna alone. He corrects her, saying that account is not accurate. The leader of Security Team 2 handled the actual rescue. He located them and coordinated with police and the SW security team. After being shot, the leader created a diversion for Yu Ijin. That distraction gave Yu a chance to escape safely. The leader remained behind until Yu reached safety. Yu admits he could have done nothing for Shinyuna without that support. Shinyuna looks awkward after hearing Yu's unexpectedly thorough explanation. Kosuk-ju agrees the team leader performed the rescue if Yu's account is true. Yu immediately agrees, but Kosuk-ju adds an important qualification. No team leader could have completed such a rescue alone. The report also documents his major contribution to the operation. Yu stresses they work as one team toward a shared purpose. Their priority is protecting the VIP, not ranking individual contribution. Kosuk-ju nods and says Yu is absolutely correct. This unfamiliar conversation leaves Shinyuna feeling somewhat out of place. Then Yu's phone rings, drawing Shinyuna's concerned attention. She asks what happened and whether something might be wrong. Looking sheepish, Yu admits his friends need him at the game room. Jae-hung texted that they lack one player and need him quickly. Shinyuna reminds Yu that his hand remains injured. She questions how he expects to play in that condition. He says his injured hand hardly matters because he plays terribly. His blunt self-assessment leaves Shinyuna unsettled once again. Yu Dae-yoon walks along the footpath considering what food Yu might enjoy. A memory surfaces of several girls crowding around Shinyuna. They ask why Yu has missed school for several days. Shinyuna explains that he traveled somewhere and lightly injured his hand. The startled girls immediately ask whether his injuries are serious. Shin Yuna reassures everyone that you will be fine. Relieved, the girls happily say they are glad nothing serious happened. They especially celebrate that his handsome face escaped any scar. Shin Yuna quietly agrees while noticing Yu's rapidly growing popularity. Nearby voices abruptly pull Yu Da-yoon away from the remembered conversation. Looking toward the disturbance, Yu Da-yoon spots a group of thugs. Panic rises because nobody else is nearby to provide help. A closer look reveals the pushy thug who previously demanded her number. Yu Da-yoon remembers that the pushy thug did not seem truly cruel. Believing he might listen, she gathers enough courage to intervene. She approaches the group and nervously stammers an excuse to interrupt. The pushy thug responds sharply, cockily demanding to know who interrupted. His face pales when he recognizes the girl he previously harassed. He frantically insists the situation is nothing like it appeared. According to him, the hooded stranger confronted them while they passed. The hooded stranger then suddenly began demanding food from their group. Yu Da-yoon apologizes for the hooded stranger and requests his release. Though visibly displeased, the pushy thug eventually leads everyone away. Yu Da-yoon turns toward the hooded stranger and asks whether he is alright. After an initial start, the hooded stranger immediately asks her to buy food. Soon, Yu Da-yoon and the hooded stranger sit together outside. He has already devoured a huge pile of triangle kimbap. Still ravenous, he continues chewing through his final remaining piece. He washes everything down by gulping an entire bottle of water. His newly filled stomach makes the whole world feel wonderfully weightless. Yu Da-yoon watches with curiosity as the hooded stranger quickly apologizes. He never intended to trouble her, but overwhelming hunger defeated his restraint. Yu Da-yoon assures him that buying the meal was no problem. He explains that he lost his wallet immediately after entering the country. Without any money, he has gone several days without eating. Yu Da-yoon reminds him that the embassy could have provided assistance. The obvious solution makes the hooded stranger feel rather foolish. Checking her phone, Yu Da-yoon notices how late it has become. She knows Yu must already be waiting for her return. Yu Da-yoon quickly offers the hooded stranger some additional money. She calls it a small safeguard against becoming hungry again. With that, Yu Da-yoon hurries away while the hooded stranger watches curiously. The hooded stranger is clearly 32, the numbered mercenary mentioned earlier. 32's delicate features suggest 32 might later turn out to be female. A vision from the past shows Yu bursting into a room. He enters with his gun raised and ready to fire. Inside, a ponytailed woman desperately shields a frightened young girl. He hesitates instead of immediately pulling the trigger. His radio orders him to eliminate the target and return immediately. The girl held by the ponytailed woman begins trembling with terror. Someone's distant call reaches Yu and suddenly jolts him awake. He bolts upright in bed, escaping the disturbing dream. His heartbeat pounds so violently that he can physically feel it. Clattering dishes soon draw his attention toward the living room. Outside his bedroom, Yu finds Shin Yuna beside Grandpa. Grandpa questions why Yu is awake instead of resting. He answers that he must finally return to school. Grandpa insists recovery matters far more than keeping up academically. Behind Grandpa, Shin Yuna silently gestures for Yu to listen. Yu accepts Grandpa's decision with a warm, agreeable smile. Grandpa mentions that he will return late from work tonight. His coworker feels unwell, leaving Grandpa responsible for covering the shift. Yu then asks why Yu Da-yoon is leaving unusually early. Yu Da-yoon says she plans to study before classes begin. As always, she reminds Yu that breakfast awaits him. She firmly tells him to eat everything on the table. He flashes her a quick smile as she quietly departs. Yu Da-yoon leaves behind an appetizing breakfast spread for her brother. Later, Yu strolls outside when his phone suddenly chimes. Jae-hung has messaged him, demanding his prompt return to their team. Shin Yuna joins the conversation and asks to participate too. Jae-hyung bluntly rejects her, recommending practice matches against bots first. Their energetic exchange brings an amused smile to Yu's face. Across the road, 32 walks along in the opposite direction. His smile vanishes when he notices the passing figure. Something about 32's appearance strikes Yu as strangely familiar. He immediately rushes across the road to investigate. Spotting the pursuit, 32 disappears inside a narrow back alley. He accelerates and charges into the alley after him. Once inside, you can no longer see his target. He continues along the passage until reaching a construction site. He climbs one building and carefully surveys the surrounding area. He soon locates his former companion waiting with a raised gun. 32 immediately fires, unleashing numerous bullets directly toward Yu. He dives behind a nearby wall as the rounds approach. His earlier wounds still ache painfully throughout the sudden movement. 32 advances and casually notes how long their separation has lasted. He admits that being followed initially caught him somewhat off guard. Discovering Yu as his pursuer surprised 32 even more. Those words finally confirm the gunman's identity as 32. Continuing forward, 32 claims he already understands 6's usual habit. Because of that knowledge, his survival hardly surprises him. 32 finds it fascinating that locating Yu required no searching. He asks whether the camp ordered 32 to kill him. The question leaves 32 confused about what Yu means. He already knows the camp would never dispatch another assassin. They would not assign someone to complete the mission 6 failed. 32 angrily silences him, declaring Yu no longer commands them. Undeterred, Yu continues pressing 32 for an explanation. He suggests 32 escaped the camp without receiving anyone's permission. 32 says such matters should mean nothing to a traitor. He claims that he never wanted to resent Yu, yet his present circumstances leave him feeling forced into hatred. 32 explains that 6 was the only family he possessed. Inside that brutal camp, only 6 ever protected and supported him. During 32's emotional speech, Yu suddenly hurls a metal projectile. The object strikes the firearm and briefly breaks 32's concentration. Using that opening, Yu lunges over 32 and tackles him. Both mercenaries slam hard against the ground during the struggle. 32 quickly fights free and aims his weapon at his face. Yu kicks 32's hand, knocking the gun beyond their reach. Without pausing, 32 draws a dagger and slashes toward Yu. Their frantic exchange moves almost too quickly for anyone to track. Eventually, Yu catches 32's weapon arm and clenches his fist. He drives a punch toward 32's face, but 32 blocks it. 32 counters with a kick directly against his existing injury. He asks whether 32 has reported everything to the camp. 32 avoids answering and mocks Yu for becoming unusually talkative. He repeats that Yu no longer holds authority over him. Accordingly, 32 insists he owes Yu no answers whatsoever. To 32, Yu is currently nothing except a target. After declaring this, 32 shoves Yu backward and swings again. Both fighters retreat, revealing a fresh cut across Yu's stomach. Back at school, the teacher continues delivering the usual classroom lecture. Yu Dayun sits through the lesson, visibly distracted and mentally elsewhere. Yu Dayun remains distracted, hoping Yu has not skipped breakfast today. She worries proper meals are essential for his quick recovery. He and 32 resume their heated argument inside the fight. When 32 thrusts again, Yu seizes his arm and punches viciously. The hooded mercenary skids backward, gasping hard after swinging his blade. His side aches from the cut as he questions 32 again. He asks whether 32 is reporting every detail back to the camp. 32 dodges the question, wondering why Yu has suddenly become talkative. He refuses information to the traitor who killed his friend, 6. 32 then brings his blade around for another attack. He vaults over him and drives a punishing fist into 32's face. A succession of heavy strikes follows, battering 32 across the room. One devastating punch crashes into 32's stomach and sends him reeling. During the exchange, 32 spots a gun positioned over his left shoulder. Yu lunges downward, but 32 snatches the weapon and aims. He grabs the barrel, twisting its line away from his body. The bullets strike the ceiling instead, ricocheting harmlessly overhead. Once the shooting ends, Yu slams 32 against a pillar. Pinned there, 32 groans through the pain. He asks whether loyalty brought 32 here or revenge for 6. 32 offers no answer and drives his knee into his abdomen. He raises the gun again and fires another storm of bullets. He ducks behind the pillar, using it as cover. Clenching his teeth, 32 keeps firing and refuses to let him escape. Yu peeks out and sees 32 retreating from the area. He tries pursuing him, but his injuries leave him struggling behind. One final wound continues bleeding heavily as Yu loses ground. Desperate, Yu calls Ko Suk-ju for surveillance information. Ko Suk-ju answers, and his face pales upon hearing the request. He immediately starts moving while Shin Yuna notices him leaving the classroom. Outside, Ko Suk-ju asks why Yu keeps entering such trouble. Even so, Ko Suk-ju promises to call back within a few minutes. He tells Yu to send the target's description and location. After the call, 32 walks along the street, visibly irritated.